Good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. Now, today, for our fake daily sponsor, today's court is sponsored by Comfy Pants and Strong Opinions. So make sure you get both. So I have some exciting guests to bring on who wanted to come and say hello and wish me luck. We got, who's that? Terry True Crime. Hey, girl.
Hey there.
And then we got JT as well, both co-hosts over here in True Crime and Wine Time. Hi.
Hello.
Look at what we're doing.
Look at what you are doing. This is all you and the team behind the scenes. So JT and I are just so impressed. I know I never thought I would see the day. Well, that's a lie. I knew you'd eventually get there. That you would eventually be doing this. Just like we eventually knew we'd get Amy on camera. And it happens.
That's true. That's true. You just patience, right?
It is.
That's it.
Patience and a lot of persuasion.
Well, it's kind of like it's a can of Pringles. Once you pop, you can't stop. I think I just want to let you know that I certainly, the fact that you're being willing to do this is I don't take it lightly. It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome of you. It is a big step. It's a big step, but I think you're better adjusted than I am, and I think honestly, I think you were meant to do something like this.
Oh wow!
I mean that. I know you might not feel like you give off those vibes, but you do. You were meant to do something like this, and we need good people to do these kind of things. We have run into too many bad people, and I think it's about time that we have the good ones. So I'm going to pop off. I'm going to leave. And then I am going to add that emoji that I promised I would do 2 days ago.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're going to have a fun drama llama emoji for those that become members of the channel. You can click the little join button. Bye, JT. Thank you.
Bye, JT.
You can click the join button and you could use like fun little emojis, and we do members only. So definitely do that. And if you haven't yet, please like and subscribe, click the notification bell so people know that we're live and we're here. Pop up queen. Oh, what? Thank you. So you all may be wondering what is going on. What are we all doing here? Well, TCWT Media has decided to branch out into the trial streaming world. And so we put together this little show, Couch Court with Llama. Now, listen, okay, I am not a lawyer. I am not a legal expert. I'm just your average person who is passionate about true crime and an avid trial watcher, just like many of you. So if you want things told from a legal perspective, then this probably isn't the show for you. And I know plenty of other awesome YouTubers that you could probably watch if that's what you're looking for. But if you just want to hang out with your courtroom besties all day, then this is the place to be. Covering trials, like trials are about real people. They are about real events, and there are some real consequences. So, we will take things seriously when it's time to be serious. But if you know anything about me, then we most assuredly will have fun at every opportunity we can. So as you can tell from the title and the thumbnail for the stream, our first trial that we're going to cover is the Massachusetts v. Karen Reed trial. Oh boy. So we picked this one for two reasons. One, it's literally everybody and anybody is going to be talking about for the next 6 to 8 weeks. So why not? And two, I personally did not watch the first trial. So, that's always fun. If you guys in chat, if you watch the first trial, why don't you raise your little hand so we can see how many of us are trial noobs and who's going to help guide us along with this crazy.
I just I'm like over here raising my hand like a little kid.
So, like I do know some of the basics of Karen retrial, right? This is what I know. I know that she allegedly hit her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, who is also a Boston police officer, with the back of her vehicle and then left him to die outside of like some cop house party. And I've heard that there were some questionable investigation practices, something about a busted taillight and a dog, possible police corruption, and that her trial ended with a hung jury. So that's about all I know. And I don't even know how much of that's right, but I have formed
You know
zero.
about red Solo cups?
Yes.
I should say, you got your red Solo cups, I see.
Yes, our lovely mod Angie sent me this background to use for this. She sent me a few. So one of the fun things I want to do is my green screen comes today, but I figured how fun would it be if I let everyone pick my background each day? I think that could be super fun. So if you guys have suggestions for each day, just
cool.
Put them in the comments or the chat or email them to me at tara@tcwtmedia.com. Sorry, I love talking.
I should say, it's early.
It is early for me, girl. It is. I got that. Oh, sorry. I just realized my microphone wasn't even by me. Did everybody even hear me? I hope so. Okay.
No, we just sat here and let you look like you were talking, and we didn't hear a word. So,
right?
No,
like
we're
not going to tell her.
We're your besties. We would not do that.
That's true.
That's why mine has a light. So if I don't see the light on camera, I know it's not working.
Well, Olafie like cleaned up the desk and put a nice mount. He did such a nice job last night for the setup, but he put my microphone all the way over on the other side. So, but I got one of those cool arm things coming today too. So,
they are great.
Yes.
The only tip, I have some soft stuff around mine because they have a tendency to make little noises.
Oh,
so
okay.
I have little foam things on there from a foam finger to help.
You gotta get creative, right?
You do, because it makes like if you hit it the wrong way, it makes this sound.
Oh, that's funny. So Angie says she's watched the Karen Reid trial. Cap'n says, I saw bits and bobs. Sounds a little dirty, Cap'n.
Oh, like, is it bits and boobs or bits and bobs? Or is it bobbin?
Oh, well, I hope not. None of that's happening. Lady in Gray says, this is going to be fun to watch with those who didn't watch first. I've heard people are very excited to see my face through the whole thing. That's what I've been told by all my friends. They're like, just you wait, Llama. Just you wait. Buffy has threatened to capture as many screenshots of my reactions as possible.
Oh, I have mine ready to go on the other screen so I can pull it over at any moment.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Lady in Gray also says she watched it from start to finish in most of the pretrial hearings, but I think Polly and Angie still know more than me. Okay, so we got quite a few people that kind of know what's going on. What time would it be
for Polly if she joined this morning? Because
she works.
Middle of the night.
She's in your time zone.
Oh, she's in my time. Why did I think she was our across the pond gal?
Oh no, that's Lisa Wilmot.
Lisa Poppet.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, Poppet. She's across the pond, if you will. Oh gosh.
It's 4 p.m. right now across the pond.
Oh. Buffy says she's never watched it in her life. She is such a fibber. I know.
Buffy, you can't start lying this early in the morning, sweetheart.
Oh, goodness. I've never seen any of this. I refuse until Llama is covering it. Well, thank you. Thank you. Buffy was telling me what I'm looking forward to the most is apparently the way they start court in the morning. What? They come in with like this hear ye, hear ye, hear ye spiel.
It's like you're across the pond.
What? I'm so excited. I can't.
Because they do that across the
wait.
pond too.
That's so crazy to me. I love
In Texas.
Good morning, Polly. There she is. There's Polly.
I think they should say, howdy, y'all, in Texas.
Howdy, y'all. I'm very excited about it. So, man, you get to watch it with your besties. So, did everybody bring snacks? If anybody knows, I do love snacks.
I did, and I already am going to tell you, I'm not sure how often I can join you because I'm trying not to gain weight before our in-person show. And look.
Oh my gosh. Animal crackers and Reese's eggs. Oh, my Reese's eggs are in my bedroom. I'll have to get those during the break. Yeah, I'm all about the snacks, you guys. I'm going to actually have to go shopping and like tonight probably for more snacks. I have my gummy bears, but they're all the way over there. That's not great. And there's only like a handful. So let's put a grocery order in. They say yeehaw instead of hear ye in Texas.
They do not. I wish they did.
Annie's making sausage burritos. Let me tell you about an overachiever in life. This little lady right here. Oh, goodness. Oatmeal and waiting for coffee. I know, right? Milk duds and popcorn, dear. I mean, it's a little early for popcorn. Maybe not, because I hear it's going to be popcorn all over the place. So, I know, look at that, Terry Gifton.
That is for you, Llama, because I know you're going to have some new people. They've got 6 to 8 weeks. So, their 5 people can have memberships.
Oh,
no. All
and JT. Oh, thanks, guys. I'm so excited about it. Then you're going to use the cute llama emoji that's coming. That I don't know what it looks like, but it'll be cute. I know it'll be cute.
Or the goat one, because I'm partial to the goat. Sorry.
Oh, yes, because we have the goat one. I forget what the other ones are now that I think about it. Damn. That's okay. Oh, well, thank you guys. I love that. You guys are so sweet.
Hey, for those who don't know, behind the scenes, True Crime and Wine Time would not be what it is today without you. So why would we not be here to support you? Because you keep our craziness and our ADD in check better than anyone I could think of. I mean, let's be truthful here.
That's true. I mean, if anybody doesn't know, I am the producer for TCWT Media. So they have a lot of other shows as well. If you're new here, Terry does Midday Missing on Mondays and Wednesdays, which is a very great show that, highlights missing person cases, a lot of unknown ones, making sure that everyone gets their space and time, that don't make like major news and stuff. And that's a really impactful show. Sometimes she has family members on, and those are always heartbreaking, but also my favorite.
I know. Same here.
Getting to know them and attaching that personality to them. And then on Thursdays is True Crime and Wine Time podcast, which I'm also now on as well. I guess I'm just going to be living on YouTube. So I went from not being on to being freaking everywhere. What's the case we're covering Thursday, Terry?
It is the Austin Lee Edwards, the cop, the bad cop.
Okay. Yeah, I briefly know a little bit about it. And I mean, it's not great.
I'm going to just say the system failed him and the families. So there's a lot of system failures there.
I'm looking forward to it. From the brief thing I do know. I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the sorts of questions.
This is the finale for your Zizian special this Sunday.
Oh my gosh, yes. Gosh, what a busy week. Yeah, so Sundays are last episode of our multi-part deep dive series, Zizian's Unveiled. Well, final for now. We'll be doing updates as they go through court and everything like that. But this is kind of like the end of the overall story. And if you guys haven't checked it out, it is the most craziest thing I've ever come across in the true crime world. It's crazy. It's about a group of trans, vegan, rationalist, anarchists who left a trail of bodies from coast to coast. It's nuts. It is nuts. And I'll say I've looked at other people's coverage, and they have not covered all the things that we've covered. That's for sure. Like when I say deep dive, we're talking like a 20-hour deep dive into these people. So
your llama emoji is precious.
Oh my gosh, is it? I can't see it on StreamYard. Hold on, because I do have the
precious.
Chat. Oh my gosh, that is so cute.
It's cuter than Jasper's.
Oh no. Well, we're gonna just have to do a new Jasper one, I guess. Thank you, JT, for making that. I learned how to have the actual chat open so I can see the emojis, because StreamYard doesn't like them for some reason. So, and apparently that's how you do polls, which maybe we'll do a poll. I've never scheduled a poll before or done a poll, so I can do that somehow. Oh, there we go. That little button there. Yeah, so Sunday, 9:00 Eastern is Zizian's. We'll also have the lovely Miss Capin will be joining me, JT and Terry as well. She's a hoot. And
that is the word for her.
She is. She is such a hoot. I love her. Oh, and then you're doing live shows soon, in person in 2 weeks.
In-person live shows. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
On a stage with wine and people and me and JT together.
In person. Now, last time you two got together in Denver, that was a wild time. So
that was a wild time. I will not be having to worry about altitude or Colorado environment polluting me.
Because you're wise like an owl. Yes, Kevin. That is why you're a hoot. Oh, not nervous, but we did finish the script, and it's hoot and also lovely. Yeah, I think it'll be great. And if you're a member of the channel, we're going to be streaming, hopefully, the members only will get to see the live in-person event. We're going to try.
Don't say hopefully, because Double H will make sure it happens. I mean,
that's true.
He's going to have 3 hours to get it set up. And don't forget, we're going to be in Marion, Ohio in July. So we might have to bring you up on stage with us too.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, they'll be in Ohio in July. You guys will be covering the Joey LaBute case, which is one of my, lack of a better word, pet cases. It's a local one that I've been very passionate about for the last 7 years or whatever. So, and everybody's going to be here in Ohio. JT, Terry, me, Elbow Feeds.
And they're all going to be wearing
pink. We're all going to be wearing pink, I guess. You know, when we were designing.
Weekend.
Oh, yes,
so
that's right.
Y'all have to wear pink.
Okay.
That's all I want for my birthday is y'all to wear pink.
I will do that.
Even Elbow Feed.
He'll wear pink. He's a very stylish guy. He likes colors. When we were designing everything for the show, the logo and all the background, Terry is like, I love it, but I don't see any pink anywhere, Llama. She was like,
the ears are pink. If you look inside the ears, you put a little bit of me in the pink ears. But no, the turquoises or the teal. Is that called teal or turquoise?
I guess I would call it turquoise.
I don't know the difference.
I don't know.
Pink is pink to me, whether it's fuchsia, baby pink, it's pink.
Might be aqua. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what word it is.
My mom, the original Mama Bear's favorite color was purple. So I grew up loving purple. So there's some purple in it. So it's all good, girl.
That's I'm wearing my purple shirt today. You can't tell; it just looks black. But there's that.
I'm wearing Chase
Oh my
Lackey today.
goodness! So court is supposed to start at 9 a.m. So that is in like 10 minutes. Ooh, ooh! I'm so excited. I don't know. I'm really. I know that this trial is going to live up to the hype. You know, it has to.
So,
literally,
off
crazy.
the top, do you think there'll be a third trial?
Oof. I mean, usually when they do retrials to get to a third one, sometimes they do, but like honestly, look at how much money a state has wasted if they're already going through true trials and can't convict. So, I mean, I've heard of trials doing a third time, but usually at that point, like if you can't win in 2 trials, then honestly, my concern for this is I think, again, I know nothing, you guys. So this is just a formed opinion on nothing that I know. So as a start, just like, you know, the jurors, they don't know what the hell's going on. I'm concerned that the second-degree murder charge is too high. Like, I feel like they're overcharging with
And they're not
second-degree
giving that
murder.
other option to
Oh, they're not?
do.
There's no lesser included?
That's what I'm asking. Is there, because that's what happened in
Oh,
Casey Anthony. They stuck
right.
to that first-degree murder. They didn't give the jury other options. That's how
Mhm.
she got away with it.
I think Buffy said in the first trial that they did. Yes, yeah, she said that they did have lesser included charges, but like the jury was confused with the jury instructions. But even going for second degree, again, I don't know the details, so maybe they can prove to me that it fits second degree murder, but just off of this, that seems kind of high. Like it seems like you could easily possibly get involuntary manslaughter.
Right.
But I don't know any of the details. So we'll see if the state can prove second degree murder. That just seems like, you know, allegedly they were drinking and she backed into him and left him there. That second degree murder seems really high
Yeah.
in this scenario. So we'll see. Let's see. What did the chat say? Oh, Buffy says they have a vendetta against her, so they might go for a third one.
I would agree.
Lady in Gray agrees. They don't care how much they do it.
Lady in Gray, we are on the same page. I think if it doesn't happen, if it, you know, a guilty doesn't come or an innocent, if it's hung, they're going to go again.
Yeah, they do have lessers.
Oh, that's right. They had the bad jury instructions that were confusing.
Yeah,
yes.
Apparently. And Angie says that's why they're appealing to the Supreme Court, which they're going to the Supreme Court like in the middle of this trial. I think they're supposed to go on the 20th, so by Friday. So that's also interesting. I don't know. We'll see. But already I think the second degree seems
a
little crazy.
Much.
Well, especially for the second trial, I guess.
Right.
You know, if you couldn't get that in the first one, then maybe you should have went with a lesser included.
Because like in Texas, we would have maybe done like vehicular homicide or involuntary manslaughter, you know, one of those two.
Yeah.
Because second degree, they're saying there was intent.
Or a little malice forethought, you know, that usually means like, like at least with involuntary manslaughter, like it was a death caused by recklessness.
Right.
I believe that's what it means.
Yes.
But then again, let's see the trial, because I've heard a lot of people be like, she's framed, right? So those charges wouldn't even matter if she is being framed, because that's the defense's defense. So I don't know. I'm very, very interested to see.
I'm going to rain on your parade a little bit and jump in. Yeah. Everybody, be sure to go give thumbs up to Couch Court with Llama as you're watching, so that it'll help more people find her.
Yeah. Hit that like button, yo. Oh gosh.
I
So
have to
crazy.
know what Angie means. What is the call? Oh, the car line. Got it.
Colin.
I had to say it out loud for it to make sense.
Yeah, I heard the Boston accents are all over the place. Apparently, Buffy does a great accent of the judge, or I'm sorry, impression of the judge. So she comes
Oh,
on later. If she comes on later, we might have to have her do it for us. She's like, now, Llama, I'm not coming on.
oh, she loves you. She will. If not,
Yeah.
just use your whatever that mind magic is called.
Oh, my
to-
high mana warp.
Yes, to make her do it.
Oh my goodness. So I also heard that she did this documentary that's on HBO Max like during the first trial. So like while trial was going on, they were filming this documentary with this crew, and apparently she said some things in it that the prosecution is planning on using.
Oh,
And
see,
that,
I didn't
kids, is
watch it.
why you don't talk. That's why you don't. You just don't do it. So we'll see. I don't know exactly what those statements are, and
I can't believe they released it with her having a second trial, because like Dateline, when they do stuff, if they usually have the defense attorney watch it before it's released
mhm.
to make sure that nothing is being said that can be held against you. And I know Dateline has held stuff and released it later after a conviction so that it doesn't interfere with anything. So
Mhm.
that's interesting that her attorney didn't do that and left her open.
Apparently her defense team contacted the producers to do this. I mean, they thought this was going to be a easy win, and maybe it should have been. Again, I don't know. I didn't watch the trial, but it's a lot like the Staircase, Michael Peterson's documentary.
Oh, yeah.
Where they follow, the defense team and do the war planning and things like
I'll have
that.
to watch that. Well, the owl did that, so.
Yeah. Ooh, ooh. Oh, she's done a doc and Dateline.
Yeah. I saw the Dateline one.
It's
The
like you might
Dateline
as well
one,
take the stand.
I don't remember there being anything that overly caught me.
Well, kids, if you get in trouble, don't do interviews because they will use
Keep
that
your mouth
against you
shut.
in court. Keep your mouth shut
Keep your mouth shut.
because you might as well take the stand at that point. So,
Unless you're
Not
an
smart.
attorney, and then you can testify in closing statements.
well, there is that. There is that. What other trials have you watched, Terry, before?
So I've never sat and watched one from end to end. Murdaugh, I did listen to all of it
Okay.
because I have a very unpopular opinion. I won't have everybody hate me this morning. And then Karen Reed, I did pop in and listen to that one quite a bit because I think I might have some unpopular opinions on that one too. So,
Oh,
and then Jody
I
Ari.
love unpopular opinions. I know a lot of people don't. Like the internet seems to not like people disagreeing, but I like them. Everybody's allowed to have their opinions.
Yeah. Jody was the first one I watched several times while somebody was streaming.
Okay. Jody's is interesting. She took the stand for like 2 weeks. I was hoping with Lori Vallow we would have a Jody Aries situation.
I know.
I am still so salty with her about that.
Yeah.
She owes us.
She does owe us that.
I mean, we sat through almost 3 trials, Lori. Take the stand already. So, oh my goodness. Lori Vallow. Oh, and that reminds me. So we were streaming the Lori Vallow trial over on our other YouTube channel, The Courtyard, that we were having fun and stuff. And so today The jury is supposed to come in and start deliberation today. If a verdict comes in, when this court is on break, Karen Reed, we will switch over and watch the verdict. Though it might not even come, because they're 3 hours behind. So chances are the verdict probably isn't going to come in until like Karen Reed's finished, ideally.
Unless it's at lunchtime because they went home knowing what they were going to do and they come in this morning and just knock it out.
Well, I didn't see what time the jury was expected to report because they just like noped out of there last night. Let's see if they've said.
Lady in Gray says Gigi with Pretty Lies thinks it's possible they've already voted. I saw that over on the Twitter, whatever we call it these days too.
Oh, they already voted and then just decided to go home
and sleep on it. I mean, because they are, it's someone's life. I mean, and the thing that gets me, she's already sentenced to life in prison. So I don't think they feel as much accountability. And I don't want to say accountability. I don't think it's going to weigh on their heart as heavy to make a heavy decision.
But they don't know that.
But they don't know that, right?
Yeah, they don't know that. They don't know about Idaho.
They know that. How do they not know it?
Oh my goodness, I don't know. But I have to let Zoe outside. You know how she is. She's like, "Oh, are you live? Well, let me go.
Lady in Gray, supposedly they don't know that, but I would be shocked if there was anyone in the continental U.S. that doesn't know that. I mean, do I have to be so big on this camera? Y'all can see all my gray hairs, which are getting done tomorrow. But yeah, that's a big picture. But yeah, I don't see how anybody doesn't know that. I mean, you should be able to make a decision based on what you're hearing in this trial, but you can't just erase people's memories that I'm aware of. So I know Zoe's going to have to come on, Cap'n, and say hi to us so that everybody can meet her. I don't think y'all can hear, but I do have a Jasper out in the backyard baying at me this morning because he didn't get to see me this morning. So he's out there going, bah. But Lady in Gray, I agree. I don't know if people don't know, but maybe people don't watch. Maybe not everybody is like us who likes true crime and likes to know what's going on in the world. But Jasper is bay. He's baying out there because he hears me. He's like, Mom. There will be a camera soon in Jasper's new castle. So there will be some cam footage coming for Jasper. If anybody's interested in a Nigerian dwarf goat in his adorableness, who will be getting a brother soon. So there will be 2 of them. There will be 2 of them. Now, the thing I'm interested about this trial, I wonder with the prosecution bringing stuff from her documentary that she said, how much is the defense strategy going to be different? Still going to be different. Hey, JT, I can send you some cuter pictures of Jasper that you can use. He's got cute pictures with this little hat on and stuff, or his little Hawaiian shirt. But I just wonder how much the defense strategy is going to change. Because once you have a mistrial, from the defense's standpoint, you already know what, the prosecution already knows what your defense strategy is going to be. So they have to do a new defense strategy. In my opinion, they have to change it. And now that they're going to have to rebut stuff that she said on these documentaries, that's going to be interesting to me. So that will be interesting to me. Interesting. JT, It's going to be big enough on the emoji. It's a balance. I have to make it look big on something so small. Buzzing. Yeah, that sounds very dirty, JT. Very
Sorry
dirty.
about that. Zoe was being a pain in the butt. Go in the bathroom.
All I know
Goodness, girl.
is when it's just one person, you are so big on the screen. I was like,
So-
whoa, wow. You could see
Yeah.
all of my gray roots.
I'm gonna have to adjust that one because I agree. It's like, ooh, I know I have a fancy 4K camera now, but like nobody really needs to.
Yeah, nobody
see
needs
that.
to see all of this.
This early in the morning. I mean, I guess
I know
it'll
it's
wake
5
people up.
after. Did they start yet?
Oh gosh, it doesn't show that they have yet. Let me just refresh the feed because sometimes YouTube will stall out. Nope. According to CBS Boston, they have not started yet. Boston. So that's great. I was told they were on time all the time. Oh, I'm sure trying to get into that courthouse is nuts today.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure somebody's got all of that outside.
Mm-mm.
Oh, the
sure.
Menendez brothers is the stuff. Of course, it didn't stream live, but I watched all of the recaps and stuff.
It's hard to hear the courtroom at times. I do have a volume booster on, so hopefully that will help us, and hopefully it won't blow out our ears like Valo yesterday. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, that was
So bad. It was intense.
difficult.
Very difficult. Very difficult. Like, I don't know who was doing the audio for that, but yikes. No, thank you.
Being married to an audio engineer, I hear complaints about audio all the time.
Oh my gosh, you would have hated the prosecution's closing yesterday.
Oh, you should hear him watching TV and a commercial comes on and he doesn't. He's like, why can they not calibrate it to be at the same volume? I'm like,
Yes.
honey, you're preaching to the choir.
Why are commercials so much louder? That's the problem with, doing this is you have the volume booster on, and then if it cuts to commercial, it's so loud and shocking. So
it's to make sure you're awake.
Right? They really want you paying attention to that advertisement that I'm not going to buy. So that's great. Oh my gosh. It was so weird. So much louder than she was. And it was weird they got to put video in the prosecution's closing. I'm still
that was
perplexed
different.
by that. Yeah, I thought it was different and weird. Never seen that before. If you guys didn't watch Lori Vallow, the prosecution included audio clips of other people's testimony in the trial, which is very strange because I've never seen that before. Because usually it's like the jurors have to rely on their own memory, their own, what they heard and whatnot. They usually don't get a second chance at witness testimony. So that was very interesting to see. Oh my goodness, Zoe. My dogs are so dramatic. I'm sorry. They're going to have to adjust to our new lifestyle.
Tell them to get on board.
I would get a dog cam for you, but they sleep in different rooms. And Zoe snores like real loud. So,
aww.
She's an old girl.
You're a happy dog.
I don't know about that. Sometimes she's snoring really loud, and so is elbow feet, and yet they won't be like synced up, right? So one snores and the other one, and back and forth. And those are the worst nights.
We have that with Brandy, my mother-in-law's dog, who lives with us but sleeps in my room. She snores, and she's not in rhythm with double H. And so I literally will pump him to try to get him in sync with her.
Same.
Because it's like, God, I can't stop it.
Mm-mm. It's the words. Get a mic for Zoe.
That would be adorable.
I don't know about that. Come on, court. What's happening today? Let me see.
Okay, I just found a thing that says court generally starts at 9. Generally starts at
Cool. Let me just check another source and just make sure it hasn't like started elsewhere.
That's what I did to check.
Okay, so it hasn't everywhere. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Well, then we'll just go back to that then. Okay, well, it is their first day. Again, I'm sure they're fighting the crowds because I bet the crowd is even bigger than the first time.
They showed a picture, Boston CBS showed a picture, and it looked like it was a little crazy.
Oh, really?
So
I almost put Angie on a timeout. Button. Bev is usually on time. It's day one, though. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I bet it's a madhouse.
So, watching the lady in a pretty green thing in Boston who's outside the courthouse talking. I don't know what she's saying though.
Gosh. I can't believe that, like, this is as big of a deal as it is. I mean, I can, but, like, it's pretty wild to see a trial this publicized. And, you know, people are very divisive on it and confrontational about it. And that's pretty... well, I guess a lot of people do get worked up in trials. I mean, all the way back even to OJ, that was divisive. The Menendez brothers was divisive. People are going to have their opinions about that. But I've heard that the crowd gets a little crazy. Like there's been like physical altercations between people, and that's it's too much. Too much, you guys.
Kind of like Walmart on Black Friday. It gets a little crazy. Just saw a picture of Karen Reed heading into the courthouse today. All either a black or dark navy blue suit, carrying a huge bag. Oh, she was wearing all black. So,
I couldn't imagine just going from having a normal life where nobody knows who you are.
I know.
To this. Like how shocking that must be. Because I imagine she can't go anywhere.
No, especially not there. I mean, I think she probably could in other parts of the world.
But to like all of a sudden be a celebrity and you had no intention of.
Yeah. I mean, because like if I ran into Karen on the street, I would be like, God, she looks so familiar. But I don't think my brain would instantly go to where she looks familiar from.
Yeah, that'd be so weird to have to go through.
She.
Ugh.
I'm looking at.
I also heard that people were booing John's family at the last trial when they would come into court. All right, you guys. That's not cool.
Agreed.
It's not okay. Like I get that they're probably pro prosecution, but to like boo the family is gross. That's not okay. I was like, what? Because they just want answers. They didn't ask for any of that. I was shocked when I heard that. I was like, oh. I mean.
Okay, I have to tell you the live stream that I just opened. It's just that ceiling fan.
CBS Boston doesn't even have the ceiling fan. I hear that we're going to look at that ceiling fan a lot.
Yeah, I'm on NBC 10 News, their live version of it. just straight on their website. But yeah, it's just the ceiling fan and a beep. And I hate that fan. I'm going to just be honest. I hate that fan. Not a fan.
Get used to the fan.
I'm not a fan of the fan.
There was so much drama with no llama. It wasn't worth it to watch for the first time. Oh, well, thank you. We'll see. Oh my
I
goodness,
do think
I'm
we
so
need to
anxious.
make a little video clip of just the fan. And like if you ever need to take a break or something, you can just put up the fan video.
I like that. Well, except we'll make it cuter somehow.
Yeah, definitely make it cuter. Maybe make it teal or something, or put words on
Glittery.
the blade. Ooh, girl, I'm always up
I
for
know.
glitter.
Right? Put a little glitter filter
And
on
I
it or
purchased
something.
teal glitter for somebody for when I send stuff in the mail. It doesn't always have to be pink glitter. I purchased
Oh,
some teal glitter
I love that. For me?
for you.
Oh, it took me. I was like, wait a second. Is she talking about me?
So I can mix the pink and put it
Oh, I
together.
love that. Thank you. Thank you. I think when we get all the screenshots in, we'll put together a compilation video short. That's what I told him.
Yeah.
I said that to Buffy too. I was like, oh gosh, we'll make an in memory of the trial video.
Most
You
likely
guys-
to send a glitter bomb.
You know, and sometimes you guys, it'll be just me on here, but we will also have people coming on throughout the day, every day, you know, maybe a little bit here, maybe for the whole day. We never know. But we'll have other guests such as Annie will be back. Maybe not today. She has a lot going on today. But we might have Buffy and Terry and a couple others. I won't put their name out so that way they don't feel any pressure.
I'm just, hoping Annie gives us a surprise during this trial.
That's true. One of our lovely co-hosts is going to be popping out a baby sometime in the next couple of weeks. So
I know.
Never know. We're going to have our first court couch or couch court baby.
Oh my gosh. We need to get her a little emoji for a little bitty baby spud.
A baby spud. Oh, yeah, that's great. Oh, yeah, by the way, I've decided to call everyone my little couch potatoes. So you can drop a potato emoji. Because you know how like other streamers, like they have their own like distinct emoji. Well, I think we should go with a potato. But if you guys think that's stupid, that's fine. We'll pick a different one. But I thought it was really cute.
Llama, is this going to be the first staff TCWT baby?
It is, yeah. Isn't that crazy?
I love that.
I know. I love it. It's gonna be. I'm very excited for her. And it's her first
I like
one.
the potatoes. I like the little couch
You
potatoes.
like the little couch potatoes?
They just started showing something on 10 Boston. So do you want to refresh your screen and see?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Nope.
They brought the judge into the courtroom.
Oh, oh, shit.
The defendant's motions allowed, so you will not have an independent reader. Is it fair to say that the
Can y'all hear good?
Commonwealth motion to enforce compliance with court's April 16th ARCCA discovery order and the Commonwealth's motion to preclude new expert testimony or alternatively to continue the trial? Both of those motions will take a little bit of time, Mr. Brennan.
I don't think I'll be long in my argument.
I think that I need more information on one of them. And I think we'll do that at the end of the trial. I mean, at the end of today, we'll hear both these motions. Mr. Jackson, I did see that a list of text messages, 100 or so.
Look at that courtroom.
Is in your response to my order on Friday. Did you provide the text messages themselves? All right. In light of that,
You guys can't
the
hear?
fact that we don't have time, this juror's been waiting for
It's
the
just very low.
simultaneous 3 weeks now.
Okay.
I'm going to prohibit you from mentioning ARCCA in your opening statement. And then we'll deal with this later today. I ordered those text messages and they weren't delivered. So we're going to be bringing the jury in. I'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
On that, I think the court respectfully may be factually incorrect on a key assumption of what Your Honor is ruling.
5 minutes, Mr. Alessi.
Mr. Jackson couldn't give you the facts.
Oh, this is also bad.
That's more than 5 minutes. I'll see you at sidebar. Come up here.
We're good? Could we hear that? I'm so sorry about that.
Yes.
Did we hear? Okay. You know, the problem is that I had the volume on the video like all the way down because I don't listen to things in full volume very often. All right, but we all heard that. Okay, so sorry for blowing out your guys' ears first thing in the morning. What is this courtroom? What is the setup of this courtroom? Oh my gosh. It is so small and tight and old-fashioned. Like, what is this?
It doesn't look like their larger courtroom. It's like very small.
It is tight.
It's almost like the Capitol room where it's kind of done in a rotunda, but very tight.
It is very small and very old. Yeah. Yikes. They're like all on top of one another.
Oh, Lady in Gray, you're right.
Paul O'Keefe will stare at Karen the entire time. Oh, I'm assuming is that his family that we're seeing right now? I'm going to go with that's his mom in the blue. She looks very upset.
Yeah.
Which, again, understandable. I mean, they did lose somebody, so I'm not too...
They did. I mean, and that's why it's important for everybody to realize there's two sides of the family, you know, on this.
Yeah, this isn't great for anyone, you know, but to have all them that close, her defense table is literally right next to the people.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. All right, what are they saying over here? That's his family. The defense is behind Karen. It's like an L with equal size. That is so weird. Oh, gosh. I can only imagine now. They need more than a ceiling fan. I can only imagine how warm it is.
Oh, they've got the air cranked down, I'm sure.
Oh, goodness. Oh, where did my little... I'm doing it. There we go. Oh my gosh, JT, that cute little couch potato emoji is very cute.
That is cute.
That is very cute. I like that. That's cute. Oh, that one's cute too. Maybe we'll take them to a vote. I love that. Polly just sent me one too.
Buffy says, if this is your reaction to the courtroom, wait till you hear the evidence. Guys, I have the screenshot ready to capture Llama's reactions while I'm around.
Yeah, look, I mean, this courtroom's crazy. I'm assuming all the people in the top row there are reporters, is what I'm assuming. And then what is the audience? Like freaking 20 people? And that's crazy. And I can't believe how close they are to the defense. And why would they set his family right next to Karen?
Last time, is there a second level, kind of like you have in a church where like the choir's upstairs? Is there a second level for
like a balcony?
More people? Yeah, like a balcony.
I don't know. This seems like a logistical nightmare. That's for sure. But why would they set John's family right next to where? Yeah, like that's awkward.
What if one day could change everything?
I'll just mute that. Sorry. Let's see. This is how all the Massachusetts courtrooms are set. That's crazy. It's a tiny colonial courthouse.
Maybe they should have rented out an
Sorry.
arena or something.
Stupid commercials. I'm sorry.
They should have rented out an arena.
That's just, oh my gosh. We're talking about 18th century justice. I mean, I don't know. That courtroom's something. Why do I feel like it froze? Because it did. Hold on. I don't want to blast your guys' eardrums again.
Yep. They're back.
Oh.
There's the fan.
That's cute.
No, not.
It's fine. Oh. So we're in recess. Okay, well, I'll just put it back to us while we wait. How's that, everybody? Excellent. Nice.
I'm sorry. Elbow feet always makes me laugh. I'm so glad he's here. She's on trial for witchcraft.
I needed to work out some issues behind the scene there, so bear with us. Okay. All right. So they're in recess right now. Okay. Let me also do this. Oh, thanks, JT.
You had to one-up me.
Can we be official brothers, please and thank you. All right. What did Turtle Boy said? Alessi wanted to mention ARCCA in opening. Bev said no, because some emails weren't turned over, and he said there is more to it than that. They went to sidebar, now recess. Okay. I don't know what that means, but that doesn't sound great.
You know who Turtle Boy is, right?
Yes. Yes, I do. He's reporting outside, right? He's okay. How many times do you think they'll arrest Turtle Boy at this trial? Right, because I did hear about that. Did I hear something that he's even on the witness list this time around? I think I did. Hear that. Alessi is opening. Apparently, a lot of people are fans of defense attorney Alessi, is what they told me yesterday. From his ex stream, he's in the courtroom right now because no witnesses are testifying. Okay, so Turtle Boy has to leave though because he is on the witness list. Okay.
No, it looks like Lady Grace says they took him off.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So he's gonna be there like the whole time. Did we see him in the gallery? You guys have to point him out. I don't think I'm very familiar with what he looks like. Like I know I've seen his face before, but I don't think I could pick him up out of a lineup. Feet says it means she tried to rule that they couldn't talk about it, but she did so in errors. So they are probably doing a review of the evidence it's based on for the opening. Okay. Is the ARCCA, is that the FBI report everyone's talking about? Is that what that means? I think so. See, people tried to explain some things to me, but because I had no context for it, I didn't know where to store that information.
I thought they said ORCA, so.
Okay, so he can't be there during certain things. Okay, excellent. And yes, also, Amos, if you're listening, yes, please and thank you.
So the ARCCA is a crash reconstruction firm.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So,
Oh, look who's coming to hang out. It's Buffy. Okay.
all I know is I'm going to just need them to get a seal or something instead of a ceiling fan.
Oh, y'all hear that? It's train time. You might as well get used to that. You might as well get used to that. You will hear it a couple
I
times
say
every day.
if there wasn't so many of them, I would say you could do a shot or take a drink every time. But if there's a lot of them, I'm going to say that's not a great idea.
I think they run maybe like three or four times during the day. So
Okay.
it's better. I have some neighbors moving in across the street, and this morning I just hear this loud, like beep, 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 like big truck. I'm like, oh my God, are they starting construction outside my house? Like today is not the day for that, right? And no, they were moving in like one of those, storage unit pod
Yeah.
things.
Pod.
Because I was like, I am going to lose my mind.
You were going to have to move to the closet.
I'd just be like in a little corner with my phone. Like, I'm here. So I'm glad that didn't happen. They were hired by the DOJ, the Department of Justice, then sent 2,000 pages to both the Commonwealth and defense. Defense called them. CW didn't because it went against them. Ooh. That's not great. And so the judge is like, no, we're not going to talk about that.
Well, she said something that she didn't receive all the pages yet. They would have to talk about it later. So maybe all of the printout or evidence pages she hasn't gotten. So maybe they sent it to everybody but the judge? Because the judge said she hadn't gotten them all.
Gosh.
Oh.
To have independent readers read. What the hell is an independent reader? What does that mean? I certainly haven't heard that before. Awesome. Well, okay. So we're delayed already. So the ceiling fan is still going.
I mean, that's triggering.
You're like, oh no, flashbacks of the ceiling fan. No.
Jeez. I mean, at least put pictures on the blades or something to make it interesting.
Outsiders to read transcripts like on this. Okay. Like read them out loud? Isn't that what a witness does?
But if it's a report that's long, maybe they were wanting somebody to actually read the reports. I don't know.
Well, usually it's just like whoever made the report has to testify about it, right? So,
that's
okay.
I'm going to just say, if they read 2,000 pages, I'm tapping out.
That's fair.
Out.
That's fair.
Out.
They're not going to do that though, right?
I don't remember, because last time I listened, I didn't watch, but I didn't get to listen every day. So,
oh my gosh. The Commonwealth wanted independent readers to read the text between John and Karen. That's what the investigate. Okay. But defense objected. Okay. Brennan just didn't want to call the Massachusetts State Police officer who did last time. I mean, okay. But also that's the whole point, is that only that person that investigate it should read it. Why would you bring in somebody else? That is so... Okay.
It's different.
Okay. Lady and Grandson, they don't read 2,000 pages. Thank you. ARCCA has their own report, and the DOJ turned over lots of stuff. Okay. So we got the feds in. The feds involved. So that's always great.
Yeah.
Miss 30,000
text.
What? How do you
How
miss?
could you miss 30,000?
Wow, how do you have 30,000 texts? That's crazy. Right, because somebody told me that Sarah Birchmore is a young woman who got pregnated by a cop that he was having an affair with her while married, I think it was, and he allegedly killed her. And apparently the same people investigating Karen Reed is also the same people investigating that.
Oh.
And they're also the same people investigating, I believe, Brian Walsh. I think it's Walsh. We're also investigating that one. So because he's incompetent, that's not our problem. It's not our problem that their investigators are incompetent. I mean, I wouldn't pull in, wouldn't let them do an independent reader either. That's crazy. How are you too incompetent to read text messages? Can you not read?
Well, but maybe they don't want to because maybe they want to protect. Because I'm just doing a quick review of this Sandra Birchmore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I see why people are thinking there's a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I mean, there.
I mean, 30,000 texts. I mean, I could see you could miss 3 if there was 30,000. But how do you miss 30,000 texts?
That's crazy. What we got here? It was a cover-up big time.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. We might need to put that on our True Crime Wine Time list to cover.
Yeah, I know a little bit. That's about.
I don't until I'm reading this now.
Yeah, it's not great. It doesn't
That's
look good.
Not great.
Again, for any of these people, it does not. Yikes! Because I think the cop's brother. I don't know. I won't start rumors because I'm not entirely sure, but I feel like his brother was also.
Do you have to tell you?
A player.
I find myself saying, "Yeah, that's not great." Very often.
In case anybody wonders, that's what I say all the time. When something comes my way to prove something. Well, it's not great. It's not great. Lady in Gray says Sandra Birchmore would be great for True Crime Wine Time. I agree. If you guys have any ideas,
add it to the list.
Yeah, if you guys got any ideas, feel free to send them our way. You can put them, send them to Tara at True Crime and Wine Time Media. Oh, no, I just said the wrong thing like a dingus. I should know my own email, guys. Tara at TCWTmedia.com. You can send us your suggestions for True Crime and Wine Time because they do a deep dive over there on one case each week. So we're always looking for cases to cover because there's so many, sadly.
I mean, we're never going to be out of business.
That's true. That is true. You know, I wish this court would worry about my bathroom schedule because and how much coffee I've drank already. So that's great.
Hey, it's just a ceiling fan right now, so it might be a good time for a bio.
A what?
A bio. A bio.
I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, okay. I was like, I didn't write a bio for. Was I supposed to do that, Terry? Like, I didn't. I was like, what? I didn't do that. I didn't prepare anything. Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna go take a quick little potty break. If you can hold down the fort for just a second, that would be super.
I can hold it for just a second. I can be really big on screen.
Well, here, you know what? I'll stop my cam, and then I'll keep you that size. How about that? We'll do
Okay,
that.
thank you. Elbow Feet says internet speak for potty. Yeah. Bio break or the library. I know there's a lot of different things people call it, but I've just heard bio break or ladies' room. And at the law firm growing up, or my mom, that it was always the library. If somebody called and one of the attorneys or somebody was in the restroom, when I would help answer the phones, I would tell them, "Oh, they're currently in the law library. Can I have them return your call?" And that meant they were in there, doing their thing. So, Lady in Gray, BRB is kind of the same thing, but BRB can also be because you need to let the dogs out. You got a phone call to take. You need to go get some more coffee. You need a snack. In my case, you need more wine. Yes, Llama, she does. And we've had that conversation before because it drives me crazy. Drives me crazy. When I see that picture, I'm like, oh, and Miss is here. Nope, it's Llama. Aw, 80s Music Man is here. Hi, thanks for popping in. Right now, there's nothing going on because they're trying to decide if something can be said during opening statements. And, that's that. Miss Law. Oh my goodness. You guys are so funny. And it is so early to be funny. And I have to say, I kind of like it. Because when Llama said she wanted to do this, I was like, do you realize how early that is for some people? That is early for some people. Some of us get up really early, some of us don't. But it's early.
Okay, I'm back.
Uh-oh, looks like
Oh, we got something.
we were talking about the fact you need to change your picture.
I know. I forgot to upload. As soon as I did that, I was like, oh, I forgot to upload my cute llama.
Court, we'll be back at
9:47. Oh, so in like 5 minutes. You have the volume, Amy? Amy? Check the volumes, babe. Oh my gosh. Look who's here. You ready, babes? Yes? No?
Uh-oh.
Amy. Amos, you want to check the volume, please? In the meantime, look who's come to join us. Let me bring her. Was that a thumbs up? Okay, yep. All right, good. Look who it is. It's Buffy. Hi, girl. You're on mute, by the way.
Yeah, she's giving.
Got it? No. Here, let me see if I can unmute you. There you go. Oh, no, I don't hear you, babe. Yeah, no sound. Go to settings and just make sure that you have the right input and output.
Yeah, and over on the trial, they're making everybody put their hands up and do that. I don't think Amy realizes there's no volume.
Let me see.
Second degree and not in the first
there we
degree in
go.
violation of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 265,
you're good
Section
too.
1.
Yeah, we all did it.
002, Karen Reed of Mansfield in the County of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the County of Norfolk. Did operate a motor vehicle upon a way as defined in General Law, Chapter 90, Section 1, or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, with a percentage by weight of alcohol in her blood of 8/100ths or greater, or while under the influence of intoxicating liquor, and did so operate said motor vehicle so the lives and safety of the public might be endangered. and by such wanton and reckless conduct so described, you caused the death of another person, to wit, John O'Keefe, in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 13.5. 003, Karen Reed of Mansfield in the County of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022, at Canton in the County of Norfolk, did operate a motor vehicle upon a way or in a place to which the
Why
public
is it when they
has a
say
right of access, or
Norfolk?
upon a way or in a
It
place to
sounds
which
like
members of the
Norfolk.
public have access as invitees or licensees, and without stopping and making known her name, residence, and registration number of her motor vehicle, to go away to avoid prosecution or evade apprehension after knowingly colliding with or otherwise causing injury to John O'Keefe, such injuries having resulted in the death of said person in violation of General Law, Chapter 90, Section 24, Subsection 2, Subsection A.5, Subsection 2. To these indictments, the defendant has pled that she is not guilty and for trial has put herself upon the country which country you are, and you are sworn to try the issue. If she is guilty, you are to say so. If she is not guilty, you say so and no more. Jurors hearken to the evidence.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, that was something.
All right, members of the jury, I'm about to make some preliminary remarks to you to acquaint you with some of the legal principles, procedure, and terminology that you may inquire during the course of this trial. These comments are not intended to be a substitute for the more detailed instructions on the law that I'll give you at the conclusion of the case. So you'll remember that this is a trial of a criminal case. Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. She's also charged with manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death, the indictments that Mr. McDermott just read to you. I'll describe the law in detail at the end of the case and the elements of these charges, but briefly, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. In order to prove Ms. Reed guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison, manslaughter while operating under the influence is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct while under the influence of intoxicating liquor. And leaving the scene of an accident after causing personal injury or death requires the Commonwealth to prove that Ms. Reed knowingly collided with John O'Keefe, that she caused him injury or death, and then she fled the scene. These terms and the elements of the crimes will be explained to you in detail at the end of the case before you begin your deliberations. Now, please remember that Ms. Reed starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is just a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation. It is merely a formal manner of accusing a person of a crime and bringing that person to trial in the Superior Court. But it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence alone requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law never requires a defendant to prove her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make your determination after listening and considering all the evidence. Now, what is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who were sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I am sure that you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we're not aware of them and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that's what I'm talking about. Of course, we judges have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to stop making up your mind before then. Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, please consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you, individually and as a group, do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and the law, without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, when I finish these initial instructions, the Commonwealth, Mr. Brennan, will make his opening statement. Then Ms. Reed's lawyer, Mr. Jackson, can choose to make an opening statement or not, because again, remember, the defendant has no burden of proof and doesn't have to prove anything. Her lawyer does not need to make an opening statement. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence at trial will be. It is intended simply to introduce the main issues in this case to you. Next, the prosecution will introduce evidence in support of the charges in the indictments. After that, the defendant may present evidence on her behalf if she wishes to do so, but she is not obliged to do so. Remember, the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. The law does not require any defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence at all. After all the evidence, each side will have an opportunity to offer you closing arguments about what conclusions you might draw from the evidence. Like the opening statements, the closing arguments are not evidence. They're merely intended to help you understand the respective contentions of the parties. Finally, after all the evidence and the lawyer's arguments, I will instruct you in detail on the principles of law which you are to apply in your deliberations when you retire to consider your verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. Let me speak briefly about our respective roles in this case. As the judge, my responsibility is to see that this case is tried orderly, fairly, and efficiently. It's also my instruction to decide any questions of law that come up during the trial and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept the law as I stated to you, whether you agree with it or not. Your function, you folks are the most important people in the courtroom. Your function is to determine the facts. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You will have to consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which you believe any witness. You can believe all of what a witness says, some of it, or none of it. It's entirely up to you. It is part of your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that may arise during the course of the trial and to determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, you must determine whether or not the Commonwealth has proved the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The lawyers have their own important role in this trial. They are, of course, advocates. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence offered by the other side that may not be admissible under our rules of evidence. Similarly, we may engage in sidebar conferences out of your hearing. These sidebar conferences are not intended to keep secrets from you, but to allow the lawyers a little more time to argue their points so that I may rule on what you may consider as evidence. If I agree with an objection to a question, the term I will use is sustained. You are to disregard that question, and you're not to speculate as to what the answer might have been. In the same way, you're to disregard any evidence that I tell you is stricken from the record. If I reject or overrule an objection, I'll permit the witness to answer. This happens a lot. You'll find this during the course of the trial. If I let the witness answer the question, but you're not allowed to give the answer any more weight than you would have no objection had been made. Please do not hold it against the lawyers if they make an objection. That's the part of the important part of the lawyer's job. The lawyers have to let me know when there is a potential issue about the admissibility of certain evidence under our law. You must decide this case solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom. This will include the sworn testimony of witnesses and may also include any exhibits that are admitted into evidence, any facts that I tell you have been agreed to by both sides, and any facts that I indicate to you may be taken as a matter of common knowledge. Questions to witnesses, no matter how artfully phrased, are not evidence. Only the answers which you receive from the witnesses who are testifying under oath are evidence. So if a witness is asked, isn't it true that after you learned that your uncle left you money in his will, you poisoned him? And the witness's answer is no. Based solely on that question and answer, there is no evidence that the witness has an uncle, that the uncle had a will, that the uncle left the witness money, that the witness knew that he did, or that the witness poisoned him. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about the case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I may make, the lawyer's openings and closing arguments, and any comments they may make are not evidence. I will emphasize this point because it's crucial to your understanding of your role. If the lawyers or I make any comments during the trial, those comments are not evidence, and your verdict must be based only on the evidence. In Massachusetts, lawyers are not allowed to make comments other than during opening statements and closing arguments. They are permitted only to ask questions, but they cannot comment on the witness's answer. If a lawyer comments, you are to disregard it. In this way, communication in the courtroom is not like everyday conversation. If a lawyer seems to agree or disagree with an answer, or if a lawyer expresses confusion or any other reaction or emotion, you are to give no weight to what that lawyer does. In the interaction between a lawyer and a witness, you may consider only the witness's testimony as evidence. In a similar way, any comment I make is not evidence. But of course, you can't disregard what I say when I provide you with instruction or direction. Remember, however, I'm the only one who can instruct you or direct you in any way. Finally, on this topic, if one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence and that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. Now, in this case, I anticipate that we will go by bus to an area that you'll hear about during the trial. You may consider as evidence anything that you observe about the layout of the area. including the scene of the alleged crime when we do go there. I will give you further instructions prior to our leaving for the view. Now, in this case, I'm going to allow you to take notes. Any jurors who wish to take notes during the course of the trial, except during opening statements and closing arguments, because remember, those aren't evidence. If you wish to take notes, you may do so once the evidence begins. Notebooks and pencils will be provided to you. The notebooks will be collected each day, and they'll be locked up, and they will remain confidential, and they're destroyed at the end of the trial. Nobody sees them. You're not required to take notes. The choice is entirely up to you. Some jurors may feel that notes are helpful, particularly if the case involves many witnesses or complicated issues. Notes also can help you remember specific testimony or evidence, such as times, places, dates, names, relationships, events, distances, things like that. Other jurors may feel that note-taking is a distraction and may interfere with hearing and evaluating the evidence. If you do take notes, I suggest you keep them brief. They are not and cannot be considered official transcripts of the trial testimony. However, bear in mind that although the court reporter is recording everything that transpires here, we do not have the capability of providing you with a transcript of the testimony at the conclusion of the trial. So you'll have to rely on your own memories of the testimony, perhaps supplemented by your notes. Regardless of whether or not you take notes, please remember that how a witness testifies may be just as important as what he or she says. Therefore, your observations of the witness's appearance and demeanor on the witness stand may play an important part in your assessment of his or her credibility. Do not let note-taking distract from an appreciation of all the evidence. If you have any trouble hearing or seeing during the trial, please raise your hand or let a court officer know, and we'll make any necessary adjustments. We generally take a morning recess at around 11 o'clock or so, but if you need a break at any other time, please raise your hand and let a court officer know. We'll take a break. If you need to communicate with me during the trial, and I'm not suggesting for a minute that you need to, but if you do, please speak with the court officer or give the court officer a note to bring to me. Now, I'm going to address the issue of public interest in this case again, and the duty of this court and this jury to adhere to the rule of law, because it is so very important. John Adams famously said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf as an adder to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed. We know that on the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with great intensity, but unbound by any oath or even any inclination to follow the actual evidence. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. This jury, selected for this trial, will hear and judge the evidence. You will decide what the facts are. Where the evidence is contested, you will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, this jury will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this trial will be decided by you, an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So while public comment will likely continue, you must ignore it so that the rule of law will be upheld. Which leads me to the fact that it is very important that during this trial, until you deliberate, you must not discuss this case with anyone. This includes your family and friends, and even your fellow jurors. Nor should you allow anyone to communicate with you about any specific aspect or any aspect of this case. You must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in this case, and the individuals involved in this case. In other words, you must not consult the internet or do anything else to try and find out information from any source outside the confines in this courtroom. Please be very careful with your social media use. Please do not use X or Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, or Reddit. Though you may never have seen anything about this case before on your social media feed, You cannot control what may pop up. You should also remember that use of these platforms can be public and traceable, and any searches undertaken or information received by you can and likely will be discovered. So please be extremely cautious. If you inadvertently see something about this case, please disregard it and let us know. As best as you recognize them, please have no contact with any of the participants in this trial or anyone associated with either side, including the lawyers. Please do not visit any locations that may be mentioned during the trial. We'll go on a view, as I told you, and I'll discuss that with you before we go. Remember, you were instructed that you must not, and you assured us that you would not read, watch, or listen to any account of any aspect of this case in any news media, social media, or from any other source. It is critical that you follow that instruction. Finally, please continue to keep an open mind. I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you've just taken as jurors. When you took that oath, you promised that you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind, and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a true and just verdict. And that's all we ask of you. So it's now time for the opening statements. Mr.
Yeah,
Brennan.
let's go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, it's kickoff.
Let's go. All my new stuff is like 4 stops away. Please.
At 6:04 a.m. on January 29, 2022, the alarm bell sounded in the Canton Fire Department. Firefighter paramedic Timothy Nuttall knew what that meant. His heart skipped a beat. He raced to his equipment and he picked up his bag, which was meticulous. There was a sign and a signal, and then there was a voice commanding that there was cardiac arrest. The most a person's heart had stopped. He didn't know who it was. He didn't know where it was. He took his bag. He had just gotten to the station, and he rushed to the ambulance. He was one of the most senior paramedics that morning. Another paramedic, Anthony Flamati, would be running this mission. He jumped in the back of the ambulance, the door shut, and they headed off to 34th Fairview Road. As they drove, firefighter Nuttall could not see anything.
Thank you,
He
Terry.
couldn't hear anything other than the
Yeah,
engine of the ambulance. He could feel it sliding across the road. It was near blizzard conditions. He calmed himself. He steadied himself. This is what the firefighters and paramedics are trained to do, to focus. And he focused on his task. He looked around the back of the ambulance to make sure that all the tools were in place. The ambulance was meticulous as well. This was Anthony Flamati's ambulance, and it was well stocked. He calmed himself and he thought about what was going to happen. What should he be looking for? What is his next steps? He played the scenarios through his mind, and eerie calm was above him. As the car pulled up to 34 Fairview, the ambulance, he stood at the back door, the doors open, and he stepped out into bedlam. He could hear a woman screaming and shrieking, the cold, hard air slapping on his face, and the wind, blizzard conditions swirling around him. You will hear him tell you how he trudged towards those screams in the darkness to snow. And when he got there, he saw 3 women surrounding a man lying, not moving on the ground. He walked up to the man and he reached down and he tried to find any signs of life, pulse, anything. And he found nothing. And he got up and he walked over to the woman, and he walked over to that defendant, Karen Reed, and he told her that he thinks that that man is gone. And then he heard the yell from Anthony Flamati, the chief, and he said, "Come back, let's go." Because you'll learn that in the cold, even if somebody's heart stops, even if they're presumed to have passed, sometimes you can still save a life. So you'll see on a dash cam video, you'll hear from testimony, he went back to that man who's John O'Keefe. He went back to him, and that crew, coordinated effort, they did everything they could to save his life. They got on their knees, they began CPR, and firefighter Nuttall will explain as he kneeled over John O'Keefe, he looked up, and the defendant approached him, and you'll see it on the video. Now, he wanted any information, because when you're trying to save someone, you want to know, are they on drugs, medication, do they have a heart condition? And he looked up at Miss Reed, and he said, what happened? And you'll hear her words through firefighter Nuttall. She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And it was at that time, with the words of the defendant, that she admitted what she had done that night, that she hit John O'Keefe. Now, those words didn't mean anything to firefighter Nuttall. They weren't in context, they didn't reconcile with the injuries, it didn't help him in his treatment, so he ignored it. Now, firefighter Nuttall is not a police officer. He is not an investigator, he is not a detective. He's a first responder. And so he takes that information, it was useless to him, he continues to work on John O'Keefe, trying to save his life. You'll see the team put him on a stretcher. And when they lift him from the ground, even though there is
Stupid stream.
underneath his body, lays his cell phone. They bring him to the ambulance, and while they're bringing him to the ambulance, you'll see on the videos that other first responders speak to the defendant. One first responder, Mr. Flamati, she will say, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him. And then she was interviewed or asked questions for background information, not a criminal investigation, just background to try to help John. And she was asked questions about his background, and during that conversation, you won't hear see the defendant was a person by the name of Jen McCabe and a firefighter McLaughlin. And she tells Fire McLaughlin, the third first responder, I hit him. They bring Mr. O'Keefe to the Good Samaritan Hospital, and his body is cold. The doctors work feverishly. They treat him, trying to save him. They try to warm his core. And unfortunately, firefighter Nuttall's first instinct is accurate. John O'Keefe passed. So why are we here today? We are here today because John O'Keefe was killed by the actions and conduct of that defendant, Kerry. You will learn through this case, through facts, science, and data, you will learn that on January 29th, 2022, when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe were in front of 34 Fairview Road, all the way to the left side in a dark corner near a flagpole, you will learn that Mr. O'Keefe got out of the car. He got out and he stood by the side of the road after an argument with the defendant. That argument, that anger fueled by heavy intoxication, you will learn from the science and data as he stood by the side of the road, the defendant in her SUV drove away. She drove at least 35 feet away. The argument was over. It had ended. But then she stopped. She stopped. She put the Lexus into neutral, and she waited 2 seconds. And the facts and the science and data will tell you that despite the fact the argument was over, she then put the Lexus into reverse, put her foot on the gas pedal, and began to press, not 25%, not 50%, up to 75% acceleration. There was a light dusting of snow. The Lexus tire spun backwards. She went backwards at least 70 feet. She clipped John O'Keefe. He fell backwards, hit his head, broke his skull. And there he lay at the corner of Fairview Road, on the ground, lying on top of his cell phone, alone. And then the defendant will later tell that when she left, he didn't look mortally wounded, yet he was. And she simply drove away. Now, before I tell you about the data and the facts and the science, and I walk you through that, I'd like to tell you a little bit about John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe was a young man, a local kid, very well liked, loved. John O'Keefe is the son of Peggy O'Keefe, John O'Keefe Sr., and the brother of Paul O'Keefe. Grew up in Canton, worked hard, he became a police officer. But what you're going to learn, the fact that he worked for the Boston police officer, as a Boston police officer, was just a fraction of his life. It was a small, really unimportant part, because the biggest part of John O'Keefe is he was a family man. Not in the traditional sense. You see, John O'Keefe never had biological children. John O'Keefe was never married. But John O'Keefe had a sister, and she had 2 children. And when the children were 6 and 3 years old, his sister unfortunately died.
Oh.
And shortly after, his sister's husband died. John O'Keefe was a help. He didn't sit by. He saw these 2 recently orphaned children, and he stepped in and he said he was going to raise them. So he put aside his career, he put aside his job, and he moved in with the children and raised them like they were his own. They were his passions, his love. He was a new parent, successes, failures, like all parents. And he raised the children with the help of people in the community, with the help of his brother, with the help of his family. And they led a good life. Enter Karen Reed. Around COVID, the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe reacquainted, and they started a relationship. And you'll hear that even though the defendant had her own home, she was staying with Mr. O'Keefe a lot, 4, 5, 6 times a week. And to most of the world, it was a pretty good relationship. They spent time together, they did activities with the children together. She helped with driving the children, feeding the children. It was a steady relationship until about the beginning of 2022. And then things began to unravel. There was tension, there was arguments. In fact, just a few days before this incident, you'll hear that Mr. O'Keefe asked her to leave, but she wouldn't. You're going to be able to read text messages of their conversations on January 28, 2022. You will see the tension and the unraveling of the relationship. You will read about the discord between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe. You will see that when he would ignore her calls, they would become incessant. When he would try to push away, she would come closer. You will read those text messages and you will realize that this was the beginning of the end of this relationship. That night, they decided they would go out together. I want to tell you something about data and science before we get to that night. I mentioned that underneath John's body was a cell phone. A cell phone is an amazing piece of technology. It is like a computer. It carries extraordinary data. And when they found the cell phone, the only companion to John O'Keefe that night, they studied the cell phone, and there'll be some remarkable data that you will use in this case to find the truth. I want to mention 3 different things you will find in a cell phone that are critical to this case. The first is called location data. Waze we've all heard of, Google Maps. Well, at some point that night, John put his Waze on, and Waze is like a breadcrumb that will show exactly where the phone goes second by second. It is the strongest, most accurate location data that you can have. And that night, John was using Waze. It also will have healthcare data. Healthcare data will show when somebody is moving. Sometimes it's qualified as steps, but it doesn't necessarily mean somebody's stepping. Moving their arms, walking, turning. It doesn't show what direction or how far, but it shows movement of a person. Okay. And the third thing, remarkably, there will be an expert in this case who found a data file on the phone, and it tracks the temperature of the cell phone battery. That will be critical to your analysis in this case, the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so with that, I want to take you back to the timeline of that night. After the discord, both the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe decided they would meet at a bar called McCarthy's. Now, McCarthy's is a local bar, a blizzard is pending, and people are getting together in a celebratory mood. They go to McCarthy's and you see a video of McCarthy's, and you will watch some Golden Stroke Beef, friends, and the defendant drinking alcohol. And you will count 8 vodka drinks that the defendant drank. They arrive at 8:50, they stay till 9:45. She consumed at least 7 of those drinks in less than 2 hours. The last drink, you'll see when they leave the bar, she puts it under her jacket, and they walk out and they go to another bar to meet other friends called the Waterfall. They reach the Waterfall sometime around 10 p.m. And when they go into the Waterfall, you'll see a video. And when I said celebratory mood, you will see a group of friends of John O'Keefe, many who are friends with Karen through John, and you'll see them clapping and happy and joyous that they're there. You'll see many hugs between John O'Keefe and his friends and the defendant and many of the people there. And they spend some time together, they're drinking, and they all do a shot. And that will be at least the 8th drink within 3 hours that you consume. You will see from the data, not just the cell phone data, but there's some other very important data. And the other piece of data that goes hand in glove with the cell phone is information on the defendant's Lexus vehicle chips. You might have heard of black box in an airplane, or there's some type of event that captures a small amount of time. Well, that was captured in the defendant's Lexus. That black box information with the cell phone data will tell you everything you need to know in this case. It will bring us step by step through the entire night to the death of John O'Keefe. And so they leave the Waterfall Bar at 12:12, and you'll see that the ignition goes on to the defendant's Lexus. And both John O'Keefe and the defendant in the car, and they decide that they're going to go back to 34th Fairview Road, what we talked about earlier. They're going to go there for a get-together for one of the homeowner's sons who's having a birthday party. And so as they drive back, you will be able to follow them with this location data. When they go back to Fairview, they don't know exactly where it is, and they get lost. And so John O'Keefe makes a phone call, has a phone call with one of his friends, Jen McCabe. And during that phone call, which the defendant listens to because she recounts it, and trying to get directions, Jen McCabe tells John O'Keefe, it's near Bella's mom's house. You'll learn that Bella, or her mom, is somebody that John had dated before the student. And so as they make their way through Fairview, you will see there's a road that comes down like a loop and that leads to Fairview. They take a wrong turn on the loop, and then they do a 3-point turn in the driveway. You'll see the exact precise driveway they turn into because some type of acceleration movement triggered that black box in the Lexus. And that's important because that's 7 minutes before the collision. And you'll see from the waves exactly where the car was. You'll see from the black box the event of the 3-point turn in the driveway, and then a return down to Fairview. But before they get there, at 12:23, a truck is coming the other way. And the witnesses in that truck will say they blinked the lights. One of them saw a man and woman in the car, John and the defendant, and then they followed the Lexus because they were going to the same house. The truck stopped at the driveway, and the Lexus, the defendant's car, will appear because of the waves and be counted second to second, never stops. It rolls very slowly all the way to the end of the yard in the corner where there's a tree line and a flagpole. And they reach that location at 12:34:33. And they're in the car and they stay there. The truck waits, they speak to somebody in the house who's coming out. The person goes back in the house and they're there for about 5 minutes. We're now down to 2 minutes before the collision. The truck leaves, and now it's just the defendant and John. And while they're waiting outside, 12:27, John gets a text from Jen McCabe, park behind us in the driveway. 12:29, she texts again, are you coming in? You'll hear that Jen McCabe and others look out the window and see the defendant's Lexus in front of the flagpole at the far end. It's snowy, it's dark, it's windy, they're waiting. You will know that John O'Keefe was in that car, that Lexus, and didn't move because his healthcare data is not moving. It's not moving until 12:31:56. At 12:31:56, he begins to move. He will have 20 seconds before he falls. 20 seconds. He gets out of the car, the Lexus, and in that 20 seconds, you'll hear that user initiated. He looks at the phone, at the text message he generated. It's now 12:32:09. He closes the phone the last time. It will be the last time he uses that phone. From the waterfall bar, you see that he keeps it in his back pocket. And at that time, 12:32:09, last user, he has 7 more seconds he will move before he lies dormant the rest of the night. We'll also have the information from the defendant's Lexus black box. The clocks run differently. There's a 30-second variance, but it's right in the heart of that time. And you will see through the data at that time, when he makes his last movements with the phone, is when her car leaves 34 feet at least, stops, neutral, and then shoots into reverse with the tire spinning right towards him. Right where he got out. You'll know they're arguing because the next morning she tells a firefighter, "I'm sad because our last moments were fighting." She drives away. They said she's made later statements that when she left, he didn't look mortally wounded. He lied on the ground on top of his phone, light dusting of snow, the snow now picking up. And he's just there. It's 12:37. Now, when he's in the car, before he gets to Fairview, the battery temperature of that phone is 77 degrees. 77 degrees in the warm car. Now that he's been outside the car for 5 minutes, it drops to 72 degrees. She drives to his house. She makes a phone call at 12:33 after she's left Fairview. She calls again at 12:36:33 and leaves a message. You'll hear it. And you will hear the anger and rage in her voice. She leaves a message. "John, I fucking hate you." Pardon my language. You will hear the simmering. And she leaves that message. He lies on the side of the road. He gets another text message that's unanswered from McCabe. "Where are you?" 12:45. Battery temperature, 61 degrees. Stop. He gets almost 40 calls from the defendant that night. His phone rings, but it never rings. You'll hear from an expert that the light never initiates, the healthcare data never moves. John alone with his only companion, his phone. At 12:53, cell phone drops. It's almost 60 degrees. 12:59, the defendant leaves another message on John's phone. Now, she hasn't spoken to anybody. Nobody has spoken to her, but her message is out. You'll learn the message says, "John, nobody knows where you are." And this is where the plot and the cover-up begins. The evidence will make clear that she knew who was there. She did not call 911. She did not go back for him. She did not leave an anonymous tip. She left him. The night wears on. It's now 1:07. Battery temperature 55 degrees. 1:14, she calls her mother. No answer. 1:14:53. Battery temperature 50 degrees. The defendant had healthcare data on her phone as well, and you'll hear that it stops around that time. And you'll later learn that she admits to falling asleep and passing out. But then she wakes. It's 5 o'clock. She is frantic. She wakes up John's niece, and she is unintelligible. She is yelling, she's screaming, she asks for the niece to call Jen McCabe. She calls Jen McCabe, and you'll hear Jen McCabe recount. Out of a deep sleep, she wakes up and she hears, "Jen, Jen, Jen," screaming Jen's name. John's dead. Hangs up the phone. Jen McCabe calls back. And then she, "What's going on?" And she told, "Well, I left him at the waterfall at the beginning tell Jim Kate, I left him at the waterfall. Jen calls back and says, you saw you up front. You didn't leave me at the waterfall. She hangs up. He then minutes later calls another person, Kerry Roberts, a friend of John O'Keefe. Someone who's not friends with the defendant, but they know because they helped raise the kids and they interacted. She had nothing to do with the night before, wasn't at the bars, was home with her family. She calls her and says, I think John got hit by a plow. I think he's dead. Now Kerry, with that information, calls 911. She calls hospitals, you can hear her voice. She's concerned. Okay. And then she gets another call from the defendant. And she tells the defendant, come to my house. I will help you look for him. And the defendant says, I was so drunk last night, I don't remember anything. Waiting for her to arrive, she learns she doesn't arrive. Instead, the defendant goes to Jen McCabe's house. Kerry Roberts, the other friend, then goes to Jen McCabe's house, pulls behind the car. And when she does, she's on Bluetooth and she can hear the defendant say, my taillight's broken, my taillight's broken. And she looks, and the snow packed in the right taillight, she can see a piece of the taillight missing. The defendant desperately wants to go to 34th Fairview Road, but Kerry Roberts takes over and says, we're gonna go back to John's house. Maybe he's in the house and we didn't see him. So both cars, driven by Kerry Roberts and then Jen McCabe, with the defendant, go back to John O'Keefe's house. You'll see a ring video where you see them go into the house and they look around, and you'll hear about the woman, Jen and Kerry, enlisted into this task. Look for John O'Keefe, they cannot find him. And then when Kerry Roberts comes into a room, she sees, rather than looking, the defendant simply standing there, staring at the wall. At that point, the defendant insists they got to go back to Fairview Road. They decide to take one car. Kerry Roberts is taking charge. She's going to drive. They leave Miss Reed's Lexus and John O'Keefe's driveway, and they drive back towards 34th Fairview Road. You'll hear it is blizzard-like conditions. It is dark. They can barely see a thing. And when they get close to the edge of 34th Fairview, you hear the defendant start to scream, there he is. Both women look and they can't see anything. She starts kicking the door. The defendant's kicking the door, let me out. Kerry Roberts stops the car and lets her out, and she sees the defendant run exactly to where John O'Keefe is in the darkness. Just where she left him. Kerry gets out of the car, starts to walk towards where the defendant is, and she sees the defendant lying on a body. She can't tell who it is because the face is still covered with snow. And she comes over and looks, and she wipes off the snow from John O'Keefe's face. She realizes it's one of her best friends in the world is John O'Keefe. And she starts to try to do first aid. They start to move him, and coincidentally at 6:06, when they start to move him, the cold air hits that cell phone battery. It drops from 50 to 43 degrees. And they try, Jen McCabe calls 911. And that's when a police officer arrives, firefighter Nuttall and his crew. And when they lift him, that cell phone battery that is shut down to 37 degrees, Kerry Roberts picks it up and puts it in her pocket, and it immediately starts to warm. As she moves to help get a data, showing movement starts again. At that point, nobody knows what happened. The Canton Police Department come. You can see the police cars and cruisers. They're not sure, so they look in the area where John's body is and find a glass from the bar near his body. They find blood spots. They try to put the blood spots in plastic containers. They don't know what they're looking for at this point. There's no information. They don't believe or know that there's a crime. They just know that John O'Keefe somehow ended up here with the broken glass and the blood. And so that morning, you can see the work of the Canton Police Department try to uncover a little bit around his body to see what they could find, which was very little. And then Kerry Roberts goes and picks up Peg O'Keefe, tells her the news, and they go to the hospital. They go to the Good Samaritan Hospital, and Kerry Roberts is walking, and Peggy O'Keefe is going to go see her son, or her husband. And as she walks down the hall, Karen Reed is also in the hospital. See, there was some reports of maybe she was upset or suicidal, so they sectioned her. They put her in for evaluation to make sure she was safe. You'll hear Peg O'Keefe tell her she walked down the hall to go see her son. The defendant was screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" As she walked by Karen Reed, she stopped and she said, "Karen, what happened? And you hear that Karen was excited and yelling, he's dead. Stops for a second. He becomes stolen. Doesn't say a word. Peggy pays respects to her son, and then she has to go back home because she has to tell the children. Now, while she's out, the Canton Police Department sent an officer to the house to make sure the children are safe because they're alone if they're home. And when the officer pulls in, he doesn't notice anything, but you'll see on his dash cam video notices something. That tail light has a big missing piece to it. They can't find the children. Ultimately, Peggy comes home, a friend can take them, and they bring the nephew home, and he is distraught. And then Peggy hears a knock on the door. It is the defendant and father. They want to come in.
We are in Trina territory here.
No condolences to Peggy. And they ask, can we go upstairs to John's room? And she's busy consoling her grandson. They go upstairs, they're upstairs for about 15 minutes. They come down, quickly they leave. Now they got there from the defendant's father, drove his wife and the father to that house. But when they leave, they take two cars. They take the Lexus with the broken taillight with them back to the defendant's father's house. And you will learn that when police start getting some of the information, they learn about the broken taillight, they learn information that she had told people that she had hit him. They went down to see her. And on their way down, they decided they would get a warrant to take the Lexus. When they get down to Dayton, where the car is, you'll hear from Trooper Buchanan. He took a look and you can see the missing taillight. They went in and spoke briefly to the defendant. They took the car, they brought it back to Canton. And so what you'll learn from the forensic evidence that will help with the science and data is that not only was the cell phone left behind, but also around that area, broken taillight was littered around John O'Keefe's body. Littered around that area. When they got into the hospital, they noticed there was a shoe missing. As time went by, snow melted, they dug with excavations, they found his shoe on a little berm on the border between the street and the grass. You'll learn days later when they did a plant excavation, they found his hat frozen into the ground. Ultimately, they would find over the course of 10 days that the snow melted almost all every piece of that broken taillight in that area. The hat, the sneaker, the glass. When the defendant left Mr. O'Keefe behind, look for something of Mr. O'Keefe. It's called trace evidence. You'll learn on the back of her Lexus, around the taillight area, is John's DNA, and stuck to the side, grasping one last piece of John O'Keefe's hair. Now, John O'Keefe fell backwards and hit his head after he was clipped by the car. And you're going to hear from a very renowned doctor and neurosurgeon who has treated thousands and thousands of head injuries. And the wound on the back of the head, when he fell backwards, not only cracked the skull, it's called a basal fracture. It created an injury called counter-coup. After he was hit by a car and fell backwards and hit his head on that hard rock ground, remember there's no snow, it's just a dusting at this point, the back of his brain hits the back of his skull and bounces up. When it bounces up, it leaves marks showing that impact. And this neurosurgeon will tell you, treated thousands of patients, that this injury, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is counter-coup caused by falling backwards and hitting your head. When the medical examiner for the state looked at it, they generally said one force trauma, they had it undetermined. So we brought it to the renowned neurosurgeon who does exactly this. You're also going to hear from an active reconstruction. His name is Doug Welcher. He does not work for the state police or local police. He was hired to take a look at this case and the data. They will come in and explain to you exactly what I talked about, how the data from that black box coincides with the cell phone and the movements of the car, the moments before, during, and after the defendant struck John O'Keefe with her car. Now, just a few more things I want to share with you. There are 3 charges against the defendant in this case. The first one, second-degree murder. When most people hear murder, they instantly think shooting somebody, stabbing somebody, bringing deliberate premeditation. I won't start doing the law. I'm not going to trample in that area, but I can tell you clearly, we are not going to try to prove that Karen Reed tried to kill John O'Keefe. We're not going to try to prove to you that she intended or wanted him dead. That's not second-degree murder. What we'll prove to you is she engaged in an intentional act, driving back at him at that speed, in the storm, in the darkness, knowing that he had just gotten out of her Lexus. She intended that act would cause the plain and strong likelihood of death. That's what will prove to you second-degree murder. Also, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter will prove to you that she drove her Lexus recklessly. She hit John O'Keefe, and because she hit him and he fell back, she caused his death. The third charge is leaving the scene after knowingly causing death. Again, she hit Mr. O'Keefe with a car. She knew he was injured. She left him behind. And he died. That's what we'll prove. This case will come down to the science and the data. The science and the data, the cell phone, it is the best of historians. It doesn't suffer from intoxication. It doesn't suffer from memory loss. It doesn't suffer from emotion, pride, or prejudice. It is facts. It is data. And that facts and data will lead you to the truth in this case. But after Ms. Reed was charged, she began what you'll learn as a campaign to make public statements. 2020, Nightline, Fox 25, a documentary. And we've had an opportunity to get many of her statements in the footage, and we're going to show much of it to you. And her statements to you will confirm what you already know from the science and data, what you will already conclude from the facts independent about what she did that night. Her word simply confirm that your judgment is sound. And you're going to hear from her own lips and many of her statements, her admissions to extraordinary intoxications, her admissions to driving the Lexus, her admissions to being angry at John that night. And I dare say her admissions that she told. I'd like to play for you clip 1. You're going to hear the first of the statements that she made after she was charged.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tagged him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
And this would have been the moment you dropped him off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I simply ask you to follow the evidence, follow the science, follow the data. Ignore speculation, surmise, conjecture. Stay true to the evidence. It will lead you to the truth. That on January 29th, 2022, a very intoxicated defendant was angry and arguing about the relationship with John O'Keefe. And after the fight was over, she left, but she brought the fight back to him in the form of her SUV. She clipped him, he fell backwards, he broke his head, and then this man who helped, a lifetime of help, was left at the corner of that yard, left to die with no help. The facts, the data, and the evidence will bring you the truth, and the defendant's own words will confirm everything you've already concluded.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Could I have just a moment to readjust?
Sure, the court officers will be kind enough to help you.
Okay, well, that opening is something.
Okay. Well, that was long.
Sorry, I got all my Amazon stuff just there. So
That was long.
Yeah.
I mean,
it was keyboard now. Can you guys
The evidence
hear
in this case
I don't hear it.
will establish above everything else
Okay, Jackson.
3
bring
points.
that? Okay.
There was no collision with John O'Keefe. There was no collision. There was no collision. John O'Keefe did not die from being hit by a vehicle, period. The facts will show that. The evidence will show that. The data will show that. The science will show that. And the experts will tell you that. You'll learn that the Commonwealth has pinned its entire case on a brazen and a flawed assertion that is untethered, unconnected to the facts and to the evidence. And their assertion is contrary to science. Because at the end of the day, folks, there was no collision with John O'Keefe. So how did we end up here? How does Karen Reed end up sitting in that chair on trial for something, for an event that literally never happened? Well, the evidence is going to explain it. And it can be summed up in the following text message at the very beginning of this investigation. A text message of a now fired Massachusetts State Police officer named Michael Proctor. He was the lead investigator on this case, and he was talking about a fellow officer, a fellow cop, who owned the property where John O'Keefe's body was found. Text message with a buddy. Question, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Answer, nope. He's a Boston cop too. That quote defines the lack of integrity of the Commonwealth's entire case, its entire investigation, and this prosecution. During the course of this trial, you'll learn much more about Mr. Proctor, why he said that, and what it really means. What you'll see and hear in this courtroom in the coming weeks is not just a story of a tragic loss. And make no mistake, John O'Keefe's death is and was a tragic and tragic loss. But the story you'll hear is about an investigation that was riddled with errors from the beginning, a rush to judgment, conflicted and corrupted from the start, corrupted by bias, corrupted by incompetence, and corrupted by deceit. Finally, it was corrupted by a deliberate effort to avoid and to cover up the very truth that you are seeking. You'll find when you hear the evidence that the Commonwealth's case is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. They won't be able to talk their way out of it. They won't be able to explain their way out of it. They won't be able to excuse their way out of it. And they can't meet their extreme burden of proof, which the court will tell you is beyond any and all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. Members of the jury, Karen Reed found John O'Keefe dead on the front lawn of a Boston police officer, Brian Albert, at 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Picture the scene. Blood-curdling screams, ambulances, emergency lights on, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol cruisers, police officers, first responders, firefighters, all swarming all over Brian Albert's lawn, literally feet under his bedroom window.
Literally.
Yet Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder himself, never came outside. Never went outside to see what the chaos was about, never went outside to see if he could assist a man in need, never walked outside his house to see if he could help a fallen fellow officer on his own front lawn. More shockingly, you'll learn that lead investigator for the Massachusetts police, Michael Proctor, never set foot inside Brian Albert's house that day. Never engaged in any investigation inside that house that day, even though a party with much alcohol had just occurred in that house, and even though a Boston police officer was found dead or dying just mere feet from the front door on that lawn. He never secured the crime scene, never separated and secured witnesses. He never properly collected evidence. He never secured the evidence. He never searched for signs of a struggle inside or outside the home. He never properly canvassed the neighborhood. Michael Proctor never did any of these things, even though fellow officers of Michael Proctor's actually mentioned, in their words, not mine, that it looked like John O'Keefe may have been, quote, in a fight. You'll have questions about that conduct. During the course of this trial, you'll find that the Commonwealth will not have answers. You'll see from the evidence in this case that this case carries a malignancy, one that is spread through the investigation, it's spread through the prosecution from the very start, from the jump. A cancer that cannot be cut out, a cancer that cannot be cured. And that cancer has a name. And his name is Michael Proctor.
Oh.
Now, you didn't hear his name in the prosecution's opening statement.
He's not wrong, though.
Not once.
Not at all.
I suspect that was probably by design. But make no mistake about it. The evidence will show in this case that Michael Proctor is the very definition of the Commonwealth's case. And he's also their Achilles heel. He was the lead investigator on the case officer, the architect of the entire prosecution. You'll learn there's not a single part of this case, folks, not a single part that he didn't touch, that he didn't direct, that he didn't orchestrate personally. Every single bit of it has his fingerprints on it. You'll learn that Michael Proctor was a longtime family friend of the Alberts. And he's been disgraced by his own agency, not by us, by the Massachusetts State Police. Investigated, suspended, and fired. The evidence will show that Massachusetts State Police found Michael Proctor guilty of bringing dishonor to the department for his conduct, not in some other case, not in some tangential case, in this case. The investigation of Karen Reed. Conduct that included bias in favor of his friends, the all-powerful Albert family, and bias against my client, Miss Reed, the outsider. Do you have any idea how hard it is for a state trooper to get fired? Well, the evidence is going to show that Michael Proctor earned it. Every bit of it.
He's going hard on Proctor.
You'll hear that within hours of a Boston police officer being found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, who had investigated exactly nothing up to this point, right at the beginning, made an early pronouncement that Brian Albert himself was not going to, quote, catch any shit, end quote. And that was for one reason and one reason only. He's a Boston cop. The evidence will show that Michael Proctor made this statement in a text conversation with his high school buddies. A text he never thought would see the light of day, certainly never thought we would get a hold of. And when he thought no one was looking, he actually said the quiet part out loud. He's a cop too. We'll give him a pass.
Did he say that?
You'll learn that in Michael Proctor's world,
The last part.
rank has its privileges. And the evidence will show that's privileges that you don't get and I don't get. But apparently a Boston police officer, Brian Albert, and his friends, they do get.
Oh, he is burying Proctor.
You'll learn that in Michael Proctor's world,
Under the bus. No pun intended.
he didn't care about finding the truth.
Yikes.
His priority was to protect the brotherhood, to protect that blue wall, to protect his friends who were at the Alberts' house that night. I want to take a step back, if I could, and spend the next few minutes talking a little bit more detail about what the actual facts in this case will show, not based on speculation, not based on surmise, not based on guesswork or conjecture, but the actual true facts that you will learn through the course of this trial. On January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John and Karen had made plans to meet up with friends for drinks. It was a happy and normal night for them. They were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits, nothing out of the ordinary. They started at a local watering hole called C.F. McCarthy's. You've heard that name before and you'll hear it again. And eventually they made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, another bar where they ended up. When they got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, the Albert family was already there, already heavily drinking. You'll learn that this was no ordinary family, the Alberts. The Albert family was a well-known Canton family. Some might even describe them as a very powerful Canton family. Brian Albert was there at the waterfall. You'll hear that he's a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there with him. His brother, Chris Albert, a powerful Canton politician. He sits on the select board. The select board actually governs the police department, the Canton PD. He was there. His wife, Julie Albert, was there. Their daughter, Caitlin Albert, was there. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matt McCabe, was also there. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. You'll learn that a man by the name of Brian Higgins, also a law enforcement officer and longtime friend, longtime pal of Brian Albert, he was also there. And the two of them, the two Brians, had been drinking most of the night together. You'll see video footage from the waterfall, which will show you that Karen and John were happy. They were affectionate. They were caring. They were loving. Just business as usual, out on a date on a Friday night. But that exact same video footage which lead investigator Michael Proctor plainly chose to ignore that video footage. It paints a very different picture of Brian Higgins. You'll learn that Higgins had romantic designs for Karen. That becomes important. Brian Higgins had engaged Karen in flirtatious texts, but days earlier she had put a stop to it. She had ghosted him in common parlance. In other words, just ignored him. The evidence will show that the first time he saw her and was in her presence after being rejected by her was when she walked into the Waterfall Bar and Grill along with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. At 11:58 p.m., just minutes before John ultimately arrived at the Albert residence, you'll see a video at the waterfall of an unsettling interaction, troubling interaction between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. And unlike the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, in this case, you won't ignore that evidence. As the bar was closing around 12 midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house for a get-together to just keep the night going. And you'll learn that Karen and John ultimately pulled up to the house. They got out of the SUV to make sure they had the right address. You see, neither John nor Karen had ever been to 34 Fairview. They weren't even sure they were at the right address. And the evidence will establish that John got out of the SUV and went into the house. Let me say that again. The facts unequivocally, the data, the science, the witnesses will all unequivocally establish that John O'Keefe went into the Albert home that night. Eyewitnesses and forensic data will establish that fact. When he didn't come back out, you'll learn that Karen grew increasingly frustrated. She got upset. She was left alone in a car in the cold, in the middle of the night, with the car idling. John had gone into the house. She expected him to come right back out. And when he didn't, seconds turned into minutes, and minutes started to clock away. She left John a voicemail, then another voicemail, voicemail after voicemail after voicemail, text messages. But he was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. The Commonwealth will intimate, as they already have in their opening statement, that these voicemails are evidence that the two were fighting, The actual evidence in this case, however, will show the exact opposite. You'll hear that Karen was very agitated. You'll hear some voicemails where she's swearing. You'll hear voicemails where she calls him names. There's name calling. But you'll also hear the context of those voicemails. And every single one of those voicemails was left for John after he failed to come back out of the house, after he failed to respond to her voicemails and to her texts. Karen believed John had just left her sitting there, grabbed a beer, was partying with his friends. The evidence will actually show that John and Karen never had a crossword, not a single crossword that entire evening before he left that SUV and went inside the house. And you will learn what Karen had absolutely no way of knowing at the time. It wasn't that he wouldn't respond to her. It's that he couldn't respond to her. And the evidence will show you why. Let's talk about that. We'll introduce you to a doctor named Elizabeth Loposada, a renowned forensic pathologist, a medical examiner, and a professor at Brown University. She will tell you that the injury to the back
No. What is happening?
He couldn't walk, talk, grab his phone, cry for help, nothing. He was completely incapacitated, completely unconscious from the moment he suffered that injury. He was completely still and incapable of interacting with anyone or anything. But the doctor will tell you something more, and just as important. She'll tell you that John O'Keefe did not suffer from hypothermia, as the Commonwealth will undoubtedly allege. His body showed no signs of it. No frostbite, no cold-induced injuries to his organs, no damage based on cold or frost. Ladies and gentlemen, the scientific evidence and the medical evidence will establish that John O'Keefe had to be injured somewhere else, somewhere warmer, and his body had to have been moved out into the cold. And that's where ultimately at 6 a.m., Karen found him the next morning. You will learn that John did not have a single injury consistent with being hit by a car. Let me say that again. The evidence will establish that John did not suffer a single injury on his body consistent with having been hit by a car. Not one. You'll learn that John's torso, his ribs, his chest, his arms, his hips, his legs, his knees, his ankles, his feet, all of them, no broken bones, no fractures, no contusions, no torn ligaments, no internal injuries, not even a bruise. Nothing consistent with a car accident, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was slammed into by a 6,000-pound SUV. Not a bruise. Dr. Loposada will tell you with medical certainty that, in fact, John was not struck by a vehicle. Medically and scientifically, he could not have been struck by a vehicle. Therefore, as I said, there was no collision. She will tell you that the patterned abrasions on John's right arm, the patterned abrasions you see over my left shoulder,
Oh, there you go, Ange. They're listening
they're
to
not
you.
the result of being struck by a car or a taillight. You'll take one look at these injuries and you'll agree with Dr. Loposada. The evidence will show that these injuries are from an animal, like a large dog, like the large dog that was inside the Albert house that night.
Yeah, that doesn't
You'll learn
look
that
like
Brian
a car.
Albert has actually admitted that his large dog, the family dog, is, quote, not good with strangers. And of course, John, never having been to the house before, was a stranger that night. You'll also learn that oddly, very oddly, after having their family pet for 7 years, a short time after this incident, the Alberts got rid of that dog. They called it rehoming her. but she was gone. Dr. Lapasada will also tell you that the injury to John's head was not the result of falling backward onto a flat lawn, cold or otherwise. Rather, Dr. Lapasada will tell you with medical certainty that the injury pattern to his scalp was produced by an impact from a raised or ledged surface, a surface that does not exist on Brian Albert's front lawn where John was found. The medical evidence will establish no hypothermia, no injuries from a car strike, no collision with a motor vehicle. And forensic analysis of John's cell phone, Mr. Brennan mentioned that in his opening statement. The Commonwealth's own expert will ultimately support the exact facts that I just told you, including the temperature data. John O'Keefe was injured someplace warmer, and he was moved. That alone is reasonable doubt, but there's much more. You'll also learn that there were many people at that after-hours gathering at Brian Albert's house who would have left by the front door just feet from where John O'Keefe's body would have ultimately been, had he actually been there, right after 12:30 a.m., which is what the Commonwealth's claim is. There were nearly a dozen people who walked out that front door directly adjacent to the precise spot where John O'Keefe would have been lying. Not a single person, not one, not a single person saw a 6'2", 216-pound man laying sprawled in the front lawn in dark clothing on a light white dusting of snow. Not one. Then the evidence will also show that every one of those same people drove by that same spot, not walked by it, drove by it to leave the house, and still not one of them saw John laying in the yard when they left between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. in the morning. But you know who else you'll find never saw a body on that lawn? The snowplow driver, a completely independent witness charged with plowing the streets in Canton that night. You'll hear that Michael Proctor, oh, he's not done yet, Mr. Proctor. You'll hear that Michael Proctor wrote a report where he claimed that Fairview had not been plowed that night. You'll learn that that was completely false. That was a lie. Michael Proctor did not want any more witnesses. He didn't want the truth, and he falsely claimed that the road was never plowed. You'll learn that he wouldn't look for the plow driver, but we did, and we found, and we'll introduce you to, Brian Loughran. He plowed Fairview that night, and what he's going to tell you is that there was no body on that lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Loughran passed by 34 Fairview, traveling right next to Brian Albert's front yard, and at 2:30 a.m., John O'Keefe was not there. But you'll see that the plow driver also provides some other troubling information, troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 a.m., he showed up with his plow an hour later. He stopped at the entrance of Fairview. He was looking up Fairview to decide whether or not to plow it, but he saw an obstruction. At 3:30 a.m., he looked down the street, and in the very spot precisely where Karen would later find John's body laying at 6 a.m., there was a car parked in front of it, a Ford Edge. You're going to ask yourself, who's moving a car at 3:30 in the morning into a blizzard on the side of the road? You'll learn that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, intentionally ignored this fact as well. He did no investigation to find out who owned a Ford Edge, but again, we did. And the evidence will establish that Ford Edge happens to be a favorite model of the Albert family. More than one Albert owned a Ford Edge at the time. You'll learn that those facts will add to the mounting and the overwhelming evidence that there was no collision and John O'Keefe's body was moved onto that lawn. You'll find that this is yet additional reasonable doubt in the case. You'll be introduced to science and physics, even from the Commonwealth's own experts. That science will establish that Karen Reed's SUV was not damaged by hitting a pedestrian, and conversely, John O'Keefe's injuries did not come from being struck by a vehicle. The Commonwealth mentioned triggering events, but what you'll actually learn from the experts, some of them the Commonwealth's own experts, is that a triggering event is not evidence of an accident. It does not evidence a collision. That's why we're here. a collision. And there's no evidence of one. Zero. You'll also find that those exact sort of triggering events that the Commonwealth will rely on are relatively commonplace on Karen's SUV, and none of them are associated with a claim of a collision. Folks, the science will not lie, and the physics cannot lie. And that science will tell you with certainty there was no collision with John O'Keefe. You'll add that to that rising mountain of reasonable doubt. I want to take you back to the night in question, January 29th, for just a few minutes. Remember, Karen had gone home after dropping off John and John walking to the house. While Karen was asleep at home with John's 13-year-old niece, what were the people who had been at Brian Albert's house that night? What were they doing? While she slept, what you'll find and what the evidence will show is that they were extremely busy. You'll learn that after a long night of heavy drinking, Brian Higgins left the Albert residence, but he didn't drive home. Rather, he drove over to the Canton Police Department, where he kept an office at about 1:25 a.m. Not a Canton police officer, but he kept an office there. Why go back to his office at 1:25 a.m.? Why go back to the Canton Police Department at 1:25 in the morning on the night of a blizzard? You'll learn that while there, Higgins made a call at 1:30 a.m. Higgins will later deny that he made that call.
Oh, Higgins.
You'll find that curious. And his explanation for that late night visit to Canton PD, you'll find that it changes nearly every time he's asked about it. You'll learn that after everyone left Brian Albert's house, Brian Albert actually claimed he had no contact with anybody else except his wife. No contact. Until he woke up the next morning. So he says. Then you'll learn that that too is a complete lie. His phone records established that he placed a call to none other than Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. shortly after Higgins completed that late night visit over to Canton PD.
Oh, that's interesting.
You'll wonder,
that's not great.
What did they possibly need to talk about at 2:22 a.m. that night? The evidence will establish that Brian Albert called Brian Higgins first. Brian Albert then disconnected that call when Higgins didn't answer it. Seconds later, Brian Higgins returned the call. Brian Albert then did answer that call. They spoke for 22 full seconds, had a conversation, then they both hung up their respective phones. You'll learn that when they were asked about these calls and conversations, both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins lied about it. Both of them. They said they never had a call with each other. But then ultimately, when they were confronted with their own cell phone records and they could no longer deny the calls, they were asked independently, explain yourself. And they both came up with the exact same explanation. A butt dial. The evidence will make you question, why did Albert and Higgins speak at 2:22 a.m.? And why did they both try to cover up that phone call? You'll also learn after this incident and within days of one another, both Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, both police officers, both trained investigators, got rid of their phones. Both of them.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
And what else you'll learn?
Like what?
Brian Albert got rid of. Shortly after this incident, Brian Albert got rid of his house, the whole thing. Just sold it. His childhood home, a home that had been in the Albert family for generations.
Gone.
He literally sold it mere months after this incident. Dog rehomed, phones destroyed, house sold. You'll learn that all these things happened shortly after the incident where John O'Keefe was found unresponsive and dying in Brian Albert's front lawn. And you'll also learn that Michael Proctor looked the other way. He did not investigate any of what I'm telling you. He pre-selected Karen Reed from the start, and he ignored everything and everyone else. Let's get back to what was happening with the others while Karen slept. What you'll learn during this trial is that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, you've heard her name before, Jennifer McCabe, she was at the waterfall that night, and she was over at the Alberts' house that evening as well. She left the after-hours gathering about 2 a.m., a little before 2 a.m., got home around 2 a.m. And you'll learn that according to the Commonwealth's own evidence, from a forensic software program called Physical Analyzer made by Cellebrite. It's considered the gold standard for forensic tools. You'll learn that a Google search was discovered on Jennifer McCabe's phone. A Google search that Michael Proctor and his investigators never revealed to us, but we found anyway. A Google search that was time-stamped, according to their own data, at 2:27 a.m. 5 minutes after that 2:22 a.m. call that Higgins and Albert denied having. And that Google search on Jennifer McCabe's phone read, "Hoslong to die in cold." Hoslong to die in cold. Now, she misspelled the first word. Hos is supposed to be how, but the meaning's the same. How long does it take to die in the cold? Timestamped 2:27. And then that search was also noted by the same Cellebrite program as having been deleted. The evidence will force you to ask, why is there a search on her phone? Why is it logged at 2:27 a.m.? When the Commonwealth claims that she first learned of John's death and where his body was hours later at 6 a.m. So what you'll learn is that while Karen slept, here's what was actually happening by some other very busy bees. 1:25 a.m., Brian Higgins makes an unexpected visit to Canton PD. 1:30 a.m., he makes a phone call that he later denies ever making. At 2:22 a.m., Brian Higgins and Brian Albert talk. They both deny and lie about having made that phone call. 2:27 a.m., 5 minutes later, a Google search appears on Jennifer McCabe's phone, Hoslong to die in cold, hours before John's body was ever discovered. A Google search she denies making, and that she later, or at least it was later logged as deleted. Meanwhile, at 2:30 a.m., the plow driver confirms that O'Keefe's body was not on the lawn of Brian Albert's house, not at 2:30 in the morning. And at 3:30 in the morning, that area was obstructed by a Ford Edge like the one the Albert family liked to own.
I don't know why anybody
The
would
evidence
park
will
their
show
car
in
on
the
the street
meantime,
or lizard, but
Karen
okay.
dozed in and out of a fitful sleep for the rest of the night, only to awaken just before 5 a.m. And that's when she realized, in a panic, John had never come home. And you'll see, it wasn't like John to not come home. That morning, you'll see and hear evidence that Karen's emotions had morphed. It'd gone from frustration and anger, which you'll hear in the voicemails, to abject fear. Fear that something bad had happened. The evidence will establish by this time, Karen was panic-stricken. She had a feeling something was very, very wrong. She was unable to get a hold of John. Karen went to go look for him. She got in her Lexus and she backed up to leave her garage at One Meadows. You'll hear a lot about that address, One Meadows. That was John's house where Karen was staying. She backed out of the garage, and during the course of the trial, you'll hear that she actually struck another car with that right rear taillight. During the course of this trial, the Commonwealth is going to desperately claim that Karen Reed's taillight was actually damaged by hitting John O'Keefe. They'll have no evidence of it, mind you, none, but they'll make the claim. We'll show you a video of exactly how that taillight was originally damaged, or exactly what happened at 5:07 in the morning. The facts will show that it was damaged in John's own driveway at 5:07 when Karen backed up and made contact with another car in the driveway. This is 5 hours after she dropped John off and he went into the Albert residence. As a result, the taillight was minimally cracked, but it wasn't completely shattered or damaged or broken. And that's the condition of the SUV when Michael Proctor got a hold of it. That becomes important. You'll hear from an independent police officer, an eyewitness to the damage on that SUV, someone not connected to Michael Proctor or under his control. And he'll tell you that he saw the taillight damaged before it was in Michael Proctor's possession, but it was not completely shattered. And you won't have to speculate how that taillight got cracked originally. You'll see it for yourself. It's on video. You'll learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit that car at One Meadows is because she backed out looking for him at a time when she was absolutely panic-stricken and grief-stricken. Where was John? Why hadn't he come home? What had happened to him? Is he hurt? Is he passed out somewhere? Her mind was reeling. The evidence will establish she wasn't giving anything away. Everything was on the table. What could have happened to John? You'll learn that when she woke up and he still wasn't home, she was just racking her brain for what could have happened to him. And she was worried about possibly the worst. He'd gotten out of the car. He'd walked to the house. She was confused. And later, when she found him at 6 a.m. on the lawn, where she last saw him going toward the house, her mind started reeling, oh my God, did a plow hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? What could have happened to him? And that video clip that you saw, out of context, when she said the words, he did not look like he was mortally wounded, she's not talking about at midnight. She's talking about at 6 a.m. when she found him. That's what she was talking about. Your job will be to make sure that the evidence isn't presented to you too cute by half. She was saying all those things.
But Brennan
Did a
does
plow
that
hit him?
a
Could I have
lot.
hit him? Did I hit him?
He misrepresents.
She was saying that to herself and to other people. And the Commonwealth, very obviously, will try to seize on that panic and twist this into some admission. But here's the actual truth. That's not a confession. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could a plow have hit him? That's a person trying to make sense of an unexplainable circumstance, a natural concern of a bereaved significant other, a woman desperately trying to piece together what could have happened on this tragic night. John didn't come home. And the evidence will show that Karen Reed never said, I hit him. Never. Not in the background of the 911 recording, not on any dash cam video, not on any audio, not on any police body cam, not to a first responder. It's never mentioned in a single report. It's never reported in a single report from January 29th, not by one person, because it never happened. The evidence will show that there were at least 13 members of law enforcement or first responders and 2 civilian witnesses that were intently focused on what was happening at that scene. They were all over the lawn. They were all over Karen. Officer Sharath, Mullaney, Good, Lank, EMT Nuttall, Flamati, Kelly, Walsh, Woodbury, Whitley, Becker, Robery, McLaughlin, Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe. They were all there watching and listening. On January 29th, when John O'Keefe was found, not one first responder reported having heard Karen Reed say the words, I hit him. Not one. Not one civilian reported having heard Karen Reed say, I hit him. The facts will show that the first time this improved statement was ever claimed to have been made was some 24 hours later by a single EMT in an interview. Now listen to this, in an interview coordinated by a Canton police detective named Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother. And remember, Chris Albert, the other brother, is a board selectman to whom the Canton Police Department reports. And what's more, you'll learn that Katie McLaughlin, that's the EMT, that's the single EMT, the first person to have claimed to have heard this unrecorded and unreported statement, is years-long close personal friends with a young woman named Caitlin Albert. You heard that right. It's Brian Albert's daughter. During the course of this trial, you'll become familiar with and you'll realize that the Alberts are indeed a powerful and indeed an influential family. And that will mean something. You'll learn that there are other major problems with the prosecution's case. The evidence will establish that Michael Proctor himself, the lead investigator and architect of this entire case, has a long-standing and personal relationship with the Albert family. Yes, that same Albert family. His sister was close friends with Julie Albert. He personally sat at head tables at weddings, or at a head table at weddings with the Albert family. He entrusted the Alberts with babysitting his own children. You heard that correctly. And yet he was the lead detective assigned to investigate the circumstances of a Boston police officer laying dead on the Alberts front lawn. That's not just bias, you'll learn. That's not just coincidence. That, folks, is corruption. And you'll see how far it went. Michael Proctor was alone with all the critical evidence in this case, alone with Karen Reed's phone, alone with John's phone, alone with video footage, alone with the taillight material, alone when he claimed to recover evidence from 34 Fairview. He wrote the search warrants. He transported the evidence. He secured it. He submitted it. He did it all. That's Michael Proctor. And he did it without any reasonable oversight. You'll see during the trial that he intentionally lied and fabricated evidence during the course of this investigation. He lied in reports, warrants, he lied under oath. He lied about the time that he actually secured Karen Reed's vehicle. Why? Why would he lie about that? The evidence will give you the answer. He lied because he did not want it revealed that he had access to that vehicle and he had access to that taillight before any taillight fragments were found at 34 Fairview. Appreciate that. He had access to the vehicle before a single piece of taillight material was ever found at the scene. You'll find that there were two searches. The first and second search found zero, nothing. Nothing around John's body, nothing in the street, not one piece of taillight fragment. But once Michael Proctor had that SUV and had the taillight in his custody and control, suddenly items started magically showing up. And not just a few items, 46 pieces of bright red taillight laying in the snow, supposedly found in the exact same spot that was searched not once, but twice by independent officers. It came up with zero. To be clear, you'll learn that before Michael Proctor had access to that taillight, not a single piece was ever recovered at 34 Fairview. That will become vitally, vitally important. And what about those shards of plastic, by the way? What about this DNA that the Commonwealth mentioned? They're going to try to dazzle you with talk of DNA because it sounds so scientific. DNA was on the taillight, but you'll learn that there was no DNA on the actual shards that they claim came in contact with John's arm. None. There was no blood, no tissue, no skin, no DNA on a single shard of plastic that they claim cut deep abrasions into John's arm, the arm that you saw overhead.
Well,
the DNA that was actually found, the actual science will show it was found outside of the taillight housing where anyone with access to that vehicle would have touched. And it wasn't just one male's DNA. In that exact same sample, there were 3 men found, John and 2 unidentified males. So unless the Commonwealth is going to shift their theory that that SUV hit 3 men that night, their entire theory falls apart. And speaking of DNA, the evidence will further establish that John O'Keefe's shoe, the one that he was wearing when he was found, was sampled. And that DNA revealed 5, count them, 5 unidentified males. Recall that the evidence will establish independently that John was injured someplace warmer and had to be moved onto that lawn. 5 unidentified males touching that shoe. You'll also learn that you are not the first person, not the first to hear about the Commonwealth's theory of this case, that John was hit by an SUV. That's their theory. The Commonwealth presented this exact same claim to their own medical examiner, a woman by the name of Dr. Irini Scorti-Bello. And you'll learn that after reviewing what's called a law enforcement accident notifier, with law enforcement's theory of the collision written in it, defined in it, after conducting the autopsy herself, after examining John's injuries in detail, she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide based on the Commonwealth's presentation and their theory. That's right. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner will not deem the manner of death in this case, a homicide. She won't do it. But they're nonetheless back again trying to present the exact same theory to you in this trial. Again, the evidence will show that that is reasonable doubt. Throughout this trial, the Commonwealth will try to convince you of paranormal events, phones calling themselves, messages deleting themselves, Google searches made and then unmade, evidence magically appearing and evidence magically disappearing. But all that smoke and all those mirrors will not ever reach their burden. Because that's what this case is ultimately about. It's about the Commonwealth's burden proof. You'll learn that during the trial, the Commonwealth bears the highest burden known to our justice system. They must prove every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And you'll learn that moral certainty means the highest level of certainty known in human affairs. It's not a small thing. They're not going to be able to do that. Not when every piece of this case was handled by a disgraced investigator with a motive to protect his friends, not when the physical evidence contradicts their very theory, not when their own medical examiner won't call this case a homicide based on the exact theory that they're presenting to you, not when the conduct of those in the House and the utter lack of investigation speaks volumes about those who actually have something to hide. By the end of this trial, you'll conclude that Karen Reed is not guilty of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV. There was no collision. She's the victim of a botched and biased and corrupted investigation that was never about the truth, folks. It was about preserving loyalty. You'll find that this case is the very definition of reasonable doubt. And at the end of this trial, we'll ask you to return the only verdicts, all three of them, that are consistent with the evidence, the science, the truth, and justice. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Folks, why don't we take our morning recess?
Okay, that's noisy. Noisy little room there. Okay, you guys.
Back to the OnlyFan.
We won't show the fan. It's too hot right now. Wow. Okay. So opening statements, those were something.
Yeah.
I think from the prosecution side, the thing that they said the most that makes me most interested would be the temperature phone data. I don't think I've ever seen that used before, but that's interesting.
They did not bring that to the first trial. So this is new.
So this is new. Okay.
At least I don't recall that. If y'all can tell me but I don't think I've ever heard that.
Also, I just got that green screen and now I'm all green. We'll figure it out for tomorrow.
The alien chair.
If you saw how big this screen, it's insane. But so that does, I think that of everything he said, that I found to be the most, okay, how would you explain those drops in temperature? So that I'm interested to hear. I will say defense that was a banger of an opening.
Mm-hmm. He's good. He's good.
He's very good. The passion that you felt in there from him.
Yeah.
You don't get that from the prosecution. And I think that's really important, right? Like
he's just really good. He's a good orator and he keeps your attention. He's good at it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially early in the morning. Brennan, not so much. He wasn't as monotone as Trina was.
He would have died during Lally's.
Oh, really? It was that bad?
It was so bad. He actually did better than Lally. I mean, still not great. It's not great. It's not great. But he was better than Lally because Lally, you knew the story. Like if you went into it, you already knew what happened. Like you knew the story, but you couldn't follow Lally. Like he was throwing names out there right out the bat. He was all over the place. It was seriously like, I know this story, but I have no clue what you're talking about. You were all over the place.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I think this prosecutor, Brennan, I did follow his story. It was a little like, okay, let's wrap this up a little bit though, because you're getting a little too.
He was in the weeds a lot. I think there was a lot of stuff he didn't have to say. Like it was too much information.
Mhm.
And I was starting to feel that way about Jackson. I mean, Jackson's good, but like, I was like, all right. I mean, I know y'all want to put everything out there, but like, you don't have to put everything out there right now.
Boy, I'm just slamming Michael Proctor.
Oh,
right. Oh boy, if I was a juror, I'd be like, damn,
no
I
punches
really
were
don't.
pulled for sure.
Yeah. I mean, he certainly raised some questions, you know, that I'm curious to see like explored. You know, them searching twice and not finding any taillights. That's interesting.
There was a lot of searches. I think Proctor was still driving out to the house into what was it, February? Yeah. I mean, it was a while.
Also, I have questions about this car that was, or vehicle. I don't know what a Ford Edge even is or looks like, but the fact that somebody went and parked it on a street in the middle of a blizzard, knowing damn well you're going to be plowed in if you didn't have to, is interesting. I mean, but we don't know if it is their car, that family's car, right? They didn't. Okay. Because he didn't say clear. He just said that they also like that car. So we don't know.
I don't think they ever actually found the car they were talking about. Like, I feel like it was mentioned, but like they didn't go into it a whole lot of detail about it in the last time. Either that or I just tuned that part out. There are parts in it that they brought up that I didn't find to be really, I mean, they didn't make or break it for me. You know what I'm saying? Like there was stuff that they put out there, but wasn't like, okay, whatever. But like there was
looking SUV. Okay. Colin drove it off. That's the Albert's son. Yes.
Colin Albert. Yeah.
Okay. And he had private beefs with John. Okay. Yeah, that was good. It's good. I'm really curious to see what some of these people say, especially this investigation. I mean,
I want to see the new stuff that the prosecution brings. I'm interested to see what they have that's new, if they have anything new.
Right. So we heard about the
temperature of the
thing.
Phones.
Do you know of anything else that he may have mentioned that is a little different by chance?
Well, he keeps talking about how important that he was talking about how important the Apple data is, but there's stuff in there that he said like is not important. Like it only mattered when it was their case, but not when it was the defense's case. Like,
okay. So picking and choosing is what
we didn't get the infotainment data on Karen's car last time. The black box. We got the key. We got the key strokes, like the ignition things. I never remember what those are called, but the thingies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we didn't get the black box data last time. For some reason, what they said was they couldn't get to it or they couldn't access it last time, but now all of a sudden they can, which is wild.
There being no possible DNA or blood on those taillights is definitely a big thing that I was like,
thank you,
what?
She's like, that there was DNA on the taillight.
No, the pieces I meant.
Oh.
The fragments. Like he said that even though they were supposedly what cut his arm all up, there was no blood or DNA on those, which is because those, I mean, they looked kind of deep.
No, there's no blood on the vehicle, but they said DNA, even though they didn't say it was blood DNA. And I think there was one piece of hair.
There's zero blood on the vehicle.
Yeah.
Man, okay.
Yeah. That piece of hair hung on tight through a blizzard, through being towed. It was mighty piece of hair.
How much snow did they get from this storm? Do you guys know? Like, what was the accumulation total?
I don't know. Are they actually calling a meteorologist this time? I know that was kicked her
Oh,
out.
really? I heard him say that. I was like, oh, a weather person. Okay.
Yeah,
I guess
I
that
think
kind
they
of
were.
makes sense.
Well,
And
I
then
think they're supposed to be testifying as to whether or not, or was supposed to testify as to whether the ground was actually frozen or something.
It's January 29th, 2022 in Boston. I would assume the ground would be frozen by January. So, but like, I'm curious as to like where in the snow stuff was found. You know, like what layers of snow. That's why I'm wondering how.
Wow, it would be good, nice to know if only they didn't use, leaf blowers. It's almost like they should have had a system to do that.
A foot of snow and they picked her car up. Okay. Leading Gray says there's one spot of touch DNA from John and a hair with mitochondrial DNA that matches John. But since it's mitochondrial DNA, it also matches us children.
But John, well, yeah, because it's mitochondrial, it's from the mom's side.
Did he usually like have access to Karen's car? I mean, that's
Yeah,
why the trunk, like that's not that weird.
That's why that's what the defense was like. Well, obviously there would be, his DNA would be all over the vehicle. He was in it that night. He touches it. Cops are very notoriously known for tapping the back of a car before they get into it. And I know a lot of cops that just do it automatically. Because when traffic stops, they leave their DNA on the back of the car. So if something happens, they know.
Oh.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
That's a fun fact. I didn't know. The more you know. On top of footprints too. Yeah. Karen parked her car in his garage. So, I mean, yeah, you could brush up. Now the hair, kind of crazy. It would stay on the car, but.
Magic piece of hair.
Oh, and yeah. Okay. So can we talk about those kids? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
To have lost both their parents and then lose their uncle who's taking care of them. Like, oh my God, that's heartbreaking.
Yep.
That
yep.
So
it was
freaking sad because
it was like 2 months later that they lost their dad, and then John. Yeah.
How old are they? Sounded like they're teenagers, probably.
Yeah,
Is that about?
I think she was like, was it 13, 14? I think that's what I heard when I was re-listening to the testimony from the.
Oh, that's so young and so sad. But how nice of John to take his kids, his sister's kids in. Like that's
a lot, especially for a single man to do. Like that's taking on something when they're not used to being a dad to begin with. Like that's a lot. I mean, I hate to give men like, good man for being, but like most single men don't just be like, all right, I'll be a dad like overnight,
Yeah, like that's really awesome, but also incredibly sad and traumatic for those kids. Like, I hope they're in some sort of like grievance therapy because that is really fucked up. But
I wonder who has them now.
They want to leave. Oh yeah, they're teens now. Okay, yeah. What a nice guy. Oh, that's tough. So, gosh, I wouldn't say. No, I will say the defense's opening swayed me more than the prosecution's a little bit. Or I'm more interested.
Well, it is more interesting
in what they said to look out for or expect than the prosecution. I only looked forward to the phone data on what they were saying. But, oh my goodness.
Thank you, Angie. You're so pretty.
Oh, I do love those glasses on you.
You're so pretty. It's even got pink for Terry.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
They're Terry approved.
Now, when they do sidebars, this was a question I was going to have earlier. When they do sidebar, how do they do them?
They go
such
up
a small courtroom.
Yeah, they all go up to the side. I think they did try to make a motion to get like earphones for Karen so she could stay back there and listen.
Mm-hmm.
But Judge Canoni said no. because she's.
Do they put on like white noise and stuff?
Yes, or they turn off the Zoom and turn on the white noise. Or
Okay.
because it's like a Zoom call-in, so that you'll hear beep, beep, like everybody's on life support.
Okay.
So.
I was wondering how they would do sidebars with the courtroom being.
Well, I mean,
whatever that courtroom is.
It's small. It's like a horseshoe. So like like the jury is staring right, like because they're on the side, and you can see all of John's family like just staring at the jury, and Karen's family is behind her. So it's like
awkward.
Yeah. And I think it's weird to see the defense sitting behind the prosecution instead of beside the prosecution. It's just weird. It is a strange setup.
What do you mean? The defense table? Are they not side by side?
Oh, they were in the hearings. I think it was the hearings that they were behind them.
Oh, okay. Who's the guy that is facing us that's like on the computers and stuff, sitting like right behind when they were doing their
I think he's the tech guy.
He's the tech guy? Oh, okay. There were times where he was kind of blurry and it looked like he had no mouth. And I couldn't help but like hone in and stare at him. Like it looks
He's the tech. See, everybody's like, that's the tech guy.
Okay, he's the tech guy.
And all the
so we
people
like him.
Sitting kind of high up with computers, that's media. And I don't think they're letting like 10 in. Is it only 10 this time? And I think it's like a lottery or something, because people were lining up. I think it's a lottery now. I'm not sure.
It is certainly the weirdest courtroom I've ever seen before.
It's very, very small. I feel like I would have, I don't really get claustrophobic, but I feel like that would be a lot.
Oh my gosh. It has to be just a lot hot, the energy of the room, the tension. It is a very intimate setting. And I'm sure by like mid-afternoon, it probably doesn't smell great in there. In the summertime, could you imagine?
Yeah. July. I don't know. How hot does it get in Boston?
Statements have made me very excited to see what testimony is coming. Why is my Wi-Fi thing popping up? Never mind. It's fine now. I was like, I just got fiber internet. We shouldn't have
the
problems.
fast stuff.
Right? What is happening?
Oh, good. Bev. Oh, Bev.
There's a lot of people breathing in there.
Well, Bev's doing her share. Actually, more than her share.
I need to move my coffee maker right here.
Oh, I know. I was just thinking, man, I need a mini fridge. I need a coffee maker. I need my air fryer over here. I need snacks.
Oh my gosh, you know what I'm hungry for? Fried mushrooms.
Ooh.
I don't even know where you get those, but that's what I want. Babe, if you're listening, can I put an order in for fried mushrooms, please and thank you?
Babe. Would they be any good if they got delivered?
I don't know. I don't even know where you get them, to be quite honest. So, chat does not like that. Shunka doesn't like
fried mushrooms.
Doesn't like those.
I love mushrooms.
I do too. I freaking love mushrooms.
Love mushrooms.
Craving a glass of Merlot. I know. I'm kind of the difference between this and the Lori one is the time, right? When isn't a socially acceptable time for me to start drinking?
It's midday Merlot.
Midday Merlot. Midday Moscato, because that's what I got in the fridge.
Oh, there you go. It works. The alliteration I'm here for. Midday mushrooms and Merlot.
Yes. Only ones that you show.
I wonder who they're going to start off with.
I don't know. No, and Karen did not testify in her first one, right? No. Okay. Didn't think so. Didn't think so. Just wanted to clarify. She
I
didn't.
don't think she's gonna testify this time either.
Oh, she should not in any way, shape, or form get on that stand.
I mean, unless she wants to clarify some of those videos that they're going to use against her.
Sure, but I don't even think that as a juror, I would need her to get on the stand, right? Because like there are some cases where you're like, yeah, I'm gonna need to hear what you have to say, if especially like self-defense cases and things like that. But oh, and they did say something about, prosecution said something about how she was like going very fast in reverse for like 70 feet, as though that
24
was
miles per hour. That's not easy.
Well, even the thing is right, so her car is parked, right? There's a freaking blizzard going on. I don't find that that's suspicious, right? Because she's parked, there's blizzards. Guess what happens when a blizzard's going on in the snow, right? Like your car can kind of get stuck, and like you need that extra oomph to get out on the, I don't know what the setting
I've had one
was
blizzard in my life, so I don't know.
You kind of know now, but like, yeah, sometimes you have to like hit it to like get it going. But I guess I'll wait and see what the crime scene like actually look like. I'm just saying, I don't think that's that weird considering what was happening.
24 miles an hour? That's a lot.
A 3-point turn. Oh, you ever hear tires spinning out from people trying to get out because they parked on the side street? Oh, yeah. In the wintertime, you just hear people like revving their engines trying to get out of the road. Trying to recreate it on a sunny day. I've not watched any.
Yeah, she hasn't
any
watched
of the
any
things.
of that stuff. So
I am a llama unicorn when it comes to Karen Reed. So
20. I mean, even it that's difficult to maintain control of the vehicle at 24.
Oh, for sure.
Backwards.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
so I don't know. I think so.
It wasn't that heavy that night, Llama. It hit early morning. Okay. So see, we do need a meteorologist because I need to know.
So you'll see the videos. You can.
You know, I'm a weather nerd, so I need to know when the storm happened, the whole thing. Because
trust me, you're gonna get a lot of video of driving through the storm.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when the cop goes, like their dash cam going up to 34 Fairview. I think we heard that one.
So it's a known blizzard day, right? Because you get blizzard warnings when a blizzard's happening. And all these assholes were like, let's go to the bar.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, but like, usually when that happens, I live in a snowy place that they're like, stay off the road. So emergency vehicles and management can get to people to rescue people. That way you're not endangering other people. And then they're just all like, fuck it, we're going to the bar. What?
Well, I mean, we have hurricane parties, so I don't like, I mean, you'd be like, wait, you people go out and party during a hurricane? Like, yeah. I would be hunkered down like most people, yeah. But blizzard parties, hurricane parties, we listen and we don't judge.
The meteorologist, yeah, I mean, that ground is going to be hard. It's into January, so was 5th worst in history thing. Oh, the blizzard that they got? Wait, a second. Oh, you're talking about the car distance. I thought you meant snow. I was like 62 feet of snow.
That was a
wrong number there.
And they never found the body under 62 feet of snow.
Right. Well, you know, because I think I do want to hear a meteorologist, right? Because I need to know how much snow accumulated on top of John. Like how much snow would have fallen, because though his body heat at that time, even though he's passed and his body temperature is going down, it probably would melt the snow a little bit, maybe. So I don't know.
I think they said his body was like 80 something degrees.
Yeah,
By
then
the
that's gonna-
time he wasn't like 30 degrees.
Oh, so the temperature, how often does, or I forget how much the temperature drops for each hour that you're past.
Oh, look, I am not a scientist.
You're not a scientist.
Not a scientist.
Oh man, okay. The kids all partied at the house. The cops driving around after drinking. Oh yeah, how old are these kids living? The Alberts kids, like, are they all just grown?
I don't
remember.
Like I said, to me, some of that stuff wasn't relevant enough for me to retain. I mean, I kind of like Higgins for this, but that's, my personal opinion. Don't sue me.
And no signs of hypothermia. That's also interesting. Because one of them I said that they found him at 5, and then another person said 6. I thought, what time did they find John's body? It's before sunrise, yeah?
It was what, 6 something in the morning?
So according to the prosecution, he's out there for like 5-ish hours.
Yeah.
Okay. But according to defense, he isn't out there for, they said around like 2:30 possibly, right? Is when they're guesstimating on their theory.
Well, the Google search was at 2:27. See, this is why I have paper and pencil today to take notes.
Oh, I know. That reminds me. I was going to get a notebook as well. Well, I'm too lazy to do. Oh, maybe I'll do that later. Because
I was like,
I have a lot of questions.
The timeline was all over the prosecution timeline was kind of all over the place last time. I don't imagine it's going to get much better this time. So I was like, I think I'm going to take some of my own notes because between the butt dials, the Google searches, and like all the times, like keeping the times is just keeping up with those times. It's very hard.
I mean, it's certainly suspicious. Okay. Oh, I know what I wanted questions for.
Okay.
Or answers for. So they were talking about, it's Brian Higgins that went back to the police department, right?
Yes.
Okay. But he's not a Boston police.
He's an FBI agent that has an office out of Canton PD. Okay. So he's there and he interacts with all of them. That's why he's hanging out.
So he would have like
he's ATF. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Not FBI. ATF.
ATF. Okay. Okay. I have questions about that whole thing.
But he went to the FBI building to pull the records off of his phone.
Oh, court's back, you guys. There we go. Looks like they're all getting settled. Okay, so 4 o'clock was the snowplow driver. Okay.
Stand and face the clerk.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Who is it?
You can take a seat.
Oh.
Sir, could you pull the microphone down a little?
It took us like 3 days to get him.
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
So my name is Timothy Nuttall. I'm 28 years old. I've been a firefighter paramedic ever since I graduated high school. I graduated in 2015. I took my EMT class and got my certification while I was actually still in high school. From there, I moved on to the BLS transfer side of EMS. There's 911 EMS, and then there's transfer, which is basically back and forth from hospital to hospital. I was brand new and very young, so I started on the transfer side, kind of learning the job. I started primarily in the city of Chelsea, Everett, Malden, Somerville, up there. And then after a little while, I got my feet wet in the 911 side. So I was running BLS 911 in those cities as well. And then I progressed on to become a paramedic. So
why do you have such an interest in being a first responder at a young age?
I kind of grew up in a first responder household. My father was a firefighter in a local town. So we spent kind of a significant amount of time at the station when he was on shift. It's just kind of how I grew up, kind of learning the ins and outs of public safety. That's just kind of how I came to be interested in the profession, and then I took it from there. So
I want to take us back just a little bit. When you first became interested in training to be a first responder, did you share with us your first training was as an EMT?
Yes, sir.
Can you share a little bit with the jury what that entails?
So to become an EMT, there are two sides of EMS, and then there are two sides of providers. There's EMT basic, and then there's paramedic. To answer your question, sir, to start as an EMT, it's about a 4-month process. You take classes. I believe mine was Tuesday, Thursday, every other Saturday. Learning just anatomy and physiology, basic pharmacology, and kind of how medications interact with the body and different disease processes. From there, you start learning basic interventions, backboarding, C-collars.
As part of your work in learning to be an EMT, you active in the field?
The initial training is, that's mostly classroom based, but once you sit your national written tests and you're able to pass all that and pass practical, then you're able to progress into the field.
And did you succeed through the EMT training?
Yes, sir.
At that point, did you decide you wanted more training? You wanted to proceed through the profession?
Yes, sir. So after a little while, I worked for about 1.5 years in the field and decided that I genuinely enjoyed the work that I was doing. I then made the decision to progress to the paramedic level. That's a significantly more challenging academic portion. And
can you briefly share with us a little bit of the training that you needed to complete to be a paramedic?
Yes, paramedic training is about,
Thank you, Kelly.
I would say generally takes people about 2 years to complete. There's about 1 year of classroom. It delves far deeper into not only diseases, but how they interact with multiple body systems, multiple different treatment modalities that we can pursue, multiple different interventions, a whole host of medications, far more medications than a BLS. As a paramedic, I have a much wider range of drugs that I would be able to select to treat different patients.
As you worked through your training and got this experience, did you ultimately become employed by the Canton Fire Department?
Yes, sir.
What did they hire you as?
They hired me as a firefighter paramedic.
And so you were both a firefighter and a paramedic?
Yes, sir.
Does the Canton Police Department, in their units, do they include paramedics and firefighters in the same division?
The Canton Police Department? Or the Canton Fire?
The Canton Fire Department.
Canton Fire Department, the vast majority of the employees of the Canton Fire Department are paramedics. I believe there are I want to say 5 EMTs, but now as a requirement to remain employed by the Canton Fire Department, you have to become and maintain a paramedic certification.
So when you would go to work as a firefighter or paramedic, was it always the same, or did you get assigned as a firefighter one night and a paramedic a different night?
So we would cross-man trucks. We were always fire suppression personnel, but we were also cross-trained as paramedics. So, for example, if a fire call were to come in the town of Canton, and I was assigned to Ambulance 1 for the day, I would take all my equipment off Ambulance 1, and I would transfer it to Ladder 1, and then we would take Ladder 1 to the fire call and operate as fire suppression personnel. If a medical call were to come in, I'm assigned again to Ambulance 1, then we take on the role as EMS. I take my paramedic skills and put them to work in the town on Ambulance 1.
Let me ask you one more background question about how the Canton Fire Department works. When there's a call, an emergency call, is an ambulance sent with other vehicles or alone to the call?
Yes, sir. It's typically the engine of that district and the ambulance of that district. Depending on call volume, that can change, but if all is not to use the word quiet, it's kind of a taboo word, but if all is everybody's in quarters and there's a dispatch in District 1, it'll be Canton Engine 3 and Canton Ambulance 1, and they go as a unit together.
Mr. Nuttall, I want you to take us back, if you would, to the early morning hours of January 22nd, 2022. I want you to bring us a little bit before 6 a.m. Do you remember what you were doing?
Yes, sir. So that particular morning, I arrived at work earlier than I normally do. There was inclement weather that morning. So I left earlier than normal just to get in before the roadways got particularly difficult to travel and to relieve anybody that may need to get out if they needed to get home before the roads got particularly bad. I arrived just before 6 a.m. I was walking in. I was assigned to Ambulance 1 for that oncoming 24. I was scheduled to be there at 8 a.m.
Could you share with us a little bit about how the weather was as you arrived around 6 a.m.?
It wasn't great. I was driving. It's about a 35-minute ride for me to get to Canton. The roads were starting to they weren't great. They had been treated, but they weren't pristine. The wind was starting to pick up. The snow was starting to come down a little heavier, which is the reason that I left at the time I did.
And so I may have misspoke. January 29th, 2022, that morning, around 6:04, did you hear a tone or did you hear an alarm?
So the tones went off right as I entered the building.
Tell us what a tone is.
So the tone is the emergency alert tone. In the town of Canton, we have 3. We have one for fire, we have one for investigation, and we have one for EMS. The EMS tones went off and the lights came on. Whenever the tones go off, the lights come on as well. I was just walking into the building when the tones went off and the lights came on.
And is there information that accompanies the tone, information about the call that needs response?
Yes. So after the tones had cleared, there's an overhead dispatch, which is our dispatch center, communicates to us before we get in the trucks and on the air responding. Basic nature of the call. In that particular instance, we were dispatched to an unresponsive male in a snowbank with no real further information to follow up on.
So what do you do?
So as I said, I arrived pretty early that morning. But hearing that dispatch and that nature of the call, the crew that was working that morning was getting on the truck, and it was firefighter paramedic Anthony Flamati and firefighter EMT Matt Kelly. Matt Kelly has since become a paramedic, but at the time he was an EMT. So off the bat, that crew, not to say that they were at a disadvantage, but paramedic Flamati was the only paramedic on that ambulance.
What did you do?
So I made the decision. I checked with the shift commander, and I jumped on ambulance 1 to just give a second set of hands as being a paramedic myself, just being able to hopefully help if there was any advanced interventions that needed to be done or needed to be performed.
What happened?
And just a second set of hands.
What happens next?
So I got in the back of the truck. I was actually still in civilian clothing at the time because I had just walked in the door. So I got in the back of ambulance 1 in the patient compartment. The other 2 gentlemen were up front driving to the scene. I actually had to don my turnout gear because, again, I was in civilian clothing. I wasn't quite ready to go. So I had to put all my structural turnout gear on and then my Canton Fire jacket. Once I was sufficiently dressed for the call, I started prepping all the gear that we might need for a call such as that, for an unresponsive male in the snow. In this case, it was our first in bag, our airway bag, and our cardiac monitor. Everything was all together. They were all in 3 separate bags. But on the way there, I just got in. I didn't know how their night had gone. So I just took a real quick look at everything just to make sure everything was there and everything was exactly how it needed to be. So I was able to just grab all 3 bags, put them on my person, and get ready to, so as soon as the ambulance was on scene, just step off and go to work.
Not knowing much information about what you're going to confront, what goes through your mind as you prepare before you get off the ambulance?
Just basic scenarios. I mean, again, unresponsive male in the snow could mean several things. Not having much to go off on the dispatch was, it left much to be desired in terms of what we might need. So in gathering all the equipment together, that can kind of cover all the major bases, if you will, in terms of what we were expecting to meet once we got on scene.
How was your focus before you get off the ambulance?
I was ready to go. A dispatch like that, any unresponsive male in the snow, it can kind of up the level, because you just don't know what you're walking into. You know, it could be anything.
In the back of the ambulance, you can't see outside. Could you tell anything about the weather conditions based on the way the ambulance was moving?
Again, being in the back, as you noted, it just seemed to be taking a little bit longer than normal. I really had no visibility at all. Like I said, I was in the patient compartment. It's very limited visibility in the back, and it's limited visibility. There's like a peephole that's maybe 1.5 by 1.5 to kind of peek up front. But again, I was so busy getting everything together, I really didn't notice, but I did note it took a little bit longer. We were going not slow, but we were going cautiously.
When the ambulance finally stopped and the doors opened, tell the jury what you see.
So as I mentioned, I had the 2 bags and the cardiac monitor. So 3 pieces of equipment with me. And I stepped out of the back or the side of the truck. There's a back compartment, or a back door and a side door. I stepped out of the side door. And I immediately noted the wind had picked up and the snow seemed to be heavier. And I could hear like a distant screaming off in the distance. Wasn't exactly sure where it was coming from.
What was the visibility like?
It wasn't great. It was still dark out. The sun had not come up yet. The snow was coming down, as I said, heavily. And it wasn't great all around.
It's not great.
It was cold. Yes, sir.
It wasn't
So when you
great.
hear the screams, what do you do next?
But was it snowing? It's not great.
I started making my way kind of towards the sound, following the sounds. I couldn't see anybody yet. So I just kind of followed the sounds. And then once I was able to get around the side of the truck, that's when I was able to see a group of 3 individuals with Canton police. And I started making my way over to them to see where the patient might be located and what was going on.
As you get closer, tell us what you see.
So as we approached the scene, as I said, there were 3 individuals, and Canton police were on scene as well. And then there was what appeared to be a human figure laying supine in the snow. I'd say about 6 to 8 feet, kind of where the sidewalk met the front lawn of a residence.
What does supine mean?
So that he was laying on his back.
Okay.
From there, I made my way directly over to that individual and started checking for signs of life.
How do you check? Do you get close? Do you get down on the ground?
Yep. So I knelt right at his head. Typically, to check for any signs of life, it's just as you see in TV or anything like that. You check the carotid pulse, and you check for any signs of breathing or anything like that.
Where's the carotid pulse?
So the carotid pulse would be right in the neck. Just real quick, 2 seconds, you can check either side. They're on both sides. Those are the strongest pulses that you can grab quickly. So I just real quick went right to that gentleman. Like I said, I looked for any signs of breathing. I found none. I checked a carotid pulse, and I found none.
How was his skin to the touch?
He was very cold to the touch.
He wasn't warm?
No.
So after you touched his cold skin and you felt the carotid artery? Is that how you?
Yes, sir. Carotid artery.
Did you come to any initial quick assessments or conclusions in your mind?
So I found, like I said, I checked for signs of life, the carotid, the signs of breathing. I found none. From there, we had ascertained that there is no signs of life. As I was checking that, the other 2 individuals on the ambulance came and met me, and they began doing the same thing just to check. Sometimes you can look and you can miss. So the other paramedic, Anthony Flamati, started checking my work, and then we kind of went from there. But I found no signs of life in my initial.
So paramedic Flamati arrived to this person after you did.
Yes, sir. I was the first one to actually put hands on the individual and check for signs of life.
Did you later learn the name of this man?
I did.
And what was that?
John O'Keefe.
After you found no signs of life for John O'Keefe, did you get up and go to speak to anybody?
I did. So as being a second set of hands on the call, it's really not my call, like in terms of treatment modalities and how we want to progress. So after I found no signs of life, I kind of got up to kind of look around real quick. I went over to the individuals, the three individuals that were there, and just said, hey, I just have found no signs of life. We're going to see the next steps. And as I was saying that, that was when Anthony Flamati, who is the lead paramedic on this, made the decision this is a workable cardiac arrest.
Let me ask you two questions. The first is, as a paramedic firefighter, are there times when you're the lead paramedic on a call?
Yes, sir.
And so it changes call by call, but this one was firefighter or paramedic Flamati's lead?
Correct. He was the lead paramedic on this call.
There are other times when you're the lead and firefighter or paramedic Flamati is on your crew and you lead?
Yes, sir. So we typically switch off. We'll do one, and then once my rotation is complete, we'll do the next one. So it's patient for patient, typically.
When firefighter paramedic Flamati called you back and said it was a workable situation, can you explain to the jury what that means?
Yes. So in medicine, there is a term that is you're not dead until you're warm and dead. Meaning your core temperature, your core body temperature has to be within normal limits for it to be considered a futile attempt at resuscitation. Noting that, Tony, the other paramedic, Tony Flamati, realized that this gentleman was very cold to the touch and that this was now a hypothermic cardiac arrest, or a cardiac arrest in a hypothermic setting, which means as providers, we have a duty to initiate life-saving measures, CPR, ventilation, and continue those efforts until we get him to a hospital and a physician is able to take over and they are able to monitor his core body temperature for a certain amount of time.
I want to ask you about a term you used.
Did
You
they
said a
try the
hypothermic
armpits?
situation. As a firefighter paramedic treating a patient at the scene, you're not diagnosing hypothermia, are you?
No, sir.
So you're not making a medical diagnosis. You're just saying it's a hypothermic situation because of why?
Just because of the conditions. He was extremely cold to the touch, and he was in the elements. We didn't know how long, so taking the fact that he is extremely cold to the touch and he had been outside for an unknown amount of time, that quantifies it to us as a hypothermic arrest or a cardiac arrest in a hypothermic setting.
Is there anything about Mr. O'Keefe's fingers or hands or his face that gave you any indication if he had been there just recently or had been there for a while?
His fingers were quite cold. They were not well perfused at all. They were very, very.
Mean? I don't know. What does not perfused mean?
Sorry, there was did not appear to have been any blood flow at all. Just because he was, again, presumably being outside, his fingers were very, very white. They were very stiff, which can be signs of hypothermia and frostbite. And again, touching the neck. So typically when you get cold, you kind of work back from your extremities in. So again, I noted his fingers were quite cold, but also when I checked his carotid, his neck felt quite cold as well. That just kind of tipped us back further down the road of a hypothermic cardiac arrest.
I see.
Have you all heard my keyboard?
Flamati called you back.
Yep.
Where did you go exactly?
So when I was told that this is what we're doing, I turned around and I went right back to where I previously knelt, which was right at Mr. O'Keefe's head. And then I took over the ventilation aspect of a cardiac arrest. So I was in charge of the airway. So I began giving him positive pressure ventilations with a bag valve mask, which is just a glorified balloon that you can push oxygen through and down into your respiratory tract to get oxygen moving. While I was doing that, I believe firefighter EMT Kelly had begun CPR.
So is this fair to say it's a team effort?
Yes, sir.
A coordinated effort?
Very much so.
And depending on where you're placed, whether in the back of the ambulance or driving or leading, does everybody have an important role to play?
Yes. Yeah, we work in conjunction with each other. Typically, the most well-defined roles in a cardiac arrest in EMS is your airway monitor, which was myself in this situation, and then your cardiac and medication administration, which is, that would be Anthony Flamati, that would be Tony. Just because of my position at the head, I just took over the ventilation aspect, and that was where I remained throughout the call.
You said you went back to try to help Mr. O'Keefe, and you were giving, helping at the airway. Do you have to actually get on the ground to do that?
Yes, sir. I was kneeling at his head.
While you were kneeling at his head, well, let me ask you a more of a background question. Is it helpful to get information about the history of the person when you're trying to treat them when you happen upon a scene and you don't know the history?
Yes, sir. Very much. Getting information on medications, history, and allergies is our top priorities in just any call, not even this call, just really any your run-of-the-mill fall or chest pain. Typically the first questions that we ask: what medications are you on? What medical history do you have? And do you have any allergies? The medical history is important because if you've had heart attacks in the past, or just using a generalized example, if you've had heart attacks in the past, does this feel like a previous heart attack? Kind of gives us something to go off of.
As you were nailing, I want you to take us to that moment. As you're nailing, trying to help Mr. O'Keefe, did you have a chance at any point to look up?
I did.
And when you looked up, when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe, can you tell us who you saw?
I saw a middle-aged male, middle-aged female with blood.
I have no idea what's happening.
You've been to a lot of calls over the years and since.
Yes, sir.
Would you say hundreds or thousands?
Thousands.
Do you remember all of them?
I remember aspects of various calls, but not all of them, no.
Do some stand out more than others?
Yes, sir.
Did this particular moment stand out more as compared to your typical or most calls that you've been to?
It did, just because of the setting. I mean, it was the weather, it was the unknown factors, and it was the attempting to try and get information and not really being able to glean anything from that.
After the defendant said to you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, did you ask any follow-up questions?
I really didn't get a chance to, because following that, the individual just kind of walked away, or just kind of went in a different direction. I wasn't able to ask any follow-up questions.
Have you ever received any police training?
No, sir.
Are you a police officer?
No, sir.
When you're helping a patient, do you have any interest in detective work?
No, sir.
Do you have any interest in investigating potential crimes?
At that time, in this particular instance, because I was at the airway, that is a pretty critical aspect of a cardiac arrest. I was stuck there. I couldn't get up and kind of follow up on that at all. I was there doing the ventilation.
Is it your
You
job
wouldn't say, what did you hit him with?
simply to get information to help treatment?
I feel like I would have more questions.
When you go out as a firefighter paramedic, do you have a purposeful cause?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
To save lives.
And is that your only focus?
In this instance, it was attempting to restore circulation and breathing.
At some point with your colleagues, did you lift Mr. O'Keefe from the ground?
We did.
When you lift him, what do you put him on?
So we put him on, it's called a scoop stretcher. It's basically just a hard plastic moving device with some seatbelts on it, just to get the patient up and onto the stretcher. And then from there, we can move from the stretcher to the ambulance.
After you lift him to the stretcher, tell us what happens next.
So we put Mr. O'Keefe on the scoop stretcher, and we were able to get him onto the stretcher itself and then off to the ambulance. From there, I maintained my role as the airway individual on this call. So we made our way to the ambulance. I got in the tech seat, which is directly behind where the stretcher locks in. So I had access to the airway again. I was continuing to provide positive pressure ventilations to Mr. O'Keefe, and we had put in an OPA as well, which is just a plastic hook, if you will. It just keeps the tongue from falling back into the airway, so we can continue to provide positive pressure ventilations. Once we got him in the truck and we continued that effort, we set up a suction system and we prepared to intubate Mr. O'Keefe. We prepared a suction system just because as I was ventilating outside of the ambulance, there were some secretions in the airway that I could see, and you could kind of hear it as you go to squeeze in breaths into the individual. You can kind of hear the secretions kind of getting like bubbly and stuff like that. So we knew we were going to need to suction him. So we got him in the truck. We really quickly suctioned him, and then we were able to intubate him successfully to definitively give him an advanced airway and give him better ventilations, get more oxygen into his system.
Now, you mentioned that he wasn't warm. He was very cold.
No, he was still very cold.
What does the team do to try to assist with that?
The most basic thing that we did, we turned the heat on as high as it would go. We also stripped all of his clothing off, just getting all of that wet clothing off of him. I didn't really have a role in that particular part of it, just because once you're on the airway, that is kind of yours. Nobody can breathe for him. So every time I squeeze that bag, he gets a breath. So I'm kind of tied to that airway for the duration of the call.
So when your colleagues are stripping the clothes off him, is your attention on the clothes or more on the airway in your job?
No, I'm maintaining the airway. If an endotracheal tube is dislodged for whatever reason, it is typically more difficult to get one in. So the integrity of that tube staying where it is and not being dislodged, that is another key aspect of airway management.
As you're doing that, do you notice what any of your colleagues are doing to help?
Like I said, they were working on clothing removal. I believe they were also getting intravenous and intraosseous access on this individual to begin medication administration. But again, I was quite focused on that airway, just making sure that it was maintained and we didn't lose any tube. We didn't lose any end-tidal CO2, which is just another monitoring device that we use to confirm that tube is in place.
How quickly do you get to leave the scene and start moving towards the hospital?
I honestly couldn't give you an accurate estimate. It didn't seem to be out of the ordinary realm, though. We were able to move within the flow.
In addition to Mr. Keefe being very cold, did you notice any other injuries on him?
So I noted that he had a hematoma right above his right eye.
Could you explain to us what that is?
Yep, it's just, for lack of a better term, it's just a big egg. He had a pretty good bump over his eye.
And you said his right eye?
Yes, sir.
Did you know how that hematoma was caused?
No, sir.
No idea?
No.
In addition to the hematoma above his right eye, what other injuries did you see?
There were also several scratches on his right arm, just below his shoulder and traveling down his right humerus. They terminated right about his right elbow, just above it.
Those scratches, have you also described them as abrasions?
Yes, sir.
Is there any difference in your mind, difference between scratches and abrasions?
Nope. These were they were deep and they were not bleeding, but they were notably deep.
Did you ever describe it as furrows?
I did.
And in describing those scratches, do you have any idea how they were caused?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you notice any other injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. Those were the only ones that we noted. As I mentioned, we suctioned a little bit of blood out of the back of his airway as well. I believe it was blood, mucus, and saliva. But those were the extent of the injuries that I was able to note.
Did you notice anything about the back of his head?
Actually, yes, I did. I apologize. There seemed to be a little bit of matted blood around in his hair around there. Really didn't see anything too obvious at the time. He was also placed in a cervical collar as well, following intubation, and that was kind of there just to maintain his cervical spine. But there was, like I said, there was noted to be a little bit of dried blood on the back of his head.
At some point, did you finally make your way with Mr. O'Keefe to the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, sir.
And just share with us what happens when you get there.
So after we got there, we handed off care to Good Samaritan Medical's physicians and ER nurses. We were able to give a report to the physician of just basic what we've done, what we've given for medications. In my case, what he was intubated with and how he was being ventilated, how well he was being ventilated, and any other further pertinent information. Typically, we noted that Tony was the lead paramedic, so that is typically his. He kind of holds the room for a minute when we get in there and gives a big rundown, and then we back off and let Good Samaritan take over.
When the defendant told you that she hit him, did that have any significance to you?
No, sir.
Did it reconcile with the injuries that you saw before you that Mr. O'Keefe was suffering from?
No, sir.
And so at that point, was that information insignificant in perspective of your care?
Sustained.
Okay. What role did that information play in your care after the defendant told you she hit him? How did that contribute or not contribute to what you were doing?
It really didn't help at the time. Again, I wasn't able to chase anything down from that. I just kind of took it, noted it, and moved on with my aspect of the cardiac arrest.
Okay.
Did you though? Did you note it?
Have you had an opportunity at any point to see any video of that morning taken from any source, police car, dash cam?
Yes, sir.
Nora, I'd like to introduce a video stream.
Okay. So this will be in evidence. There are agreements with some of the evidence already?
I believe there's no objection, but I don't want to speak for the defense.
There's no objection.
Okay, thank you. Yes, you can show it.
And for the record, if I may note, this is Cruiser 683 Stream 2. I'm sorry. It is Cruiser 683 Stream 2. Going to ask to play a portion of it that's relevant to Mr. Nuttall. Ms. Gillum, if you would please move to 6:11 a.m.
Oh, cool. So we see nothing.
Please stop the video. Mr. Nuttall, do you see the red lights reflecting on the left?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what those red lights are?
Presumably those would be ambulance 1.
Yeah, so not what you presume. Do you know what they are, sir?
And those are the lights for ambulance 1.
Do you see the weather conditions as it's depicted on this video?
Yes, sir.
Oh, as you stood outside, was it same or different to how it appears in this video?
That is the same.
When you look to the left, you see a straight line about an inch or two from the left of the screen. Do you know what that item is?
Sorry, sir. Repeat the question.
If you look to the left of the screen, you'll see a straight item from the bottom halfway up the picture. Do you know what that item is?
I believe that's a flagpole, sir.
Do you see a little bit of movement of bodies near that flagpole?
At the present time, no.
Okay. Could we continue to play, please?
Yep, there they are.
Could you stop, please? Did you see the first person in line now behind the person in front of the person with the blue hat?
I'm sorry, sir. Can you back it up like 10 seconds?
Certainly. Keep going, please. Do you know who that person is?
I believe that's me, sir.
Okay. Could you please continue? Is this your first assessment?
Yes, sir. This is ascertaining any signs of life or breathing.
Is that you approaching?
Yes, sir.
Could you stop, please? After informing your return, is that after firefighter Flamati called you?
So right after that, when I turned around, that was when Tony said, "Hey, we're working this."
Okay. Please continue. Stop, please. And do you see a person come over to where you are?
Yes, sir.
Is it at that point or another moment when the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
It was right there, sir.
Could you continue, please? Could you stop for a moment? There's no voices or noises from people coming through that audio. When you were there that night, throughout the event, was it silent or were people speaking? Did you hear people speaking?
There was, as I noted when I got out of the truck, there was quite a bit of screaming. It was quite chaotic. The wind was also a factor, but there were people around. They were speaking within themselves too, but there was screaming, there was wind, and there was different side conversations as well.
And when you were working on Mr. O'Keefe, were you having conversations with your colleagues?
Yes, sir.
They're not picked up on the audio?
No, sir.
Please continue. Sir, are you still at the flagpole?
Yes, sir. I'm kneeling at the head of the patient.
Are you included in that group of first responders?
I am not, sir. I have actually exited to the side with the bags. I believe I'm entering the ambulance at this point.
Okay. Thank you. We can conclude the viewing. With the court's permission, I'd like to approach and show a few exhibits to Mr. Nuttall. They've been shown to the defense.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't think that video was very helpful on anything. I didn't hear
It's
her
not
say.
clear, and you can't hear very
Show
well
you a
here.
photograph? Yes, sir.
But it's a video of a video, so I wouldn't expect it to be.
Sir, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, sir. Those are the scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Does that appear the same as when you saw his arm that morning, or is there any differences? And if there's any differences, can you share them with us?
That appears how they were to me at the time of the incident.
Okay. May I approach you, again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
Awesome.
I'm going to hand you a.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Pardon me, Your Honor. May we publish to the jury?
Yes.
Is that the photograph you just identified on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Showing you a second photograph, I'd like to ask you some questions about it.
Can we take that one down, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, of course.
Please, Ms. Gilman.
Thank you. Does that photograph, do you recognize that area?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same or substantially the same area where you helped try to treat John O'Keefe?
Yes, sir.
Does that look to be a fair and accurate representation of the area?
It does.
With the court's permission, I would introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Okay, and there's no objection to any of these three?
None.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, could I publish exhibit 2?
Yes.
And sir, that's what you recognize as the area where you were helping to treat John O'Keefe?
Yes, sir.
I've left one last photograph in front of you.
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize
That
that?
big
I
smear
do.
where we can't see anything.
Tell us
Yeah,
any
super
differences
helpful.
between when you were there and what you see in that photograph.
The street appears to be plowed. There's bare pavement. The weather conditions are significantly better. It is also daytime.
If we could take down that exhibit 2, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would move to introduce this as exhibit 3.
All right.
Exhibit 3 somewhere.
With the court's permission, I'd like to publish exhibit 3.
Sure.
Is that the photo you just identified?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we can take that down. Thank you.
Was that morning? Because that
Thank you,
road
sir. I have
was
no further
clear
questions,
as
Your Honor.
hell.
All right. I don't know. I didn't hear them specify. Jackson, that was not a great photo either. And a terrible perspective.
Yeah, the road's that clear. I'm wondering how cold the ground was. Even though it should have been super cold.
All right, Jackson, you're up.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, Firefighter Nuttall.
Good afternoon, sir.
Nice to see you again.
You as well.
Before your testimony this morning, how many conversations had you had with any member of the prosecution team in anticipation of your testimony today?
I believe it was 3, sir.
When were those?
I could not give you dates off the top of my head.
Give me a time frame within the last 3 weeks, within the last 3 months, last 3 days.
Within the last 3 weeks, I believe one the week after that, and then one last night.
One
last night.
Last night. What you did discuss, let's take them in order. First of all, who'd you meet with 3 weeks ago?
I met with Mr. Brennan and his staff.
And when you say his staff, who else?
I honestly couldn't tell you, sir.
Mr. Lally?
No.
Male, female?
One female and one, I believe, state trooper.
Okay. Had you ever met State Trooper Tully previously?
Yes, sir. Actually, I believe that was him.
It was State Trooper Tully?
Yes, sir.
Whom you've met with several times, correct?
Prior to that, I believe only once or twice.
He was the one that he has formally interviewed you previously, correct?
I believe he arranged the meetings with Mr. Brennan, but beyond that, I can't speak to.
What did y'all discuss 3 weeks ago?
The first meeting, going in order, it was mostly just kind of an introduction. I had not met Mr. Brennan yet. I really didn't know him. So it was mostly that, and then just kind of seeing where we were at with testimony, going over previous testimony and in that sort of realm.
Prior to today, how many times have you testified under oath concerning the incident on January 29th, 2022?
Once at a grand jury hearing and once last year.
All right. As a matter of fact, last year in this courtroom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you look over your testimony at the grand jury 3 weeks ago during that meeting?
No, sir.
What about the testimony from last year?
We did go over the testimony from last year. Yes, sir.
Were there any issues that Mr. Brennan or anybody else in that meeting brought up concerning any of your testimony?
There was just a question of how many times the I hit him came up. It was 3 times.
And were you advised that that's not what you said at your testimony last year?
No, sir.
2 times?
What was that?
You said it was 2 times last year?
I honestly can't recall, sir.
Okay. But you just saw that, or you just read that and went over that 3 weeks ago?
I believe so, sir, yeah.
But you can't remember, as you sit here today, just 3 weeks ago, what y'all discussed in terms of how many times you previously testified that you heard the phrase, I hit him.
So previously testified possibly to 2, but it was 3.
Okay. Your memory is clearer now than it was, for instance, a year ago when you testified.
Repeat that?
Sure. Your memory is clearer now as you sit here that it was 3 times you heard that, than it was a year ago when you testified that it was 2 times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does your memory get better with time generally? Your memory. I'm not talking about the royal you. I'm talking about you.
In certain settings, I mean, there are certain things about different aspects that I recall better than others.
Okay. And does your memory tend to get better or does it fade over time? That's my question.
It can fade over time, but it depends on the context.
But in this case, you're telling this jury that your memory is better now than it was a year ago when you testified about the exact same circumstance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You then met about a week after that, which would be 2 weeks ago.
Yes, sir.
Who'd you meet with then?
The same group.
And what did you discuss at that meeting?
Again, just prior testimony. And that was really the gist of it.
And tell me the specifics of the prior testimony that you...
Again, it was the how many times we had talked about saying I hit him. Again, it was 3 times. And then there was also the video that was just played for me.
If I'll take the video in just a second. If y'all had met 3 weeks ago and you indicated to Mr. Brennan that it was actually 3 times, not 2 times that you heard the I hit him, why did you need to discuss it again a week later to verify the 3 times versus 2 times?
Not sure, sir. That was just the way that the conversation went. And I just, again, repeated what I said and what I remember from that morning.
Well, tell me about that conversation. Did Mr. Brennan say anything like, well, are you really sure that she said it 3 times?
It was that morning what was said to you. And I said, I hit him. That was how it went that morning, and that was how I remember it.
Okay. And did Mr. Brennan say, well, that's not consistent with how you've testified previously concerning the number of times you heard the I hit him phrase?
Yes, sir.
He did say that.
He wanted to, he acknowledged that I had said it twice. However, again, as I mentioned, it was said 3 times to me.
So now you do remember last year that you only said it, that you only said that it was repeated twice.
One more time, sir.
So now you do recall that last year when you testified, it was inconsistent with how you're testifying today. Let me put it that way, correct?
I believe I said I hit him twice on the stand last year.
Right. And if you're saying I hit him 3 times instead of twice, that firefighter Nuttall is inconsistent with your testimony today, correct? You
Yes,
agree
sir.
with that?
But that is how it went that morning, though, sir.
Okay, that's not my question. Let me see if I can do it again. So I'm asking you, if you testified last year,
yes, sir,
that you heard the phrase twice, and now a year goes by and you're testifying in front of this jury this year that you heard it 3 times, those 2 statements are inconsistent with one another, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you talk at the meeting 2 weeks ago about any other inconsistencies with your testimony?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Well, you were there. You
No.
say not to my knowledge, meaning?
No, sir, we did not.
Okay. So it was just about the number of times that you heard the phrase, I hit him, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You cleared that up in the 2 meetings, 3 weeks ago and 2 weeks ago. What did you talk about last night?
Mostly just making sure that everything was as it had been. I mean, and by that, I mean, it was 3 times and that we were continuously making sure that everything was the way that it had happened that morning.
Everything was the way that Mr. Brennan wanted it to be?
No, sir. The way that it was in, I remember it and I recall it happening.
Okay. So he asked you 3 weeks ago about how many times you heard that phrase.
Yes, sir.
You changed your testimony at that time and said it was 3 times instead of 2 times. We agree on that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then he called you a week later or met with you a week later and again reiterated, making sure you stick with that testimony that it's 3 times, not 2 times, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then last night he called you just to make sure one more time you're going to stick with that testimony that it was 3 times, not 2 times, correct?
Yes, sir.
Hold on just a second. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
He just agreed to that? He literally
did.
just agreed to that?
We did agree to
Bruh.
that.
Okay. And when you talked last night, did you assure Mr. Brennan, nope. When we come in tomorrow, I'm certainly going to say it was 3 times, not 2 times?
No, sir. I told him I would tell my recollection of that morning.
Okay. And did you tell him that what my recollection is? I'm going to tell the jurors it was 3 times that I heard it.
That was what I heard.
Okay. Did you tell him that's what you were going to say today?
No, sir.
You didn't?
I told him I was going to tell him what I remembered from that morning.
Which was what?
I hit him.
Which is how many times?
3 times, sir.
And that's inconsistent with what?
I believe a year ago.
Okay. Now, you also talked about, I want to get back to the other thing that you talked about. You said that at some point, either in the meeting 3 weeks ago, the meeting 2 weeks ago, or the meeting last night, you were shown a video.
Yes, sir.
Which one of those meetings were you shown a video?
I believe the second one.
Okay. Were you shown the entire video?
No, sir.
Just the clip that we saw?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did y'all talk about in relation to that video?
Mostly nailing down who was who in that video.
Okay.
Being the other personnel on scene, where I was, and that was about it.
He showed you the clip that you showed. He showed you the clip that you just seen on direct examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell him where you were?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you to define exactly where it was that you supposedly heard this phrase, I hit him?
No, I was able to give that to him, sir.
Okay. And what you told him was that moment when you see my client walk over sort of to the left of the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you defined that's the point at which she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Yes, sir.
And that's in response to your question. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You asked, do you know him?
Yes, sir.
And she repeated the phrase 3 times, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Correct.
Okay. We'll talk more about that in just a second. Did Mr. Brennan ask anything else about that specific video?
No, like I said, he kind of asked me to point out different individuals on the scene, and that was really the extent of it.
You saw that same video last year when you testified, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't see it last year?
Not to my knowledge, no.
In preparation for your testimony last year?
I did not.
Did you see it before your grand jury testimony?
No, sir.
Okay, so this is the first time that you've seen it.
Yes, sir.
And you were able to establish for Mr. Brennan exactly when it was that you believe you heard the statement based on your view about 2 weeks ago of that video?
No, that was the way that I remember it.
Right. Not a trick question. My question is much more simple. You were able to establish after been 3.5 years now, exactly where you were and where Miss Reed was and who else was around at the time that you believe you heard those 3 statements in order. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You testified last year as well that there is a normal protocol for removing clothing from a patient, and it's essential to just discard it and get it away from the patient so that you can concentrate on the life-saving measures that you're undertaking, correct?
Yes, sir.
That could be done you said in the ambulance, it could be done in the hospital, it could be done in situ out there in the field, correct?
Yes, sir.
But the point is you want to get as much clothing off of the person as possible so that you can assess that person's physiology.
Yes, sir.
There's not really a lot of care taken to preserve the clothing from an evidentiary standpoint in your view, correct?
And we're trained to try and, just to take example of a shooting, try not to cut through the entrance wound of the clothing.
Fair enough. I mean, when you're literally trying to save someone's life, your job is to get the clothing off and get it out of the way.
Yes, sir.
You're not sticking it in an evidence bag and sealing the evidence bag, things of that nature.
No, sir.
So it might end up on the ground.
Yes.
Right? Might end up with some debris on it.
Yep.
Might end up in the floor of the ambulance.
Yes, sir.
Could end up in the floor of the hospital or on the floor of the hospital. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if it's tossed in the floor of the ambulance, the clothing may well pick up debris from the ambulance.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
Or the debris from the floor of the hospital or wherever.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You testified previously at the grand jury in April of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe so, sir.
Okay. So this happened in January of 2022, that same year in the springtime. You testified at a grand jury, April 20th, I think it was.
Yes, sir.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, I want to take you back to that testimony for a second. You testified at that hearing that Mr. O'Keefe was, quote, dressed appropriately for the weather. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. It was obviously well below freezing at that time.
Yes.
That night that you responded?
It was.
We just seen the video. It looks cold as hell, right?
It was chilly.
All right. The wind was howling.
Yep.
It was snowing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that John O'Keefe, quote, had a heavy coat on and possibly 2 other layers of clothing.
Yes, sir.
In April 2024, you reiterated your very specific memory of and you even called it a puffy heavy coat that he was wearing, which was then removed so that you could assess his injuries, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Not to get too colloquial, but a puffy coat is like it's got down and stuff in it, right?
Correct.
Looks kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pretty distinctive article of clothing.
Yep.
And you testified last year that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that clothing, which you had to remove or somebody had to remove in order for him to be properly assessed.
I did testify that way. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned that your memory of that big, heavy winter coat was as clear as your memory of other specifics in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
I asked you that exact question, didn't I?
You did.
And I said, your memory of him having that big puffy coat on, which stood out in your mind, was just as clear as the other specifics that you've testified to about the case.
Yes, sir.
About that night. And turns out you were completely wrong about his clothing, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, he wasn't wearing a coat at all.
No, sir.
He wasn't wearing a winter coat, correct?
That's not great.
He wasn't wearing a heavy winter coat, correct?
Correct.
And he wasn't wearing a puffy, heavy winter coat.
He was not.
Yet you testified that he was wearing all of that, and that was clear in your mind at the time.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Brennan bring that up during the meeting 3 weeks ago?
He asked about what I had meant when I said appropriately dressed.
So you did talk about something other than just I hit him, correct?
Yes, sir.
When I asked what y'all talked about, why didn't you tell us that?
To be perfectly honest, sir, I did not remember until right now.
So your memory is fading even after 3 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Oh, no, sir. Oh.
The fact is, Well, let me ask you a different question. Did Mr. Brennan tell you what Mr. O'Keefe was actually wearing?
No, sir. Actually, I believe you did.
Last year, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
It's a short sleeve T-shirt and a little thin wool hoodie, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Wasn't wearing a hat.
No, sir.
Wasn't wearing, as a matter of fact, didn't even have a shoe on, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
And obviously, goes without saying, but I'm going to ask it anyway. That's not being appropriately dressed for the winter.
No, no, sir.
Yeah. You indicated that you did notice certain injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's person.
Sir.
Once you got him back in the ambulance, obviously it's lighter, meaning brighter lights. You have more equipment in the back of the ambulance. You can better assess somebody's well-being, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated you had a, quote, much better picture of what we were dealing with, correct?
Yes.
You noticed once in the back of the ambulance that he had trauma to the right side of his head.
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, when you were pointing at it, I'm doing that on purpose because you pointed to the right side of your sort of forehead above your right eyebrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The majority or the worst injury that Mr. O'Keefe suffered was actually to the back of his head, which you indicated, you noted was quite matted with blood, correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk about the injury to the right side of his head as distinct from the back of the head injury for just a second. Before I get to that in detail, let me ask you, because I just sort of want to cover the bases. You noted the back of the head injury, correct? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
You also noted the front right side of the head above the right eye, correct?
We did.
You noted some injury to his eyes. They looked blackened.
Yes, sir.
But primarily the right eye was blackened.
Yep.
And there was a golf ball size egg, I think you put it, over his right eye, often called a hematoma.
Correct.
And you also noted when you got his shirt off that he had scratches along the right side of his arm. Is that right?
Sir.
You indicated on direct examination today that you believe those scratches ended where? Meaning from top to bottom? And I'm not using anatomically correct language. So from shoulder to wrist, where were the scratches that you noted?
There were several. As I noted, they were on his right humerus area.
Tell me what a humerus is.
The right arm.
Biceps.
Right about here.
Okay.
No, a little further, like between where your bicep and your tricep kind of meet. Right,
Got it.
Right about in there.
Okay. And what did the scratches look like?
They were deep. They infamously referred to them as furrows. But they were quite deep. You could tell that there had been some material removed.
Okay. Material meaning skin and flesh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Some biological material.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
And were they parallel? Meaning they were going in the same direction?
Yes.
Were there any scratches below the elbow?
There were. Yes, there were. They were not as significant as the ones on the upper arm, but they were noted.
Okay. And those were parallel as well?
Yes, sir.
And they looked like scratches to you. That's how you described them?
They did.
Last year, when you described those scratches, you curled your fingers up, exposing sort of the nails, and drew it across your biceps. Is that what you were using to describe what the sort of scratches looked like?
I just kind of used that as a landmark, to be honest with you, sir. It was just kind of how I quantified it in my mind.
Okay. But what you did was you did this motion.
Yes, sir.
As you said, there were furrows. And remember, there was an embarrassing moment for me.
Both of us, sir.
I couldn't understand the word furrow because of the accent, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about the hematoma above the right eye for a second. That's basically damage to subdural blood vessels that causes acute swelling, right?
Correct.
And a very common cause of a hematoma over one's eye could be being hit or punched in the face. We talked about that.
There could be several causes for hematoma such as that.
Obviously. I mean, it could be a golf club, a baseball bat, or it could be a fist.
It could be.
Okay. We talked about that last year. I asked you if the injuries that you saw on Mr. O'Keefe's face, including the laceration over his right eye, was consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation, and you said it was consistent with a physical altercation as well.
Excuse me?
Objection to referring to past testimony before a question is asked.
So sustained.
Sure. Do you remember a laceration, in addition to the hematoma, about a 0.8 centimeter laceration over his right eye?
I do.
Tell me I'm using a word that maybe not everybody understands. I didn't understand it when we first started this thing. What's a laceration? What's the difference between that and a cut?
A laceration is they're basically the same thing. A laceration is just a deep cut.
Okay. So it's a parting of the skin.
Correct.
In other words, where the skin separates.
Yes.
And that can be from blunt force trauma, meaning something hits it rather than cuts it.
You can get
sustained.
What are some of the causes of lacerations?
You can get a laceration, as you noted, blunt force, but you can also get a laceration from a slashing movement, from a stabbing. I mean, that is still a laceration.
What about a hematoma?
That is primarily caused by blunt force trauma.
Right. And the hematoma and the laceration were right next to each other, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you indicated last year, or let me ask you this way. Is that consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I could not say, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
Well, last year, you indicate you can't answer that. Last year, you did answer it, didn't you?
Objection.
So I need to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Sidebar. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, loosen your collar, buddy. Loosening, because he is fire on you right now. Yikes. Wow. And here I was like, oh, this is just a whatever witness, like they're just established, like whatever, it's an ambulance driver. What could they possibly? Oh. Oh. Wait, are you muted? No. Yes. For some reason I don't hear sound.
Am I better?
Oh, there you are.
Oh, my bad.
There you are.
Wait.
No, we can't hear you. No. It's not. I can't hear you, Buff. Oh, there you are.
Okay, there's a mute button on the microphone, and
Oh, okay. That would make sense then, because I was like, I didn't see your little.
No, because it's not up there, and then I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, I gotta touch that. My bad.
I wonder if they'll impeach his testimony. I mean, it's kind of what he's doing right now. Is trying to. So he says there's a puffy coat in front of the grand jury.
Yeah, they're. I'm so pretty, aren't I, GT? I'm so pretty.
Wow.
Yeah, they said he did say that he removed a puffy coat, or he was wearing a puffy coat. And, his memory is just so good. It gets better with time.
Oh my God. I can't believe they got him to say, oh, that was good. That is good.
I couldn't believe he agreed with that. I was like, did he just agree with that?
Right. But then his memory is not great in the last 3 weeks. Like, oh, how embarrassing.
I can't believe you just said you agree. Like, no. But hey, whatever, dude.
Oh, and in the first trial. Okay. Oh, who's that guy?
I want to know what the jury is thinking. I always want to know what the jury is thinking.
Who's that guy that they're showing?
That is John O'Keefe's brother, Paul.
Oh, okay. Oh, so he did
Mr.
have
Nuttall,
another
we are going
sibling.
to let you take a break if you have to do this.
Yeah.
After the lunch.
Yeah, he had a
So this is
sister.
the luncheon break. There's lunch here for you. I
Sister and
assume
Paul.
Tony isn't here. Okay. There's lunch here for you. We'll see you in about a half an hour.
All rise, please.
Lunch.
Jurors leave your notebooks in your chairs.
And they'll see us in a half hour. Okay.
Short lunches, and we don't have to wait 30 minutes from that time either.
I know. I don't have to do that. Well, I snuck away to grab myself a midday Moscato.
Oh, see, there you go.
I can do that. Oh, let me turn off that music that I hear.
Okay, we got background music.
It was just from the stream because I didn't remove it from the thing. All right. Well, okay. So By the way, did you all hear my keyboard a lot? Because I got a new one for it to be quieter, but forgot to grab a notebook, so I was just making notes.
See, I got too engrossed in the testimony and forgot. I got his name written down.
I got a few things written the same. I'm just like,
Like-
okay. And then I got lost in the questioning. Yeah, that was some good maneuvering by the defense attorney there. Because at first I was just like, he's being a little hard on him, but
I thought he was a little fumbly this go round. Like,
okay.
I'm not criticizing Jackson. Calm down, chat. I'm just saying that I thought he fumbled a little. Like he was a little, stumbling over his words a little bit there for a little bit. Like he was.
I feel like he repeated a lot of it. That I was like,
I know Kelly's gonna come for me.
Fight.
She's like, he is a great attorney. I know. I agree.
Midday Fight Club in here. I'm just kidding. AJ is a great attorney. I mean, certainly very impressive.
He's amazing.
He comes to play. That's for sure.
Well, I'm sure for what he charges, he better come to play.
How much do you think he charges an hour?
I don't know. He's not in my tax bracket.
Probably like, yeah, at least $100 an hour.
Not in my tax bracket.
Fight Club is members only material. Well, first rule of Fight Club. You got to join.
We ask you to sign. Yeah, we ask you to sign up, join feature.
Which, by the way, if you have not liked this video, please do give us a little thumbs up. Boost us in the algorithm. Also subscribe and click the notification bell so you don't miss when we go live every morning, because it seems like you don't want to miss this trial. I mean, witness one, not boring.
No, and they started with, I think it was Paul O'Keefe the last time, Paul, and then Aaron, and then we did Officer Seraph, whatever you say, however you pronounce it. And those were the first three. That's why I was like, oh, it took us like 2 or 3 days to get to this guy last time. So we're moving right along. I wonder if they'll still, like, they're just going to do them in a different order. But
You done did it. Thanks, Cal. Thank you.
I done did it.
And so this police video, right? Like, we don't even hear Karen say that. I didn't.
No,
now,
you
granted,
can't.
the audio is shit.
But see, it looks like the same video that was on the documentary, and you can hear her saying, "I dropped my boyfriend off and he never came home." But I didn't hear her at no point in that. Do you hear? I did it. I did it. I did it. That's if they had it on video. Don't you think they'd play it?
I would think so.
I feel like
that would have. Did hear them screaming a little bit. Okay, well, maybe we'll get to it.
They would have, but they would have played it. That would have been in their opening statements. If they had that statement, I mean, because it's quite the statement. I mean, it's.
Yeah, what I hit him. I hit him.
It would have been played in opening. Like they don't have it because it doesn't exist. I don't know.
Also, why would he say 2 times in the last trial and now it's 3? Like, it's oddly specific, but okay.
It's funny too because in Lally's closing statement, he said it 4 times. So.
Okay, so they don't even actually have a number, or did they just go with the median number?
I mean, Jen McCabe says she said it 3 times. Everybody else says that she said it 3 times. Nobody's written this down in any reports anywhere.
Oh, okay.
They don't have it on camera, but they are like don't have it on video. I just feel like if she said it, then and he said, well, I heard it at that point. It's funny that you can hear the screaming everywhere else, but you can't hear that. Like,
yeah,
like you could hear her screaming, but you couldn't hear. I did it. I did it. I did it. Or I did it. I did it. Because I don't know how many times she said it.
I mean, it seems like everyone is frantic then. I feel like at least the response that is going on with her, it seems like a reasonable one.
Yeah.
You know, I think of like what would happen if this was like me and Elbow Feet in that situation. I'll tell you
I
what,
would.
I have woken up at 5, 6 in the morning and him not be here before, and boy was I pissed. Okay. I think many of us have been there a time or two, right?
Where the fuck are you? Sorry.
Yeah, like I mean, it happens, right? And if I would be yelling and screaming and hysterical and pacing all back and forth and just be all over the place.
Oh,
too.
yeah. Like I said, if mean text messages and voicemail messages is, yeah, because I would probably guilty. Oh no, I am guilty. Ask my husband.
And
He's
those
been like,
lacerations being deep. Okay.
Okay.
Where's the debris in there? Like,
it's funny because we had that foster dog that bit my husband, and we had to return it to the shelter because it's a bite and you have to report a bite anyway. And it was funny because I was like, now let me see your arm. As soon as he got bit by the dog, I was like, let me see your arm. And he's like, are you serious? And I'm like, yes. And I'm like, see, look at that. He's like, oh yeah, yeah. It was funny because they do look similar. I mean, they weren't as extensive as that, but.
Right. I'll be out there trying to vacuum the gravel to be nosy. How many houses are in this area?
It's a neighborhood. So
it's a
I think the
neighborhood.
people across the street were cops too. You're going to get to that part. He was a cop too.
Right. And I'm sure I'll get to a lot of information. I just was wondering if anyone else in the neighborhood because if all that commotion was going on, I can tell you Elbow Feet would be in the front lawn, even in a blizzard, being like, what is happening?
Well, I'd be staring out the window if I'm not outside.
And then I'll be in my bedroom peeking through the blinds. I mean, love neighborhood stuff.
On my ring camera, trying to zoom. And nobody in that neighborhood had ring cameras. That's another thing.
That is interesting.
What year is it?
It looks
and they're
like
cops. They're cops. Cops I know fortify their home. They have. I mean, I'm serious.
I would.
I know lots of cops, and they're very
I mean, it's a dangerous profession. I would probably have my house that way too for my family's sake. You never know.
Crazy.
People are crazy.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I am not a cop. I have 3 cameras around my house. 3.
Oh boy, gosh! If that was his questioning for the ambulance EMT firefighter guy, oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, I told you wouldn't be bored.
Oh no, certainly not bored. Certainly not boring. And I'm glad that they went straight into witnesses because I was kind of wondering if we were just going to do opening and then argue stuff, So have the jurors for Vallow began deliberating. You know what? Let me do a refresher here. And let's see.
Are we there yet? With the verdict?
I mean, it's only 1. Generally, they don't start for another half hour in court, but I don't know what time they came in. So, and my computer keeps freezing up.
Outside sweeping up the snow, Sam. She's out there leaf blowing the snow.
Not seeing it yet. Oh, maybe that's what I need to be in. Nope.
That poor dude. I do kind of feel bad for him. He was so cute. I always feel bad when
I did.
I feel embarrassed. I mean, it's embarrassing too, because he's thinking I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah. Afterwards, he's just oh shit.
Okay, so I have such anxiety that I'll say something and then I'll think about it all day long and go, oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. And then I'll just be like, I'm so embarrassed that I said that. I'll replay this whole live stream in my head and be like, Terry, you probably shouldn't have said that. But I know he's going to walk around going, Yeah, I probably should have said that. Don't go on Twitter and see what
I feel
people
like
are
he
saying
might
about
cry
you, dude.
afterwards. Yeah, yikes. Yikes. I guess, I didn't really feel like he was being nefarious. But then again, like you kind of said stuff that wasn't there towards so at first you don't get this suspicion at all, right? He's just doing his job or whatever. And now it's like, okay, but why did you get so many things wrong? Which is fine if you get them wrong, but what you just said was that you don't get things wrong.
I just thought it was weird when he said he met with them 3 times. You're the ambulance guy. Why did you have to meet with the prosecution 3 times for your testimony? To prepare.
I will say this. That is.
I was like, that's a lot. That's a lot for the role you played. It shouldn't have been that deep. You were taking him to the hospital. That should have been it.
But there's nothing important on it. If Karen had it on video, we wouldn't be here, right? Oh, so is it up to the cop to decide there was nothing important on it, or did the police decide that there was nothing?
Oh, the cop that was across the street said that there wasn't anything important on it. So,
well, let's just take his word for that.
Okay. Well, they did apparently, because they don't have anything.
Good Lord. Good Lord.
I know. That's what I'm saying. If it was just 1 or 2 things, I would just be like, okay. But it's the accumulation. It's all of it. There's just so much how? What? Because it is hot. Wow. I don't buy conspiracies. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. You're way more of a conspiracy theorist.
That's true.
I am. I'm really hard to convince. But 1 or 2, okay. But I mean,
oh my gosh, I just realized, Buffy, we're T-squared right now.
That's right. That's right. We are.
Look at us. We finally did it, Buff.
T2.
T2, what has happened? Let's see. Nothing important. It's not important until deemed unimportant. I mean, I think it's just very interesting what they're picking and choosing so far, but and the cop was a captain. I think the neighbor across the street, I'm assuming.
Lady in Gray knows a lot. She studied this case too.
You all know a lot about it. I'm impressed with your, but of course, your memory only gets better over time.
I mean,
you're practically a genius expert because a year has passed. So
practically. That's why when Terry's like, you should be in the courtroom, I'm like, tag me in, coach. Let me do this. No, I'm just kidding.
Right?
It's like, I have questions.
Right?
I would be on the jury. I want jury questions. I have questions.
They don't have jury questions, right?
I know.
Oh, so they don't. Okay. That was a question.
But that would be awesome because they have questions.
Oh, yeah. I already have questions.
I'm going to need somebody to just go in the courtroom and give me the play-by-play of the jury's reactions. I mean, every bit. You don't have to give me descriptions of what they look like or if they're male or female. I just need to know how big are their eyes right now.
A question, for this witness, so he testified in the last trial. Did the defense go up against him the way that they did in this trial? Where they had confrontational with him in the first trial that they had.
I feel like they were a little bit more confrontational just because they can use the testimony from the last trial and the grand jury. They used the grand jury last time, but I mean, they did bring up the puffy coat last time too. All of this is just, so I'm guessing these people know that there was a first trial since they're bringing it up.
That was the other thing I was wanted to bring up was generally you're not allowed to mention that.
Right?
Because it was a hung jury. You shouldn't, at least in the trials we've watched, you haven't been able to bring up, they couldn't do it with Lori. right?
Right.
All they could say was Idaho. That's it. The word Idaho.
That's what I was just thinking, and it didn't really dawn on me until you just said that. I'm like, wait a minute. He's making a lot of allusions to this trial having been done before.
Yeah. Which I would just think that I don't know.
But prosecution didn't object.
They didn't, which is very interesting. Because obviously the only reason there was a first trial and now we're having a second one is because she wasn't found guilty. I would think the jurors would put 2 and 2 quickly together there. Be like, why are we on trial number 2?
Well, yeah.
Because if that's the case, right? And the defense in their opening is like, listen, this is all bullshit, okay? The investigation's bullshit. Don't trust them. Like, we're going to show you stuff. And then you find out that there was another trial. Like, that just really kind of helps out what they were saying from the beginning.
I'm hoping that they're catching on. Like, because it just dawned on me, but we're talking about it and they can't really talk about it. So maybe, you know.
Or at least they're not like the Delphi jury who could discuss amongst each other all throughout the trial. They could bring stuff up in.
That's weird. I don't know really how I feel about that.
I did not like it. I did not like it at all. Shanka says, they got the red solo cups. I'm assuming you're talking about the neighbor there. Sorry.
Yeah, he got the red solo cups from the cop across the street.
Okay. Oh, which they called, because I know that they
plastic evidence containers.
Plastic containers.
Yeah, plastic containers.
That's like, a very rare way to describe that.
I mean, bro. Let's call them what they are.
Was that maybe something they argued and settled on? Because they
that's what they said last time too. That's what they said the last trial too. They called them plastic evidence containers. I don't know.
I think that it makes me think
they bring it up,
sealed, something professional, and then they're about to see that it's those.
No, they call it what it is.
So
I don't know this. Whew.
I made sure to get a big old glass because wowzers.
I feel like the direct examination from Brennan didn't last as long as Lally's. Thank God. Because Lally,
I felt it was reasonable.
Yeah, Lally, woof.
Can you hear all that noise? I don't know what that big truck noise is. That's weird. Sorry if you guys can hear it. I don't know what's going on. And my microphone picks up everything. Note to self, complain to it about elbow feet when he gets home.
Writing down my list of complaints.
Llama's list of demands.
Also fried mushrooms.
I do have, and I'll wait till we get back in the court to eat it, but I do still have half my Philly cheesesteak from last night. So I saved it because I was like, oh, I'm going to get hungry.
I know. When I got up, I had gotten off camera. I put my chicken nuggets in the I got tendies, chicken nuggets.
Lolly always took forever, and his voice was very monotone. Those are the worst.
Yeah, he was so awful.
What's the zip code for Canton?
Elbow feet, right down fried mushrooms.
Fried mushrooms. That's too many numbers. Just by the way. Earlier we saw a comment from Angie. And I guess don't spoil it too much, but I'll just comment on it. It was about pig's blood pig.
Oh, pig DNA. Yeah.
What? Where the fuck are pigs coming from? Like actual ones, not.
I think
the other term.
Like the pig DNA, the implication is that the dog would have had treats that have pig in the treats.
Okay.
Because they do they did swab the bite marks for dog DNA, like to find out, dog bit them. There should be something left over, but they didn't find any dog DNA. There was pig DNA.
What?
Yeah, piggy or dog.
They've had no dog DNA or anything like that. That's okay. That's strange.
Yeah, but the method of collection was questionable.
Okay, yeah, that's true. We'll get there.
So yeah, you'll see.
We'll get there. Okay. I was like, did they have a pet pig? Like, yeah, I mean, they live in Boston, so like,
it was actually a wild boar.
Like, how many pigs do they come into contact with? You know what I mean? Like,
People keep pigs as pets here, but I guess that's not a northern thing, maybe.
We do not have wild boar this far, but I did hear that they're starting to migrate up, but probably not all the way to Massachusetts. But I think we started getting them in Ohio. Everything in this case is questionable, yeah. So on the shirt, not his arm, meaning like they just tested the shirt.
Yeah, they did this. Yeah, so they tested the clothes, but they kind of like used one swab for every. And it was.
Elbofi did say I was going to lose my freaking mind when we learned about evidence. I was like,
I know
okay.
I remember where I was when I was hearing that testimony. I was literally cleaning my car, so I was not paying the best attention to that particular evidence.
Oh boy!
It was probably the last time I cleaned my car too. Was a year ago during that part of the trial. For being honest.
Well, that's still a lot sooner than we probably cleaned out ours, so no judgment there. Oh, the last time the big movement was having him look at the video and have him say when Karen Reed said, I hit him and he couldn't point out where it was. The guy that was just on stand in the first trial?
I don't even remember them. No, because I don't. Because they didn't show him that video last time. They played that video.
Oh, yeah, they did just say that.
Yeah, they played that video with a different witness. And I believe it was Seraph, maybe?
Oh, okay. Oh, because they did say that that video was also going to be used with someone else. The prosecutor did say that when he submitted it. That he had only taken the certain part for this guy to, what's his name? Nathan?
This guy's name is Tim.
Timothy.
He looks like a Tim.
He does. He also looks like a really tall dude, and that witness stand does not look comfortable.
No, it's
for
so
tall people.
small.
It felt like he was like squished in there.
Well, I think like I was listening to old testimony over the last few days, and Bev would be like, "You can stand or sit," because I guess it's so small that some people would prefer to stand. I mean, I guess if you're a big dude,
like in the witness box.
Yeah.
Oh, just stand up.
Because I was like, well, that's an interesting. You can stand or you can sit, and like.
I get that it's like a historical building and such, and I love historical buildings and everything like that, but I'm surprised that they just haven't built a more modern day courtroom. You know what I mean? Like, they don't need to get rid of this. Like, please keep it. I feel like we get rid of too much old stuff.
Yeah, we can do witch trial reenactments in that.
But that's totally the vibe it's giving me. I'm like sitting here like, is this? Did they do witch stuff here? Like, what is happening? But I'm surprised that they just haven't built another courthouse. Or like this courtroom would be used for like divorces or something. Like the fact that we're having a felony murder trial in this tiny ass courtroom.
I mean,
is something.
Who said that they should have got a stadium? And I'm actually thinking that would be good. That would have been work. That would have worked. I mean,
and it apparently doesn't have good acoustics because they step away from the microphone and you can't hear shit. And it's like it's the smallest room ever.
It's really much better than last year.
Oh, well, that's good
because you couldn't hear lollies at all, which not like you could understand anybody did, but
Massachusetts probably still does witch trial. I mean, I guess this is kind of a witch trial, a modern day.
Pin it on the girl.
take. WrestleMania. I mean, that probably outside is probably what's going on.
I was up early this morning watching the crowds outside the the courthouse. Yeah, that it was very. I mean, it was very small at like 6 o'clock this morning, but
they were out there since 6 o'clock.
Yeah, because I think after a certain time they have to move away from the They have to go out the buffer zone. So, but they were in front of the courthouse, and some people were live streaming it on YouTube. So I was kind of all up in the.
Oh, so they're not like right outside the courthouse.
Not right now.
No. Okay, that makes sense because I was kind of wondering, like, why don't we hear the protest?
They
or
put
whatever
a buffer zone. I think they even extended the buffer zone this time, so it's even more.
Do you know? Is this jury sequestered?
Mm-mm.
Shut up.
Mm-mm. Not sequestered.
Is there a reason why? I mean, I know it's the length, but like
they didn't ask for it. Nobody asked for it.
Okay. I mean, you have somebody that was accused of jury tampering, right? Or was it witness?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy. What was it?
Well, Turtle
Witness
Boy was witness intimidation.
Witness intimidation. I don't really want to get that wrong.
Drink.
All right. Train. Welcome back, Kelly P. Welcome back. And good for you being up super early this morning. I know the time is rough for you. All right. From the Eaton, jury just walked by and entered their meeting room. Deliberations are about to begin on day 2. They deliberated 17 minutes yesterday, according to the court minutes. Thank you for the update, Polly. And
17 minutes.
I mean, I guess it's pretty close.
I mean, that's all it would have taken for me.
Yeah.
I'm like, can we just write it down?
I'm so tired. I know, girl. I'm not an early riser either. One good thing about Brennan is we haven't heard not one, what if any. Those are always
It's still very early in the trial. I mean, they're still playing nicely together.
Are they splitting it up? Brennan and Lally?
We haven't heard Lally speak at all since Brennan took over the case.
Oh, he's silent. I need a nap already. Oh, do your big girl stretches, guys.
Lally's like, I'm just here for the check. I'm just here.
Oh my goodness. Well,
I
he
didn't
probably
come
has
here to read.
I didn't come here to read. I'm just here to sit. I mean, he probably has to be there since this Brennan guy is a special prosecutor.
I think it's been like, hey, do you remember? Did he say that last time? And he's like, I don't remember. I said so much. I don't remember. I don't remember what I said.
Oh my goodness. It is because of that bacon burger, which sounds awesome. Clearly, I'm very hungry. Normally, I'm not this hungry during the day. This must be what happens when you wake up early in the morning.
Yeah.
You're hungry at reasonable times.
You start early, you get hungry early. Sleep through the day, it's less likely.
What's this? What is Amy put on here for us to look at? What is this?
Oh,
I'm assuming this is the buffer zone?
The buffer zone.
Okay, so they're not allowed anywhere in this red area?
It's the buffer zone. Just kidding.
But right here, this spot's super close to the courthouse. It's fine. Like, what's the difference if they're right here or if they're right here? Okay.
Don't ask. Like, it's way too rational. You can't ask rational questions. Like, you can't make sense.
Can I
You
just
don't
say
do that
my
here?
favorite thing so far with the Boston accent is them saying Norfolk.
Norfolk?
It sounds like Norfolk every time.
That's how it's supposed to be. If you say Norfolk, they look at you funny. It's Norfolk. No, it's Norfolk. Norfolk.
I love it. I'm not complaining. I'm glad it's
Norfolk.
happening. I love that. Oh my goodness. Nah, fuck. Okay. It's those accents, man. Now I feel like it must be like how Ryan Hall feels when he's trying to pronounce.
Oh, it's so funny
names.
because you were talking about Brandon Bordeaux, and it's Boudreaux, and
Oh, it's
every
Boudreaux.
time you would say Bordeaux, I'd go Boudreaux, Boudreaux,
There's an R in there, right? Probably not. I'm probably
Boudreaux,
just
Boudreaux.
fucking
Well, I mean, it's
putting
a
letters in every which way.
very Louisiana name.
Boudreaux. I did see how it was spelled at the end with the
Boudreaux.
EAUX, and I was like, they're
Thibodeau
definitely
and
from that
Boudreaux.
area. Because you and Bells have educated me on Cajun names.
Boudreaux.
Boudreaux. So there is an R. I just keep putting it in the wrong spot.
It's like Bordeaux.
Bordeaux.
Boudreaux.
Well,
No, it's funny.
I'm a noob, so it's fine.
Oh well, I mean, it's also like a very Cajun name, so it's like Boudreaux.
Yup. Oh my goodness. I think the judge, I know you guys have lots of opinions about her, but she's been very quiet today and reasonable. So
She has, but it's only day one and the first witness. She becomes, yeah.
I was
Just
expecting
starting.
her to interrupt defense with that witness. I was
Oh my
expecting
gosh, my
impossible,
husband
like,
is online.
oh my god, look at us. Hi, Paul. Look at what we're doing. Look at us go. Did he know you were doing this?
No. Well, I did he was telling me he was on his way home, and I was like, well, if you come in through the garage, you're going to be on camera. And so, and then he's like, oh, well, I guess I'm going to go find you.
I love that. Yes, say hello to Mr. Buffy.
Mr. Buffy.
Mr. Llama is around here somewhere, also known as Elbow Feet. She sighed heavily right off the bat. I didn't catch that, but I'm a big sigher too. So,
I mean, it was hard not to sigh. In the beginning, I mean, Brennan, like, bro. It's like,
yeah. Oh, he's still on Brennan's opening. Sir, gotta catch up.
Oh.
He didn't even know what we're talking about.
he had to go get he's got to work his big boy job.
Now he needs to change his name to Mr. Buffy. That's true. I love that.
I do too. I would love to see it. Mr. Buffy.
Oh gosh. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. So they didn't finish with this witness though, right? They just went to lunch. It's sidebar lunch.
I didn't see that he finished it.
So we are coming back. Does anybody have a copy of this witness list so they can DM to me so I can spell these people's names right? Because that guy's accent, thank you to Kelly for putting it in the chat, because I was like, I don't even know what he just said his last name is. Like, I don't even know.
Who, the last witness?
Yeah. Like when he came on,
witness.
I was, yeah, the only witness.
It was the only witness. Nuttall?
Yeah.
Nuttall?
Nuttles?
Nuttall. It's Nuttall. Like, just like it's spelled. Nuttall.
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 Yeah, if anybody has that witness list.
I mean, wait, with
Great.
the prosecution or just the whole
list
witness?
of names. Yeah,
Like,
just
what-
the list
who
of
the
names is all I
prosecution
need.
was?
Just so I don't spell them. Oh, okay, somebody's sending me something.
Don't you have a producer for that, Llama?
I am the producer. You'd think I would be better prepared, but no.
like, don't you have a producer for that? And they're like, oh,
You would
wait. Just kidding.
You would think. No, I should have done that. And I need to upload my little llama thing for when I have to go off camera.
You are so pretty.
I am so pretty, you guys. So pretty. Okay, perfect. That's great. Thank you, JT. Appreciate that.
Well.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's great. There is a lot of witnesses. Okay.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot. There's a lot.
But I don't see homeboy that we just listened to's name on here. Oh, that's because it says civilian witnesses. Okay.
Homeboy wasn't on there.
Timothy Nuttall. There he is. Okay, awesome. Thank you, JT.
Nuttall.
That was very helpful.
Look at you, JT. APJT.
You think John being hit would be important info to transfer to the ER? I would think so. Can I ask a question? I'm not very big into like medical stuff.
Question.
You know, he sounds very, very dead.
I'm sorry, say that again.
He sounded like he was very, very dead.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they take them on a stretcher to the hospital? When there
because
were no
you're not technically dead until you're warm and dead. You have to heat the body back up to normal temperature because sometimes it's just like if you're just cold, it's hypothermia. You just got to warm the body back up. And if you can bring the temperature back up, and you can revive the person. But
the heart's not beating and they're not breathing at that point, though.
Warm and dead. You can't just assume they're dead when in the cold.
So almost dead. I guess.
Mostly dead.
Mostly, that's what I was going for, from Princess Bride. Yeah, right, exactly. I was like, oh crap, I don't think
mostly dead.
Mostly dead. Okay, so that's interesting. Okay. Because I was like, you said his fingers are all white and cold. Like, what are we doing? So I just assumed she was like, oh, maybe he's a cop, so they just do that. But okay. And they needed to warm the armpits. Just
we need corner armpits.
Okay. Well, Lady in Gray says the doctor talks about this. Just be patient. Don't tell me how to live my life, Lady in Gray. I need all the answers.
Don't
and I need
tell
them
me
now.
what to do with my life.
Just kidding. Yeah, that's okay. Well, the more you know.
Shooting star.
Do.
The more you know.
Maybe that we haven't thought of well, wait, it's not that we haven't thought of it. We just haven't done it yet. But you know, the little like swoop to go through things. Oh, maybe that's what we can do. We can do like a parody of The More You Know.
The more you know.
It's like a llama is like riding the rainbow into a star. In case anyone is wondering, this is exactly how our work brainstorm sessions go.
Oh my gosh, he did change his name to APJT.
With the question mark.
Maybe.
It's my questions and I need to answer now. I too am impatient with wanting information. Girl, put down the wine. Oh no. Terry's already yelled at me to put the wine down. That's saying something.
Wait, you're drinking already?
Yeah, I told you I got a midday Moscato.
Oh, you did. Brain. See, my memory gets better over time.
Over time, right? Here we all are, yeah. No, I figure, you know what? I can drink on my job, apparently. So here we are. The channel is literally called True Crime and Wine Time.
The shade of it all.
It would be false advertising if I didn't have a little booze here and there. Plus, it's like, you know, it's 5 o'clock overseas, so it's fine. It's fine.
Overseas.
It's not even noon Pacific time.
It's a breakfast Moscato. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. If I added orange juice and champagne, we could have morning mimosas. Oh gosh, I'm going to develop a drinking problem. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I am like a 1 to 2 glass kind of gal, usually.
I just watch everybody else drink.
That's true. It's seen me drunk quite a few times. Buffy has.
I just watch and hit the record button.
Yes. Oh gosh. Do a lot of this. Your Wanda Wed face. Oh my goodness. Tears calling me out. I do not believe that. I have seen you drink.
She
more
said
than
1
that.
to 2 glasses. She meant 1 to 2 boxes.
1 to 2 bottles is pretty accurate. There's a few hey-hos. And I think our definitely our 1,000 subscribers party. I drank a lot that night, but that's fine. It's fine.
You know what Buffy does with those videos, and
it's gross.
You're just mad you didn't
Oh,
think of it
goodness.
first.
Look at what you've done. Are you not entertained? Just kidding. Oh my goodness.
I tell people I only drink when I record, and they're super confused by that.
I mean, it also fits in with the trial, okay? A bunch of cops going out to get shit-faced in the middle of blizzard.
Everybody's drinking.
I'm trying to get in the mindset of all of our witnesses, obviously.
I think we should do an experiment when they get to the point where we're starting to count glasses or shots that Karen's drank. We should all drink that many shots and see how inebriated we are.
Oh, shit. How many is it? I'll say
It's like
okay,
6
but
or
before I
7.
even know the number, I'm like, yeah, okay, let's go. How many did I just sign up for?
It's like, I think it was like 6 or 7, maybe. That's what
Oh,
they
I've done that
say.
before.
But
Like in a row?
I know, but this is for this do it for the stream, Llama.
I've done it for less. So I've done it for way less. All right. I have definitely thrown back 5 in a row at least before.
Right.
I had my party days. It's true.
We're doing our own experiments.
Let's see. Terry says, can someone cancel my work call so I can keep watching? I know. How rude of them.
Rude.
Gosh. Kelly is drinking in spirit. Well, thank you, Kelly.
Drinking spirits.
Captain says, hire me and I will, Terry. There you go. Hire Captain. She's a great worker. And Amy's complaining about working. I know, right? Everybody having these jobs. Gosh.
What is that?
Do they not know that this is a big trial?
No, I don't think so. Just tell them you have jury duty.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Like legit. Sam will be the family emergency for the
Okay.
I love how we're all plotting this live on YouTube.
I'm going to need you to faint on camera in front of the cameras so I can be at work going, oh, she just passed out. I have to go home.
What's happened? Oh no. I have to fly all the way to Ohio to see her right now.
That's my niece.
Oh my gosh. I just walked 3 miles in the woods for my job. Oh my goodness, babe. Is that where you buried the bodies?
Uphill in the snow. Both ways. Barefoot.
Let's not pass out on camera. That's true. That is definitely one thing.
It's a fake pass out, Terry. I'm not recommending everybody hold their breath till they pass out.
How dare she bring yogurt and take the peanut M&Ms? You could have put them together. Lady in Gray. Now that's called a conspiracy.
You got me.
Oh, goodness. Go elbow feet. Is Annie finally caught up with us? I don't know. I think she's finally back home. I don't know if Annie's coming on. Annie, are you coming on? I only do the real thing. No fakes for me. That's true. Oh, goodness. I mean, I will call in sick or I will answer the phone if somebody calls me. I'm not going to call somebody for you, but if your boss comes, just give me a heads up and I'll totally be like, oh, yeah.
Never called in sick before.
You've never called in sick?
No.
Ever in your life?
Mm-mm.
Wow. Talk about a VIP worker over here.
I know.
Wow.
That's so sad, right?
Also impressive. I mean, I am sure that there are plenty of times where you probably should have done it,
Oh
but
yeah,
you
I've never
didn't.
called. I mean, I was in the hospital having a baby. Does that count? I was like, I'm supposed to be here, but like I'm having a baby. Does that count?
Probably not. Probably not. When we were doing the Zizian stuff, though, I don't know if we said it on air or not, but it was definitely when I was doing research with Captain and Amos about it. And we were talking, it was when they did like the rationalist fleet, when they were all living on boats and stuff. And we talked about like, what if we had a fleet, like who would be in charge? And we definitely went with you. We were like, if anyone can find their way around a boat, she'll definitely learn how to do it. Well, I just sit here and drink and just be like, da-da-da. Buffy would get us through. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Y'all had high hopes for me.
You are most likely to stay on track in a survive in a boating scenario.
Oh, wow. No pressure. No pressure.
Right? Fake passing out can be part of the Ziz series.
I also did offer for everybody to eat me in a plane crash situation. So I'm not sure where you're getting I would probably be the most helpful.
We all have our strengths and our weaknesses, okay? Airplane crash in the woods, Buffy's not making it. Surviving on a boat, we believe that Buffy would be able to lead us all. So I don't even know. Have you ever been on a boat?
First to eat?
First eat. First in fleet, first eat. Unless we're stranded at sea. And then that's not. Oh, by the way, in case everyone thinks we're just crazy cannibals, we're not. These are all Yellow Jackets references because we watched them all together over on the courtyard.
We just went from Karen Reed to cannibalism.
Everyone was like, oh yeah, Tara, it'll be just like Llama. It'll just be like, when we're on Discord hanging out. And I'm like, I don't know if people need to hear these trains of thoughts that we have all the time where it's just
it does spiral quickly.
What are we even talking about?
It's just
all
beautiful
right,
fun.
Update. Nate Eaton said the jury entered their room about 20 minutes ago. Now, anybody that sees that verdict, by the way, it'll be 35 minutes from the time they say they have a verdict.
Oh, so everybody will know before we know.
No. It won't be live for people to watch until 35 minutes. So we have to wait. They're allowing everyone 30 minutes to come back into the courtroom, right? So jury says we have a verdict. Everyone has 30 minutes to get there, but they're only putting us on a 5-minute delay.
Okay, good.
Instead of the 30-minute delay, because that makes a difference.
Well, spoiler alerts it's going to be on Twitter 5 minutes before we hear it anyway. So
yeah, that's true. But we will watch it, even though it'll be spoiled when this court goes to break, because I want to see.
Nobody look at the internet. But Buffy did volunteer to be eaten.
That's true.
I absolutely agreed to that.
Welcome to Couch Court with Llama. It goes all over.
We talk about everything from Karen Reed to cannibalism. Sit down, pull up a snack.
Couch Court Bingo will include cannibalism references. I mean, why not? Oh, there's Bells. Good morning, afternoon, Bells. Hello, babes. Welcome. You haven't missed much of court this morning. If you haven't been watching, we had opening statements. Prosecution was okay. Wasn't great, but it wasn't bad.
She said it wasn't great. Go watch Lally.
But it wasn't bad.
Watch Lally. You might be like, his was phenomenal compared to.
I mean, compared to Trina's and Valo, it was a little bit
Trina
more.
Was so bad. Oh, I can't fall asleep.
Girl, have some emphasis, please. And I know that they probably have done studies with juries of what they want to see from each side. And we're back in court.
They're lying if they say they just want to see monotone, boring people. I'm sorry.
Let's see. Are we back?
Questioning the science.
All right, bring the jurors in, please.
We are back. Okay. All right. On that note, I am going to go potty real quick. I'll be right back. Okay.
All right. And I'm taking over the stream, and I'm just going to talk.
Sail that boat, girl.
Yeah, sail the boat.
I'll be right back.
Right into the iceberg.
Yes. Yes, please.
closed session, please be seated.
All right, Mr. Jackson, you can go ahead.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes,
Thank you.
please.
Firefighter Nuttall, over the lunch hour, did you discuss anything that we had discussed this morning or earlier in the session with anybody about
No,
your
sir.
testimony?
No, sir.
Okay. You did mention earlier today the EMTs that were with you that responded to the scene. You mentioned, I think you said Tony Anthony Flamati, correct?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned Kelly, and I want to say Matthew.
Matt Kelly.
Matt Kelly.
Yep.
Yourself.
Correct.
And of the three of you, two of the three of you were and are paramedics, firefighter Flamati and yourself, correct?
Correct.
Do you know the name Katie McLaughlin?
I do.
Who is Katie McLaughlin?
She is a firefighter paramedic for the town of Canton.
Was she also on the call?
She was.
You didn't mention her this morning.
It did not come up. She responded on the initial dispatch on engine 3.
You were asked who responded with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
By Mr. Brennan.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned yourself. You mentioned Tony Flamati. You mentioned Matt Kelly.
Yes, myself, firefighter Flamati and firefighter Kelly responded in ambulance 1 together.
Okay. And how did firefighter McLaughlin respond?
So she was assigned to engine 3 that night. She was with Lieutenant Woodbury and firefighter paramedic Frank Walsh.
She also, in addition to Walsh being, it's Frank Walsh?
Yes, sir.
In addition to firefighter Walsh being a paramedic, Katie McLaughlin was also a paramedic.
Correct.
Okay. So she responded to the scene at the same time as you, generally, but in a different ambulance.
In a fire truck, in a piece of fire apparatus. She was
Got
in
it.
engine 3.
Got it. Engine 3. Okay. And she was with you, generally, when I say with you, at the scene during the entire time that you're describing the events that you described with Mr. Brennan on direct examination.
For the most part.
Okay. She then left in a particular ambulance, correct?
Yes, she ended up driving ambulance 1 to Good Samaritan.
And ambulance 1 was which ambulance?
Ambulance 1 was the initial ambulance that myself, firefighter Kelly, and firefighter Flamati responded in.
So right after the scene you described, as you're leaving the scene, firefighter McLaughlin is in the ambulance with you and firefighter Flamati, correct?
She is driving. So the three of us are in the back in the patient compartment. She is up front in the driver's seat.
Once at the hospital, did firefighter McLaughlin go into the hospital with the other firefighters?
I believe so, yes.
So she was with you in the engine. She was, although in the driving cab, she was with you, ambulance in the driving cab. She was also with you right after the scene at the hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she was also with you later after you cleared the hospital and went back to the station.
Yes, sir.
You had discussions with firefighter Flamati about the incident. That would be normal protocol.
Correct.
Almost like a debrief.
Sure.
You had the same types of discussions with firefighter Kelly, Matt Kelly.
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing that you probably had the same sorts of discussions with firefighter Walsh.
I actually don't know if I saw firefighter Walsh when we got back. The weather was right at shift change, and the weather getting back was also getting worse. So I honestly couldn't speak to that.
And you also had conversations with firefighter McLaughlin after you cleared the hospital and got back to the station as well.
She was part of the debrief. Yes, sir.
Okay. And all of you discussed what you did, saw, and heard, generally speaking, while at the scene, correct?
Those are more in terms of getting equipment wrangled, really kind of how they go. What did we use? What do we need? What are we going to have to restock when we get back?
Right. But there also was obviously discussions about what had just happened. I mean, you were dealing with a dead or dying police officer on a lawn, on a snow-covered lawn in a cold environment.
I honestly couldn't speak to that, sir. I honestly don't remember.
It's because you don't remember, correct?
Well, like I said, it's mostly those debriefs they're very equipment oriented because the goal at that point is to get back in service.
My question is not about the equipment. Obviously, you're going to discuss the equipment, make sure that the ambulance is ready for the next call, et cetera. I'm asking about a general debrief with the fellow firefighters, male and female, that you were with at that scene. You're telling me that you don't remember debriefing and discussing the incident and your observations at the incident following that incident.
No, sir.
Okay. But your memory, you indicated earlier, gets better with time, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't remember it as you sit here today?
Ask the question again.
Sure. Do you remember discussing with firefighter Flamati, firefighter Walsh, firefighter Kelly, firefighter McLaughlin, any of them, your observations and what happened while at the scene after you cleared the hospital and got back to the station?
No, sir.
Have no memory of that whatsoever?
No, sir.
When we left off before lunch, I was asking you about a hematoma and a laceration over the right eye of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
I asked you, is being punched in the face, can that lead to a small laceration like you saw and a hematoma like you saw?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer that question?
I couldn't speak to how that injury occurred.
Is it consistent? Are those injuries, just those injuries, are those consistent with being punched in the face?
Those injuries could be sustained from numerous ways.
And
yes, it could be from that. It could be from others as well.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. It could be. In other words, it's consistent
Yes,
with
sir.
being punched in the face, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm back. I lost my headphone.
I want to ask you
It
about this
flew off.
statement that you indicate that you heard that now is 3 statements, 3 phrases, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you heard this statement, describe for me exactly where you were. What were you doing and who was around you?
I was knelt at the head of John O'Keefe with a bag valve mask, delivering ventilations. Firefighter Kelly was to the right, and firefighter Flamati was on the left side of Mr. O'Keefe, and the 3 of us together were working to perform CPR and ventilations.
And your job, and I hate to butcher it, but you'll correct me.
Yes, sir.
Your job was to do the airway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm picturing a big balloon-like apparatus that you put over the patient's mouth. And
Exactly.
squeeze it.
Yes.
That's as opposed to, it's an advancement on just mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
You were the airway person doing the squeezing of the bag.
Correct.
What was Tony Flamati, firefighter Flamati, doing?
He was starting CPR, in which that point was taken over by firefighter Kelly.
Okay. So firefighter Flamati, when you say starting CPR, describe what that means. What is the physical act of CPR?
So you put both hands together like this, one on top of the other. You put it right on top of the sternum, and you begin doing chest compressions 2 inches deep, allowing full recoil for 100 to 120 beats per minute, compressions a minute to sustain a cardiac rhythm. You're manually making the heart beat with each compression.
Which means that is a rhythmic pumping motion, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if you see someone doing CPR, you're probably going to see their shoulders moving up and down and moving rhythmically, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what firefighter Flamati was wearing? You had just come off of actually you were just coming onto a shift, so you didn't have all your foul weather gear officially, correct?
I had my puffy jacket.
Okay.
I had my Canton Fire jacket.
Got it. Firefighter Flamati, on the other hand, had a bright yellow jacket.
Correct.
Sort of reflective and a safety jacket.
Yes, sir.
And he was kneeling to your left at the time doing, have I got that right?
Yep, you got that right.
Okay, he's kneeling to your left at the time doing chest compressions. That's when you indicate that Miss Reed walked over and made the statement.
Correct.
And Kelly was there as well?
Yes, sir.
Kneeling right beside all 3 of you as firefighter Flamati was giving the chest compressions, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You indicated that the statement was in response to a question that you asked of my client. Do you know him?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Correct.
And she responded to you with the phrase that you've used. I hit him.
I hit him.
Right. So it's absolutely clear in your mind when that statement was made, you were knelt down over Mr. O'Keefe. Firefighter Flamati was doing the CPR, and Kelly was with the both of you when you posed that question.
Yes, sir.
It's a very detailed memory.
Yes, sir.
You indicated, Mr. Brennan, that sticks out in your mind. Is that right?
It does.
But that's not at all what you told Trooper Proctor on February 8th, just 10 days after this incident, is it?
I don't recall what I told Trooper Proctor.
I thought your memory got better with time.
I don't recall that meeting. Okay. I recall meeting with him, but I don't recall the extent of what was discussed.
You literally don't recall anything that was discussed in that meeting in that formal interview with the lead.
Is it more than 10?
We discussed the case.
Is it more than 10?
But I don't, in his words, I'm not sure what he put down.
What you said to Trooper Proctor on February 8th, 10 days after this, was you overheard Miss Reed say, I hit him one time to another female that she was talking to. Correct?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it. Did you say that?
I have no memory of this, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
Did you say that her statement was an answer to a question posed by the female or a discussion with the female?
Break that down for me, sir.
Sure. Did you tell Trooper Proctor on February 8th that what you heard was Karen Reed speaking to a female, not answering a question that you posed?
Again, I don't recall that specific question.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor on February 8th while you were rendering aid, and at the time you heard the statement, Miss Reed was actually praying over John? Your words, praying over John.
I don't recall ever saying that.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, he kind of looks like he wants to cry. I feel kind of bad for him.
Did you say that you observed Karen Reed to have blood on her face from providing mouth-to-mouth breaths to Mr. O'Keefe prior to your arrival?
I remember Miss Reed having blood on her face, presumably from attempting CPR.
Do you remember telling Trooper Proctor on February 8th that you saw her with blood on her face from CPR?
I do.
Do you remember that portion of your conversation with Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes, sir.
But the praying over John, praying over the victim, you don't remember.
I don't remember ever saying that. Ever.
And the statement, I hit him to another female, you also don't remember that.
No, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a report
Yes, sir.
authored by Trooper Proctor? May I?
Yes.
He doesn't remember a lot.
Oh, but it's been 2
May I
years,
direct the
3
witness's
years.
attention to the second page?
Like
But it gets better with time.
It gets better with time, yeah. Oof, buddy. Rough day for you, Timothy. You are having a bad day, sir.
It's not great.
Not great.
It's not great.
He came in all smiling. Look how red he is now.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, did you have an opportunity to glance at the report that you were just shown?
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your recollection about your conversation with Trooper Proctor that he put in a report?
It does not, sir.
So as you sit here, you have no memory of what you just read in this report from Trooper Proctor, the lead investigator on the case.
I have no recollection of ever saying that anybody prayed over anybody ever. In
So
this
is
case.
Proctor a liar? Oh,
He did say in
wait.
his report, though.
He is.
Sustained.
I see
You
where he's
admitted
going with that.
under oath that your memory of the events at that time, from that time frame, January, February 2022, is faulty, correct?
No, sir.
In your April 2024, it's April 30th, 2024 testimony from last year, you were asked whether or not your memory was a little faulty, and your answer was absolutely, correct?
Could I have a page and number,
Where is
please?
that, Mr. Jackson?
Volume 8, page 151, lines 14 through 16.
Volume 8. They have volumes. Yikes.
Lines
Wow.
14 through 16.
Okay.
In the documentary, the boxes, the stacks of towers of boxes.
Wow.
It's insane.
Well, hell, that one report's like 2,000 pages. So
And give content to it, please.
Okay.
May I?
Yeah, so do you intend to show the whole question?
The whole question that I asked and his answer, yes.
All right, and I'll give you the opportunity on redirect, Mr. Chairman, if it's not. Go ahead.
Is it true that in answer to the question, quote, so it's fair to say your memory is a little bit faulty as it pertains to that time frame? Your answer was absolutely. Correct?
From last year?
What you testified to last year about conversations that you had with Trooper Proctor around February 8th of 2022.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree, as you sit here, that your memory is still faulty about your conversation with him.
With
correct?
Trooper Proctor? Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So you're not saying you didn't say that the statement was made to a woman, correct?
Objection.
Are you saying that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, next question.
Thank you. And you're also not saying that you didn't say to Trooper Proctor that you saw Karen Reed praying over John O'Keefe.
Objection.
So I'd like you to ask that differently. Did you say that?
I have no recollection of saying that ever.
Next question.
My point is, if you have no recollection of it, you're not denying saying it.
Objection.
Are you denying saying it?
Yes.
Bev.
So you do have a recollection that you never said it. Do you understand the difference?
Oh, sir, I don't believe I've ever said praying. That's really not something that I would have said. I didn't see it that day. It didn't happen. I don't remember ever saying prayed.
You didn't
in
see
regards
it
to this case ever.
You didn't see it that day, and it never happened. That was your words just now, correct?
no, my dog's seen out.
Break that down for me.
You didn't see it that day, and it never happened. That's what you're saying about the praying statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that same exact statement, you also included the phrase, I hit him, correct?
No, sir.
In the statement that you made to Trooper Proctor?
The report that Trooper Proctor wrote?
Correct.
Again, I don't remember ever saying the words praying over him. I do distinctly remember I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which doesn't appear in that report, does it?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that, Mr. Jackson. You directed him only to page 2.
Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to show you a short portion of a video, the same video that you were asked to look at on direct examination. And Your Honor, I pray to the court, I can certainly mark it as a defense exhibit or for
So is this
identification.
going to be an exhibit by agreement?
It is.
Okay,
It is.
So we now that, Madam Court Reporter, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I play a portion of that video for the jurors, publish it?
Okay. Which portion so people know?
I'm going to start it at about, I want to say 6:55. Mr. Walt, could cue that up? Before you play it, can we have it on?
I don't think you guys want to watch me eat on camera.
Ms. Gilman did it.
I've been eating on camera.
There we go. All right. Before we play it, can I ask you a quick question about this
Sure.
Back to the
It
video.
appears that this is paused. Do you recognize this as being the same video that you were shown this morning by Mr. Brennan?
I do.
All right. Describe the scene.
So that is 34 Fairview Road. The lights in the background, I believe it is either right as we pulled up or right as we're pulling up.
Okay. Same dash cam video.
Yes, sir.
Can we scroll this to the 6:55 runtime spot, please? Pause it. Okay. Do you see the individual on the left? Far left.
Yeah, the jacket?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
I believe that's firefighter Flamati.
You previously indicated that when you heard Ms. Reed make this statement, the firefighter Flamati was on his knees providing CPR at the same time you were knelt down providing the airway.
This isn't when it was
That's
stated.
not my question. Is that what you said?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You indicated earlier when you heard this statement by my client, very detailed, firefighter Flamati was knelt down providing chest compressions at the same time you were knelt down providing airway support for Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
I had also said that at some point,
That's a
firefighter
yes or no
Flamati
question.
had
So I'm going to let the witness answer the question.
had transferred CPR to firefighter Kelly. Firefighter Kelly did take over compressions at one point.
Okay. That's not my question.
Okay.
My question is an easy one. Did you say that when Miss Reed walked over to you and you had this dialogue with her, she made that statement that firefighter Flamati was on his knees providing chest compressions at the same time you were knelt down providing airway support?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Firefighter Flamati, your testimony appears to be standing up right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's play the video forward for just a second. Stop it. What did you see firefighter Flamati do just now?
I believe he just knelt down.
Okay. So at this point, he's kneeling for the first time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he's about to provide chest compressions as your memory serves, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause. Did you see my client in that photo? I'm sorry, in that clip?
No, sir.
You didn't see her?
Oh, no, I did see her, yeah. I don't see her on right now.
Right. She just walked off frame, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Stop it. You see my client walk back into the frame?
Yes, sir.
I can't see shit.
You were watching firefighter Flamati. He appears to be now providing CPR, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. And my client is nowhere near you, correct? At least for this clip.
No, sir.
Okay.
Correct.
And the clip that I just played before, the few seconds that I played before, nowhere near you, correct?
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and play it forward.
Agreed, Shanka. Agreed. Well, you know what they need more than anything is body cameras. I mean, do they have body cameras? I'm assuming.
What do you see happening
do,
on the
but
screen from screen right to screen left at this
be
juncture?
a lot more helpful.
We're bringing in the stretcher.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. Do you see where my client is right now?
You back it up 2 seconds. I'm sorry, I lost
With
view.
the court's permission, I need to ask the
Yes.
court's permission. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause. Did you see my client?
Yes, sir.
Where is she in the frame?
Behind that other individual.
Behind the SUV?
I believe she's in front of the SUV and behind the other individual.
Okay. I meant the SUV, that's the white SUV that's in
Yes, sir.
the far distance.
Yes.
That's the back of the SUV. She's behind it, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Not near you.
No.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Go ahead and pause it. Do you see what firefighter Flamati is still doing throughout this entire clip?
Chest compressions?
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause. What's happening now?
Where Mr. O'Keefe's on the scoop stretcher and he's being transferred to the ambulance stretcher.
So that's the entire time Mr. Flamati, firefighter Flamati, was giving chest compressions. It's captured right here on this video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now Mr. O'Keefe is up on the stretcher, and you are no longer knelt down.
No, sir.
And firefighter Flamati is no longer knelt down.
No, sir.
And you're now following the stretcher with, it looks like, 2 or 3 other EMTs, correct?
I am not in that frame, sir.
Okay, so you've walked away.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go ahead and play it forward.
Okay, Joey, calm down.
Pause it. See where my client is?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and play it. Do you see firefighter Flamati or firefighter Kelly continuing to give chest compressions?
Yes, sir.
Which one is that? Do you know?
Believe it's firefighter Flamati.
Flamati?
Believe so.
Okay, so he's still doing all the chest compressions from start to finish.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's happening right now?
Now we are transferring to ambulance 1.
And where's my client?
Right front and center.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
If I may have just a second. With regard, just a couple of more questions with the court's permission. Okay. I'm going to change gears with regard to what you talked about on direct examination, the hypothermic conditions. You're not a medical doctor, correct?
No, sir.
You don't diagnose patients?
Sir.
You're not diagnosing that John O'Keefe suffered from hypothermia that night?
No, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Please.
Please. Yeah, you're going to need to follow up there, Brennan. You're going to need that. Kind of dismantled his credibility a little bit. By a little bit, I mean a lot.
Firefighter Nuttall, the video the defense just showed you, did you notice any differences between that video and when I showed it to you, and that it doesn't have the time on it?
Yes, those were 2 different time frames on that video.
And when we spoke about when the defendant said to you, I hit him, that wasn't shown to you in that video just now, was it?
No, it was not.
So if we go back, will you be able to explain where you came from and firefighter Flamati came from and when you first went over to John O'Keefe?
Sure.
With the court's permission, Ms. Gilman, if you could start that video. I think it is 6:11, please. Now stop it there. Do you see that this exhibit has timestamp on the top?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please continue.
Yay. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what we sounded like.
Could you stop, please? Do you see the red lights on the left?
Yes, sir.
Is that when you believe that you first arrived?
Yes,
Please,
sir.
do you see the red lights on the left? Yes, sir. Is that when you believe that you first?
By the way, Buffy, you are getting massive feedback, so I muted you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Please watch to the left.
Don't worry about it.
Stop, please. Is that when you first arrive and walk over to help John O'Keefe?
Yes, sir. That's me.
I'll note that the timestamp is 6:11:21. Okay. Continue, please.
I fell out of my chair.
It's only day one, Buff. It's only day one.
Stop, please. Did you see firefighter Flamati come after you?
Yes, sir.
Was any of this shown to you during those questions?
No, sir.
No. Continue, please.
I'm just grateful the camera wasn't on.
I'm a little sad about it, but that's okay. I mean, gosh, you didn't even have a midday Moscato, and here you are.
I literally hit the ground.
Cabin said fell off the couch. It's getting crazy. His memory will be perfect now. Yeah, funny how that works, right?
Stop, please. Do you see the defendant in that screen?
Yes, sir.
Do you see her moving from right to left towards you?
Sustained is to the form.
Okay. What direction do you see her running in that screen from right to left?
She's running towards where the three of us are grouped.
Okay. Please continue. Stop, please. Is it at that time the defendant said to you that she hit him?
Yes, sir.
And you remember that?
I do.
Okay. I'm done with the tape. Thank you very much. Now, you were asked questions about your memory.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were asked the questions about...
Me too, girl. A laser pointer would be amazing.
Trooper Proctor, when you were saying that you didn't remember, were you referring to the conversation with Trooper Proctor, or were you suggesting you didn't remember what happened that morning?
I don't remember the interview with Trooper Proctor. I remember it happened. I don't remember the substance of what was discussed entirely. I remember we discussed that morning, but...
Do you know if that conversation was recorded or just a conversation between you and the trooper?
I do not know if it was recorded.
You asked questions. I want to ask you about questions on Mr. O'Keefe, and you mentioned that there was some type of blood clotting on the back of his head.
Yes, sir.
You noticed there were abrasions on his right arm.
Yes, sir.
You noticed there was a hematoma on the right side of his head.
Yes, sir.
Did you see any bruising on his right knee?
Don't recall, sir.
Did it stand out to you that all of his injuries, all of them that you saw, other than the cut on the back of the head, that they were all on his right side?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any hematomas on his left side?
I did not.
Did you notice any scratches or abrasions on his left side?
I did not.
Did you notice any marks that would be consistent with an altercation on the left side of his body?
I did not.
You were asked about the cause, and you said that you don't know the cause. You weren't there, were you?
No, sir.
You asked if it was consistent with being punched, and you said it could be.
Yes, sir.
Could it be consistent with being clipped by a car?
I was going to say objection.
Stands to the form.
How would he know? He can't do that.
You were asked questions about clothing.
Yes, sir.
And you had at one point said you thought that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a winter jacket. Do you have any memory that when you first got there, or when you first got there, do you have any memory whether there were any towels wrapped around Mr. O'Keefe's head?
I remember there was a white cloth of some sort on the scene.
Okay. And when you were asked about your memory regarding the clothing, was the clothing of what was utmost importance to you at that time?
No, sir.
And why is that?
I was, again, focused on Mr. O'Keefe's airway and ventilation.
Okay. And when you were asked about the clothing, do you remember if you added anything else about your certainty or uncertainty about clothing when you previously gave a statement or testimony?
I believe when I testified last year, I did note I had no, I was had no part in removing any articles of clothing or anything like that. That was not my job in the back of the truck.
Do you remember any recognition of the fact whether you were certain or not about clothing?
Repeat the question, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, is there anything that refresh your memory about what you had said about clothing?
Objection. Ask a different question first.
You had mentioned that you had some difficulty about clothing. Do you remember what you had previously said?
I remember there was some difficulty of getting the individual's fingers through clothing just because they were so cold. They were difficult to manipulate. Just they really was not conducive to getting clothing off easily.
You met with me 3 times?
Yes, sir.
I had not met you before any of your prior testimonies, had I?
No, sir.
Do you remember meeting with me and discussing this case with me?
I do.
Do you remember me asking you to tell me what you remember?
I do.
Do you remember what I told you about testimony when you come into court?
Yes, sir.
What would I tell you?
I remember we discussed that just tell the truth.
Did I tell you that it doesn't matter? There is no side. Doesn't matter if it helps or hurts, that you just tell the truth?
Sustain.
Did I ever suggest to you that you should stick to a story?
No, sir.
Did I ever suggest to you you should offer your testimony in any certain way?
No, sir.
When I talked to you, did I ever ask you to say anything about your testimony to this jury?
No, sir.
Other than what?
Speak to the jury.
Did I need to tell you to tell the truth?
No, sir.
And in telling the truth, did the defendant say to you, I hit him, I hit him?
I'll allow it.
Yes, sir. 3 times.
And in fact, do you remember, in addition to her saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, when you asked her the question, kneeling down over John O'Keefe's body, do you remember if you ever talked about other times that she said it, not to you?
I do not.
Okay.
The answer is I do not. Next question.
Okay.
This guy is like, are we done yet? Are we done yet?
Do you remember testifying previously in this case?
Yes, sir.
Welcome back.
And this is just the paramedic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This guy needs a midday
Do you
mascara. I'm
remember
gonna tell
at
you what.
all discussing whether or not, after she left you, whether or not the defendant was still talking and speaking?
I'm sorry, sir. Repeat the question.
Do you remember, after the defendant left you and made that statement to you, do you remember talking, did you hear her speak to other people after you?
I heard her having conversations in the background, but that was not my focus at that time.
Okay. And during those conversations in the background, did you hear her talk about that same issue again?
I believe she said it several times, but the 3 times she said it to me were what stuck out to me.
Okay. And when she said it to other people, it wasn't directly to you?
No, sir.
So watch the form of the question, Mr. Bowman.
And when she said it
Stating the objection.
When she said it to other people, do you know who she said it to?
I do not.
I'll allow it.
Oh,
The
we'll
answer is I do
be
not.
happy to have you part of the rewatch crew, Chuck. It's awesome having you here today. I love that.
You remember when she said it other times?
Your
she
doctor
said it
appointment
to-
as well. Better than this guy's day.
Let me see counsel at sidebar for this.
Whoops, sidebar.
Sidebar.
This guy is just like, get me the fuck out of here. I am
He is
so
over it.
over this. Mortifying. The secondhand embarrassment is real. Okay, so that's John's brother.
Mm-hmm. And that's
okay.
John's brother's wife. That's Paul's wife, Erin.
Okay.
They were the first 2 to testify last trial.
Oh, okay. Okay. You'll be back tomorrow. Well, we'll be happy to have you back. We'll be here 8:30 Eastern, 8:30 a.m. Eastern, because ambitious Llama signs up for the craziest things.
And
So
the
here's-
people behind they're from the
Mhm.
documentary.
Okay. Are they family, friends?
Friends.
Friends. Okay. Of John?
Mhm.
Of the family? Okay. And that's his mom, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's his mom. I don't know who the other people are.
Mm. Whisper, 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 whisper. Is his dad there, or is his dad passed?
I don't know. His dad was there last time. I don't see him. Unless
So
that's
Brennan
him right there. I don't know.
helped him out with the redirect. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it's helped, to be honest. Because it's like, okay, so you heard her 3 times say this, but did you overhear her tell that to other people? I thought she only said it 3 times. You know, because he made it sound like she went and then kept saying it. Like he was like, so you heard her tell you 3 times. What about when she told other people? And he was like, well, I wasn't paying attention to what she was saying.
I feel like, and Belle's brought it up in the chat, the last time he testified, the Katie McLaughlin is the one that heard it and told him. Because at some point he said he couldn't hear because he was inside the ambulance.
Mm.
So I'm confused.
So she's saying it multiple times everywhere, apparently. According to...
Yeah, I don't even think he said last time he heard it. He was told.
Interesting.
Sir, after the defendant came over to you and spoke and then left, do you remember hearing her make further statements?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember her making further statements similar?
I do.
To the statement to you?
Yes, sir.
Could
But
you
didn't you
share
just
with
say
the
no?
jury what you remember her saying, not to you, but after she left you?
I remember hearing I hit him several other times. Again, not directed to me, just kind of off in the background. I'd like to reiterate, we were really focused on the patient at that point.
I
We
thought
were
he
trying
just
to-
said...
Thank you, sir.
He just said before the sidebar that he didn't... Okay.
So now, after Mr. Brennan asks you a few questions, now you remember her saying, I hit him a bunch more times. Correct?
I remember hearing it in the background several other times.
Really?
Sir,
Never mentioned that on direct examination, did you?
I don't remember being asked about it, sir. I remember saying what was asked to me.
You were asked, did you ever hear the defendant, Ms. Reed, say anything about I hit him? And your answer was, she said to me, in answer to my question, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and that's it.
To me.
You didn't
literally just said that.
Oh my gosh, she's running around like a chicken with her head cut off, screaming I hit him to everybody else under the sun.
It was, again, it was behind me in the background
right.
as I was providing patient care. Again, that was not my focus.
Okay, so you didn't really hear her say anything in the background because you weren't focused on that, right?
I remember hearing a generalized commotion in the background, but again, that was not our focus.
So generalized commotion is very different than hearing her say, I hit him to other people, correct? You'd agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So what you actually heard was the chaos and the commotion of a chaotic scene, correct? In the background.
In the background.
As you focus
Jackson,
on
bring
patient care, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, not specific words coming out of my client's mouth, correct?
To the question that I posed, do you know him?
You're right. We're off that question.
Okay.
That question, I got it.
Yes, sir.
Triple I hitters.
Correct.
But with regard to what Mr. Brennan just asked you, the generalized commotion, to use your phrase, in the background, you didn't hear any specific words coming out of my client's mouth, did you?
I heard I hit him. But again, it was in the background and it was not my focus.
Not
Why
great.
did you say that on direct? That's kind of an important point. That's why you're here.
Again, if it was Neglected on my part, it was not intentional.
Not intentional to neglect that part for the jurors on direct examination.
No, sir.
Certainly not intentional to neglect that part of your testimony on cross-examination.
No, sir.
But you decided to bring it up on on re-cross-examination when Mr.
Awkward.
Briggs asked you questions again, correct?
It was asked of me. Yes,
And
sir.
it was after, of course, that your new statement that you've never testified to before, ever, is this generalized commotion included a bunch of I hit 'ems in the background, correct?
Sir.
And that comes after you saw the video that clearly shows that when you describe having heard this statement, my client was nowhere around you, correct?
That segment of the video that you showed me,
Yes.
that was not the time frame in which she said that to me.
Well, that was the time frame when Flamati was giving CPR, correct?
He was doing CPR down prior to that as well.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Well, you just testified that you saw him standing up in a big yellow jacket and then kneel down and start giving CPR.
But again, the clip of the video that you showed me,
Right.
that was not the segment in which she said that to me.
Well, that's what you're saying now, but what I'm asking is...
Sir, that wasn't in my script.
A very specific scene.
Yes, sir. I remember it vividly.
She said...
You coming on, babes?
I hit him, Frank, when...
Yeah, there she is. Look who it is. We got an Annie. She's here for the fun.
And he was doing rhythmic chest compression.
Yes, sir. That's what happened.
And then I showed you that very scene, didn't I?
Yes, you showed me that clip
spicy
prior to that.
I showed you the very scene that you described where Flamani gets down and starts chest compressions and never stops until the gurney is taken off the frame of the camera to the end. Isn't that what I showed you?
That is.
Sure. I don't know if I can do it again. I showed you the scene where firefighter Flamani gets down on his knees,
This guy
begins
indeed.
chest compressions, and never stops until that gurney is taken off camera, off frame.
Look at you having fans.
That's the clip I showed you, correct?
That is the clip you showed me.
And that's exactly when you described your vivid memory.
Right, Bells.
That's exactly the
That
scene
wasn't
you
in my
described
script.
When my client supposedly said, I hit him to you, correct?
Again, the clip that you showed me, that was not when it was said. That segment that you showed, that was not when it was said. It was said prior to that, when the three of us were together.
So Flamati was not giving chest compressions then?
He was. The CPR was a continuous effort throughout the resuscitation.
But we saw him start it. Officer, firefighter Nuttall, we saw him start it. We saw him walk into the frame, kneel down, and begin the chest compressions, didn't we?
We did.
And at no point at that time or after did my client even approach you, did she, in that clip?
She did.
What?
No, guess we're gonna watch it again.
Objection.
Just a question.
Sure, sure. Do you need to see the that clip again?
Yes, please.
We're not going to show
Yes,
the
we do.
video again.
Oh, boo.
In 2 videos. Which one is mocked?
Mock.
The
The
Commonwealth.
one with
Like
the
severance.
timestamp and
Right.
the top?
It's the exact same video. One has timestamp, one doesn't.
The fact that they didn't put a timestamp
Just
on
to be
their video
clear,
does bother me a bit.
You described a very detailed scene in which firefighter Flamati got down on the ground on his knees and began CPR.
Yes, sir.
We saw a clip that it played fully through.
Mm-hmm.
Starts and stops, but it played fully through, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was true and accurate video of what happened that day,
Yes, sir.
that morning.
Correct.
And from the time firefighter Flamati began his CPR, he never stopped. Went all the way through until the gurney was taken off the camera, correct?
I like how the judge has hot pink nails.
You also described very clearly before you saw the video that the time when my client walked over and you had this dialogue and you heard this statement, it was during the time that firefighter Flamati was giving CPR, right? You described it.
Yes, sir.
But when we actually see firefighter Flamati giving the CPR, as per your description, at no time did my client walk over and have a conversation with him. Did she?
She did in the video.
In the portion that Mr. Brennan played you, was firefighter Flamati giving CPR at that point?
As I said previously,
Was
as well.
he or was he not? Yes or no?
Objection.
I'm going to let the witness answer the question.
Firefighters Kelly and Flamati were trading off CPR. Tony started doing CPR, and it was passed off at one point to Firefighter Kelly. Firefighter Kelly at that time was a BLS EMT. Firefighter Flamati was a paramedic. They're going to move towards Firefighter Kelly performing CPR because at that time his skill set was not as advanced as Firefighter Flamati's, as Tony's. But they did switch off. That is a routine cardiac arrest. We switch off compressions.
But the video that Mr. Brennan showed you was earlier in time, a few seconds or a minute or two earlier.
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with that, correct?
I would.
And firefighter Flamati had not begun CPR, had he?
I don't believe so.
That's right. He hadn't. But that's the time that my client walked over your general area, correct?
Correct.
Before CPR was started, correct?
CPR was started immediately, sir.
Can we wrap this up?
I don't know if we can, Judge.
Give me a couple more minutes.
I don't know if we can.
Do you understand the confusion?
Objection.
Sustained.
I don't know. I'm
Couple more
confused
questions
too.
on
Let them play the
this. The
clip
video that Mr.
again.
Brennan
Judge said
showed,
no.
Yes, sir.
and you pointed to and said, "Oh, that's the time when she walked over."
I mean, that really just benefits the defense
Yes, sir.
that she doesn't let them play
I do.
it.
Firefighter Flamati was not even kneeling down giving CPR, was he at that point?
No,
The answer is yes or no.
No.
Okay, he was not. Later, as the video continues to run, at some point we see firefighter Flamati enter the screen, kneel down in that bright, reflective yellow jacket, and begin CPR. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You had previously said that when you heard the statement and she walked over to you, it was when firefighter Flamati was giving CPR, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at no point, you'll agree with me, we just played the video, at no point after he started giving CPR did my client come anywhere near you. Isn't that what the video showed?
That was the segment that you showed me.
You indicated on redirect, that Mr. O'Keefe did not have any injuries to the left side of his body.
Not that I recall.
Isn't it true that in addition to the egg on the right side of his head, he also had a black eye on the left side?
I remember that the swelling had started to, it's referred to kind of as raccoon eyes. It's a bruising of both eyes.
Do you remember
battle
saying,
signs.
Do you remember saying, in answer to the question, did it look like in addition to the egg on the right side of his head in the front, did he also have a black eye on the left side? Your answer is, if memory serves correct, yes.
Yes, sir.
So it's not true that he didn't have any injuries on the left side of his body or face, correct?
That swelling kind of migrates over time to both sides. That is a common occurrence for both eyes to be swollen.
Did he have an injury to the left side of his face?
He did not.
Did he have a black left eye?
Yes, he did.
Would you consider a black eye an injury?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you the question again then. Did he have an injury to the left side of his face?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
He's like, fuck, that's true. Damn. Got me. Oh, he looks right at
brutal.
us. Some fourth wall over here with this guy.
That was brutal.
This is a hard day for him. This isn't great.
He's gonna go home and cry.
He is. He's gonna get in his car and probably start crying. Like he looks like he's ready to
One
cry.
last question. You indicated that it was a chaotic scene outside on that front yard.
Yes, sir.
Fire engines, ambulances, patrol vehicles, engines running, diesel engines, flashing lights, people screaming, people talking over the howling wind, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see the homeowner come out the front door?
Don't recall.
You don't recall, or you didn't?
I have no idea who the homeowner is.
And you never saw anybody come out the front of the house?
No, sir.
That's all I have.
One issue. Briefly.
I want to see counsel attack.
Oh my goodness. How many times are they
Yeah.
going to go ask, like, back and forth, back and forth? We're just going to stay on this witness all day.
I mean, oh my goodness. Yikes. Yikes. I mean, yeah, her not letting him see the video again. I mean, that's really only helpful to the defense.
This went worse than last time, I think.
This is hard. This is you ever watch those shows where like everything wrong happens to the main character that it's like cringy almost? Oh, LOCP says, well, that's what you get for being a liar. Yeah, I've seen two different sources. Jerry make up 15 white, 3 black, only 2 look over 45. One looks about 18. Haven't seen a gender breakdown. Okay. How many jurors they have then? 16?
I think they have 18 now.
18. Okay. That makes a lot more sense for the length of time. This is going to be a long trial. No shit. Holy crap.
Just one witness today.
I'm in day one. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. You guys.
And they
got
said
me.
8 weeks on the long end.
I mean, if they're going this hard, they're going this hard at the ambulance.
Sir, Mr. Jackson's questions, he asked if you had ever said that you heard the defendant say, I hit him, separate from when she approached you. Do you remember previously testifying that you heard her saying, I hit him in the background, separately from you?
Yes, sir.
You remember testifying that before under oath?
Yes, sir.
In court?
I do.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Poor his face. He was like, all right.
I just want to leave. God.
Please don't
Worst
ask Jackson if he wants to do anything else. I can't take it.
I mean, I probably would have started crying.
Whatever you
Like,
want
I
me
just
to
don't
say,
even know what we're talking about
I'm
anymore.
gonna say it. Just stop asking me the same question 30 different ways.
I mean, don't get me wrong, they brought up some very valid points.
Okay, but some of Jackson's questions weren't that great. They were kind of confusing, and I'm just gonna say that. Don't come for me, Kelly.
They were. I will. He was clearly trying to confuse the witness. It was very obvious, but he's also not wrong.
Just
It's
a
just
quick question, Firefighter Nuttall. When you
30 minutes
were
ago.
asked, to
A year goes by,
recite
he'll remember it
your
just fine, don't
memory
worry.
Of that day on February 8th, 2022, just 10 days after this incident, did you ever say that you heard in the background, I hit him over and over again?
I don't recall.
All right.
When you testified at the grand jury, last question. When you testified at the grand jury, did you ever say that?
I don't recall.
But again, your memory is better now.
Just bring the transcript and let him read it out loud.
Yes, sir.
All right. Firefighter Nuttall, you are all set.
You don't recall. We just
Your
spent
next
an
witness,
hour
Mr. Brown.
talking about it.
Thank you. The Commonwealth calls Kerry Roberts.
Kerry Roberts.
Oh, Kerry already, huh? Cool.
All right.
Kerry was with Karen when they found the body. It was Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe.
In the stand, I did have an exhibit I would like to introduce and
Okay.
play for the jury.
Okay.
And this is clip 2.
No objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
And you're marking this as an exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have something for the court reporter to mark?
Ooh, this isn't gonna be great.
On a zip drive, we can discuss collecting all the clips and putting them on the same zip drive, or we could use different zip drives, whatever the court's preference is.
So we need something. So we need something physical. You can play it and then we'll mark it.
Ms. Gilman, do you have a separate clip?
Jim, is that right?
Thank you.
All right.
I can have this marked, Your Honor.
Berta clock for Valor now at 1 hour and 40 minutes. If they can just hang off for like another 2 hours, that would be very convenient for all of us.
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms.
Oh, okay,
Roberts.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I remember it, but I question, do I remember it because it's been relived so much? I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember it on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that. So the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Ooh, that's not great. That's not great. I know I said I hit him. Not good.
Where was that from?
I think they said it was Dateline.
Okay. I didn't
Dateline,
watch
June
that interview.
15th, 2024. Oh, Jerry's out to lunch. Thank you, Lacey.
Yeah, that's not great.
Oh, she should not have done. Do not do it. Yeah. Yikes. As
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your
Good afternoon,
Honor.
Ms. Roberts.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to this jury?
Hi, my name is Kerry Roberts.
Ms. Roberts, where do you live?
I live in Canton, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in the area for?
I was raised in the Boston area, North Shore, South Shore. I went to high school in Braintree and I moved to Canton about 12 years ago.
Do you live alone?
No, I live with my husband and 2 children.
How old are your children presently, this day?
My son is 13, my daughter's 15.
Do you work?
Yes, I do.
Without identifying specifically where, can you share with us a little bit about what you do?
I'm an executive assistant and I've been with my company for 18 years.
Ma'am, if you could just move the microphone just a tiny bit closer.
thank you, sir. Appreciate
Thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you.
You have 2 children, you're
Yes.
married,
Yes,
and you live in the area.
yes.
I want you to tell us whether you know a person by the name of John O'Keefe.
Yes, I do.
Would you be willing to share with us when you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, I went to high school with John in Braintree. He played soccer, I played soccer, so we probably hung out in middle school, but we went to 2 different middle schools. And then I hung out with him more in high school. He was a year older than me. His sister was 2 years older than him in school, and his brother was younger. So at some point, I was in high school with each of his siblings.
Did you at some point become friendly with John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
When his sister Kristen passed away, and then her husband Steve passed away, they lived in my neighborhood. John took over for the children and moved into my neighborhood as well.
When John took in the children, did you offer any assistance or any help to him?
Yes, when John well, before John was even going to take over, he was going to potentially move in with his brother-in-law and the children to help out. And then when his brother-in-law passed away unexpectedly, John took over, and I jumped in because I was a friend from high school that he knew, and he had all kinds of people helping, but he sort of said, I'm going to lean on you for right now because I know you best. And I knew his parents and his siblings. And so I introduced him to my husband, and we jumped in. It was, you know, preschool drop-offs, preschool pickups for my son and his son. And just from then until the time of his death, we were just friends, very close friends, and we hung out all the time. The children hung out all the time, and he was the emergency contact list at my children's school to call if something had happened.
Oh. Were you close friends before he took over the care of the children?
No, I wasn't very close friends with him then.
Were you close with his family before he took over care of the children?
No.
Did your friendship with him develop after he took care of the children?
Yes.
You mentioned you have a son?
Yes, I do.
And is your son the same age as John's nephew?
Yes.
Was there any common interests or activities that engaged your son with John's nephew?
Well, they went to in-home daycare together. They went to preschool together. They went to pre-K together. And they went to elementary school. They played baseball together since they were T-ball. My son plays hockey. Patrick tried hockey. He didn't like that. So we spent a lot of time at the baseball fields together.
As you spent a lot of time together and had mutual care of children, did your relationship with him grow closer?
Yes.
And can you share a little bit with the jury how close you became?
Well, John was a bachelor and he didn't have any children of his own. So when he took over for the children, he sort of, you know, leaned on us to kind of guide him and, you know, all the things to do if there's someone with a headache and, you know, if there's an ear infection or, you know, he had his mom and dad also helping as well, but I was right up the street. So if I would go to BJ's, I would call and say, you know, can I grab you anything? If I would go to Walmart, you know, any of the places I would go, I would call and say, do you need anything? Can I help you? Can I grab something for you? And he did the same. We just sort of all chipped in and helped.
As your friendship grew, could you tell us a little bit about your relationship with John?
John and I were very close. We spoke on the phone and hung out. He became very close with my husband as well because he was right down the street. But we just had a friendship, a very close friendship.
Tell us about the day-to-day activities and how you would try to assist John with the children.
Well, John moved across town. I don't remember when. I forget how many. Patrick, I think, was in 5th grade or 4th grade. And I would take him home with me on Wednesdays because John would be working. So it was more of a, you know, if he was at my house and my daughter needed a ride the other side of town, he would take her with him.
Always.
We were just very close friends. We did a lot together. We would do baseball tournaments together. We would have drinks together. We would, you know, all the things friends do.
As you grew closer to John and helped with the children, did you become closer with his family?
Yes.
And who specifically did you become closer with?
Mrs. O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe, his parents, and Paul, I would see from time to time, but not a lot. He doesn't live in Canton. But Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe would be there all the time to help as well. And Mr. O'Keefe would take my son and Patrick, the nephew, out to Dunkin' Donuts all the time.
Can you tell us a little more about the collective effort of other people, including his family, helping John raise these children?
There was a lot of us that jumped in to help. It was not just me. There was a lot of Kaylee's friends' parents that jumped in and helped for Kaylee, his niece, and Patrick. There was a lot of us that helped out with Patrick. All of the community all came together to help him because there was this guy that just lost his sister and brother-in-law, and he stepped in to take care of his 2 kids, and he didn't really know what he was doing at first, but he got the hang of it pretty quickly.
You have a son that shared a lot of interests with his nephew.
Yes.
He also had a niece.
Yes.
Did you spend more time helping with his nephew or with his niece?
With his nephew.
Were there other people in the community you knew of who spent more time helping with his niece?
Yes.
And who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Did you know Jen McCabe?
I had met her once. John got a discount at Reebok, so he would take the kids. Well, he would take anyone with kids up with him to get shoes, like sneakers for back to school or whatever. So one day he did take Jen and I up to Reebok, but other than that, I never talked to her on the phone. I never saw her out. Her children are older than mine, so we never really crossed paths.
As it relates to the night of January 29, 2022, how much earlier was it that John took you out with the children and Miss McCabe out with her children to get sneakers? How many years before that?
Years, like 6 or 7 maybe.
And from that time you met Jen McCabe in the years past, did you ever spend time with her again before January 29th, 2022?
No, I did not. I didn't know her.
Were you friends with her?
I was not.
Did you speak on the phone with her?
No, I did not.
So other than that one meeting, you were strangers?
Yep, that was the only time. I knew her. I knew of her. She has 4 girls, but I didn't know her.
At some point, as you were part of John's life, did you learn that he was dating a person by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes, I did.
And do you see that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point her out and describe an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She has a black suit jacket seated at the front table.
When did you first become familiar or know about Miss Reed?
July, I think it was, of 2020. John, we were having people over, and so I invited him, and he said, I'm going to bring Karen over. And I was like, I don't know who that is, but okay. He assumed I knew because he had been dating her for a little bit, but it was COVID, so we didn't see him very often during that time. So Karen came over that night.
This is early 2020?
I think it was summer, so I think it was around June or July.
Briefly, just tell us a little bit about where and the circumstances of meeting John and Karen for the first time.
They came over to my house and we hung out on the back porch, had some drinks, there was music, kids were around, just a nice, normal summer night. We had other people over as well.
Over the next coming months, did you become more familiar with the defendant?
Yes.
Did you see her more often?
Yes.
And could you generally describe for the jury how you learned more of her and saw her more often?
She would take care of the kids a lot, mainly, well, not mainly Patrick, but not mainly Kaylee either. She helped out a lot with the kids. So if we were at baseball, she would come to all the baseball games, or she would drop off or pick up my son or Patrick if they were going to the golf course or the driving range.
Would you see her during events with your son and John's nephew?
Yes. We did baseball tournaments and
so when you go to baseball tournaments, would that be away, an overnight type trip?
One of them was down the Cape.
How often would you spend time with John and the defendant?
Not that often together, but John would stop by himself. My husband would go out more with John, but I didn't spend much time with the two, not a lot of time outside of the baseball field.
Did you become friends with the defendant?
We were friendly.
Did you ever spend time alone to go out or socialize?
I did not.
Would you see her when you would pick up or drop off kids, or she would pick up or drop off kids?
Yes.
Did you ever speak to her on the phone?
Yes.
In relation to what?
Corresponding with the kids, pick up, drop off, mainly Ryan and Patrick, not about Kaylee.
Did you ever spend any important dates or times or holidays with John and Miss Reed?
No.
I want you to take us ahead to January 28th, 2022.
Okay.
On January 28th, 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
Generally, what do you remember about the day of January 28th, 2022?
There was a blizzard coming, and it was my daughter's friend's birthday. So we were going to be going out celebrating that night, but we did it on the early side because there was a blizzard coming.
What was your plan for that evening?
We went bowling. We got dinner, then we went bowling, and then I came home because I wanted to be in before the snow started.
Had you communicated in any way with John that day?
Yes, he texted me. My son had had an issue at school. Patrick had been dismissed, I think, for a doctor's appointment. So he did text me to see how my son was doing.
Did you simply text or did you get a chance to speak to him that day?
I believe we just texted.
Did you go out that night after bowling?
No, I did not.
Was your husband home?
Yes,
Did he go out that night?
he did. He went out with John.
And do you know where he was planning on going?
They went to McCarthy's, a bar in Canton Center.
Had you been to McCarthy's before?
Yes.
Can you just briefly describe what McCarthy's is?
It's a restaurant bar. There's a large bar in the middle, the seating on the left and the right. It's right in the center of town.
Do you remember about what time your husband went out?
I do not remember exactly. I don't know if I got home and then he went out, or if he was already gone when I got home. I don't remember, but it was he went out around the same time that I arrived home, which was on the earlier side.
How many times had you been to John's home, would you say, over the past couple of years before this night?
Oh, many.
Many times?
Many times.
Were you familiar with the house and the driveway?
Yes.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Should I return to the podium and ask?
I'm back.
You can ask them from there.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'd ask you to take a look at that photo in front of you. Do you recognize what is in that photo?
That is John's house.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how his house looks?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to move this to evidence, please.
Okay, any objection?
No objection. May I publish to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Look who's here to join us, guys. It's Terry True Crime is back.
Man, it's a whole party.
They have a purple house?
Yes, that's John's driveway.
No, I think it's.
How John's driveway appears?
Oh,
Yes, it is.
wait. Oh, I thought we were talking about 34. Don't listen to me. I am brain dead at this moment.
Don't worry, you'll remember it better a year from now. It's fine.
It is
right.
literally that last witness. It just fried my brain.
Oh, it's definitely the lighting.
It's everything is purple
Do
casted.
you recognize
Yeah.
what's in that photo?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury what's in that photo?
It's the side of John's house looking up from the driveway.
Or maybe that's the color of the sky in Massachusetts.
The lights
That would be cool.
or the ring camera.
I want a purple sky in my
Are you
room.
guessing, or do you know that's a
No,
ring
I know there's one there
camera? And how do you know that?
because I got a ring camera and I
For a
could look
pink
and see who was at my door. And then he said, "Why didn't you tell me about these things?" So he bought one.
We'll introduce this photo.
Okay,
No objection.
thank you.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Roberts, with the laser pointer, could you just point at the picture and show where the ring camera is?
Just for
On this screen?
Yes, please.
Whichever one you can do.
Okay. Why isn't it working?
You do have strong opinions about Massachusetts, Gavin.
Okay, well, you know what? Rather than use the pointer, why don't we describe
Oh.
you describe where you see the ring camera on that picture?
It's in where the two lights are under the top window.
Okay, thank you. We could take that down, please. How many times would you guess you had been over to his house?
I don't know. More than 50.
More than
10,000. I don't even know. A lot. It was weekly.
That night you told us that your husband went out to meet John at McCarthy's, the bar.
Yes, he did.
Do you remember your husband coming home that night?
Yes.
Do you have any memory of about what time he returned?
I'm guessing, but somewhere around 10:30.
So I'm not going to let you guess.
Thank you, Judge. I was about to be like,
I don't know. It was around 10 or 10:30. I can't be exact.
Did you see him come home?
Yes,
What was the forecast for that night and the next morning?
there was a blizzard coming.
Was that part of the decision making of going out or staying home?
Yes.
At that time, when your husband came home, did you look outside? Do you have any memory of what the weather looked like around 10:30?
I remember the snow started to fall somewhere around 12 because I remember looking out the window and I could see it starting.
And that was the beginning of the snowfall?
I believe so.
What was the weather out that night?
Objection. Are you a
I think it was fine. It was
meteorologist?
cold, but it wasn't snowing yet.
Harvard.
I want to move forward ahead. At some point that night, did you go to sleep?
Yes, I did.
Did you sleep through the night, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you wake up?
Yes, I did.
I want you to tell us what was the reason that you woke
God, I
up.
hope so.
I got a phone call at 5 o'clock in the morning from Karen Reed.
They did say there'd be paranormal
expecting a
things.
call?
So
No, I was not.
she's a
Had you ever received a call at 5 in the morning from Miss Reed before?
No.
Share with us what happened that morning. What did you hear?
Karen called and the first thing she said was, Kerry, John's dead. And then she hung up. And then
When she said that, did you have a chance to have a conversation with her?
no, I did not.
Describe her demeanor when she said that.
She was yelling loud enough, my name, I think it was 3 times, it might have been 2. She was yelling loud enough that she woke my husband.
Your husband was sleeping next to you?
Yes, he was.
everything's in
Was
threes.
she
Like, what is happening?
loud, yelling,
Beetlejuice?
screaming?
She was very loud. She was screaming.
After
Somebody
she said
else
Kerry,
brought that
Kerry,
up
Kerry,
once.
John's dead,
That
did you
everything
know
seems to be in
that?
threes.
No,
Like it's
Did you
always
say
in
this was
threes.
around 5:15?
this is at 5. She called me at 5 on the dot.
After she hung up, what did you do?
I was half asleep still. I didn't know what was going on. So I started to get up and I think I tried to call her back. I know I tried to call her back, but I don't know exactly when because I was like, what? So my husband said, what was that? I said, I don't know. Something's going on. I don't know what's going on. That was Karen. And then I tried to call her back. I know I tried to call her back, but I don't know if she answered or if she called me back the next time I spoke to her.
No guessing, ma'am.
After you or she called you again, did you have another discussion or did you hear her say something else the second time you spoke to her?
Yes, the second time she said, I think something happened to John. I think he got hit by a plow. He didn't come home last night. Kaylee was home. He would never leave her by herself, and I was not supposed to stay at the house last night. So I think something happened to him.
Did she say anything about drinking?
Yes, she said, we drank so much, I don't remember anything from last night. And I said, okay, where are you now? She said, I'm driving. And I said, you need to go home. Where's Kaylee? And she said, at home. I said, you need to go home and be with Kaylee. She cannot handle this, thinking, her uncle's missing. I said, you're going to get a DUI. You need to go home.
Was there anything else in the conversation that she said to you at that time?
She said, I'm going to drive to your house. Would you drive my car? And I said, yes. So at that point, I started to get dressed. I turned on the automatic car starter so it would warm up. Told my husband, I don't know what's going on. John didn't come home. And so I think my husband tried to call him and I tried to call him. And my husband said, you're not going anywhere. It's a blizzard. He's probably on somebody's couch. And I was like, I know, but she's really upset. I'm just going to go. She wants to come here. I'm going to drive her car. And then I went out to my car and sat and waited for her.
When you called John, did you get any response?
No, I did not.
As you were waiting for the defendant, did you make any other phone calls?
I did. When I was in the car, I thought to myself, well, she thinks he got hit by a plow. I'm going to call the police and see if there was any accidents or maybe something happened. They brought him in. And I spoke to the officer who said, no, nothing of that sort. I've been here all night. And then I called the Good Samaritan Hospital and Milton Hospital to see if they had anybody that was taken in an accident.
When you called the police to look for Mr. O'Keefe, did you call 911?
No, I called the non-emergency line.
Do you know if that call was recorded?
I believe so.
I'd like to introduce an exhibit.
Okay. Any objection?
I do have that question too, Kelly, right? Because they have not found him yet, right?
When you called the police, what was your level of worry at that point?
I wasn't super worried. I mean, he didn't come home, but they were out drinking. So I assumed, like my husband said, he's probably on somebody's couch.
The second call you had with Miss Reed, can you describe her demeanor in that second call?
She was frantic. She was frantic. I mean, she couldn't find John, so she was very worried.
How soft or loud was that phone call?
It wasn't as loud as the first one, but it wasn't a regular conversation.
With court's permission, I'd like to play the exhibit of the call.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Kerry. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at waterfall, and now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't take anybody outside the name of John O'Keefe, did you? John O'Keefe? Yeah, he's the Boston cop, and it would be on film, so.
No.
And he probably got a ride and passed out at someone's house. I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't launch anybody out or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, down the seven.
He lives on Meadow, off Pleasant. Okay, and where is the wife home? You said your girlfriend?
His girlfriend, yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with him earlier in the night, but then he obviously came home. And he has custody with me to nephew because their parents passed away.
Okay.
And so she's home with the week and everything. They're old enough to be home. And so she's nervous because she never even called me.
Yeah.
So she's like, I feel like something happened. And I said, okay. Well, so call the area hospital and you'll be happy. I personally think he probably picked him up and he passed out. I don't know.
Yeah, where did he didn't drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. Again, it's more, it would be driven by, she would have to, call in or come to the patient and talk to us. But I mean, as of right now, it's more, he didn't come home last night. Is this common sometimes happen with them?
No,
So far, yes.
No, that's why.
So far.
She's well coached.
So I figured I called the area hospital and then I would call Kansas police just to make sure he didn't get picked up. Like I said, he's Boston police officer, very old French people. If anybody couldn't pick him up,
Yeah.
please get it off.
Okay.
Apparently they were having a little bit of party and stuff.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't there. I was stuck here. But we didn't get any calls, anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that. All righty.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, no problem. Good luck.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
I wish we could hear that better.
Were you in your car when you called the police station and the hospitals looking for John?
Yes, it was.
Do you know at that point whether anybody else had called the police station?
No, I don't know.
Do you know at that point if anybody else had called any hospitals?
I don't know.
How long did you wait in your driveway?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Maybe like 7 minutes, 8 minutes.
What were the conditions like out that morning?
It was bad. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
When you were outside in your car in the driveway waiting, describe the lighting conditions for us.
It was still dark out. It was 5 o'clock in the morning and it was snowing. So it was not great.
How was the visibility?
Not great. It was coming down really fast at that point.
You said that night when you went to bed, the snow just started. Had snow accumulated at that point?
No, I don't think so. It was just starting to stick.
I'm sorry, that was the night before, but at this point when you were in the driveway, had the snow accumulated?
Oh, yes.
Do you know how many inches it was?
No.
Bye. Thank you, Buffy. Love
Enough
your face.
that the plows are out.
Thank you.
As you were waiting for the defendant, did she arrive at your house?
She did not.
What happened?
Again, I don't know if I called her or she called me, but eventually we connected on the phone and she said, I said, where are you? I'm waiting. And she said, I'm at Jen's house. And I said, Jen, who? And she said, McCabe, she's going to drive my car. And I said, okay, well, listen, they don't want cars on the road because it's so bad. I'm already in my car. I'll come there to Jen's house, stay there, and we'll follow each other and we'll go back and drop your car off. Did you look in the house for John? Could he just be in the house, passed out somewhere? And she said, no, she hadn't looked in the house. So I said, okay, now I'm going to come to Jen's. We're going to take the car home, drop it off. We'll check around the house. And then I don't know what the next step at this point was. I just wanted to check the house.
At the time you directed that you were going to meet at Jen McCabe's house and then drive to John's house, was there any suggestion by the defendant where she wanted to go?
I didn't know where Jen's house was. I knew the street. I had dropped Kaylee off or picked her up a few times. So I said, stay on the phone with me so I don't know which house it is. And so when I got there, I pulled in the driveway and there was some conversation about.
Can I back you up and just ask you a little bit about the drive there? I don't
Yep.
mean to interrupt. When you left your house, you talked a little bit about the weather conditions. How long did it take you to get from your home to Jen McCabe's?
Oh, it's quick. Probably 4 minutes.
What was the driving like?
It was not good driving. That's why I didn't want two cars on the road.
Did you have any difficulty driving through that storm?
No, I mean, it was treacherous, but I was in four-wheel drive. I have an SUV.
You mentioned you didn't know exactly where Jen McCabe lived. Had you
Bless
been
her.
there to drop off John's niece before?
Yes, but I didn't know which house it was because when I picked her up before, she was either getting out of the car at the driveway or waiting at the end of the driveway. So I didn't know which house it was.
I think I interrupted you, but were you telling us that as you drove to Jen McCabe's house, you were on a Bluetooth, on an open conversation with her to help with directions?
Yes, Jen and Karen were in Karen's car and I was on the phone essentially with both of them.
Do you know what type of vehicle the defendant was driving at that time?
A Lexus SUV.
As you drove over to Jen McCabe's home and you had some guidance finding it, did you hear any conversations in that open line with, or even any statements by the defendant?
I remember when I pulled in behind her car in Jen's driveway. And at some point, Karen said, my taillight. And I looked and Jen she must have had the breakdown because you could see that there was missing taillight.
When you say missing taillight, was it merely cracked?
No, there was a piece missing.
Could you see that as you were parked right behind the defendant's SUV or Lexus?
She must have been applying the brakes because you could see it, but there was a lot of snow.
When you saw that the taillight had a missing piece, did you say anything?
No.
Did you think anything of it?
No.
How long were you parked behind the defendant's Lexus while it was parked in Ms. McCabe's driveway?
Not long. We were just, I pulled in and then we stopped. And then the next plan at some point in that conversation as well, or maybe on the ride, because now we're heading to John's house to drop a car off. I pulled out of the driveway, Jen pulled out and I followed behind all the way to John's house. And at some point, Karen said, I left him at Waterfall. And I heard Jen say, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
Was anything else said about the broken taillight?
No.
You followed Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Where did you go?
To John's house.
Did you arrive?
Yes.
I want to ask you some questions about when you arrived and what you did next.
Okay.
When you arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's home, you were in two separate cars. Who pulled into Mr. O'Keefe's driveway first?
Jen pulled Karen's car in first.
So Ms. McCabe was driving the Lexus
Correct.
and the defendant was in the passenger seat?
Yes.
After you both pulled in, tell us what happens next.
We went, I wasn't sure if it was, at some point Karen showed us the taillight up close, but I didn't know if it was when we arrived or when we left. But we went into the house to look for John.
When the Lexus was parked by Ms. McCabe in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway, was it facing the street or facing away?
Facing where the basketball hoop is, not facing the street.
I'd like to approach.
Okay.
Annie has her red Solo cup. Love it.
I'm going to show you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, that's John's driveway. That's Karen's car on the left and John's car on the right.
Do you recognize both those cars?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that photo as a fair depiction of his driveway?
Yes,
Do you recognize it as a fair depiction of the motor vehicle?
yes.
Now, when you went there that night and you pulled in behind Ms. McCabe and the defendant, is there any differences between how that area looked when you pulled in as opposed to that photo?
Well, it was the early hours of the morning, so it was dark out, and there was much more snow. There was snow coming down.
I'm so sorry. You want to finish?
Nope.
Other than the snow and the lighting, is there any other differences?
Nope.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
All right. There's no objections, Jess?
No objection.
Bah. Bah. Is that Jester at the bus next?
Okay.
It is.
Bah. Oh my. Okay.
And to help us understand, you see on the left is the house.
Yes,
There's a motor vehicle in the middle of the driveway, but it's the vehicle to the left.
yes.
And whose vehicle is that?
That's Karen's.
Is that where it was parked that night when you went into the house?
Yes,
In the motor vehicle to the right, you recognize that?
that's John's car or SUV.
Thank you, you can take that down. I'm showing you a second photo.
Okay.
Do you recognize that photo?
Yes,
What is it?
it's the back of Karen's car.
Does it look like a fair and accurate depiction of her car as it appeared that morning in the early morning hours to you?
Yes,
Do you notice anything that's distinguished in that photo?
the piece that's missing in the taillight.
Which one?
The right passenger rear.
Do you know when, I'm sorry, do you know when this photo was actually taken?
I do not.
Although you don't know when it was taken, is that a similar depiction to your memory of how it appeared that morning at 5?
Yes,
Or a little after 5?
yes.
I've moved to introduce this exhibit.
Okay.
Objection.
Oh, that's the photo.
Yes.
We could take that down, please. After you arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, what was the plan to go inside? What were you looking to do?
To go inside and look and see if he was passed out somewhere. So we went in through the garage and I started looking. I think Jen ran upstairs to Kaylee's bedroom and I just started looking through the living room. Basement door was locked from the inside, so I knew he wasn't in the basement. And then I checked the other living room. He has a big house. Then I went to the top of the stairs to check his bedroom.
As you looked around, what was your mood?
What was my mood?
Yes, were you calm?
I mean, I was worried. So we were, at this point, Jen had already established that they went to her sister's.
Sustained.
Okay.
Jen had already.
Let me ask
Hold
the
on,
question.
Ms.
I'll ask
Roberts.
the question better. My apologies.
Yeah.
How many rooms did you look through in John's house?
I don't think I would notice.
1, 2, 5 or 6.
Did you see Miss McCabe looking in rooms as well, searching?
She went upstairs when I was looking downstairs.
At some point, as you were looking, did you see the defendant?
Yes,
Was she looking with you?
she was in John's room.
What was she doing?
She was just standing there when I came up to the top of the stairs.
Did she say anything?
No,
Did she do anything?
no,
Was she searching?
I don't know. She was in the room.
What happened next?
At some point, Jen earlier had said,
Well, let's not talk about what was said. Okay. Let's
Well,
just talk about
the plan
best
at
you
this
can,
point
your
is
your
to go to
memory of what was
34
done.
Fairview.
Ms. Roberts, I know that I'm just going to ask you to wait for a question
Okay.
because we can only get one person at a time. So next question, Mr. Brennan.
Again, my apologies. And so as you're looking through the house, you don't find John. What happens next?
The plan was to go back to Jen's sister's house.
Who made that plan?
Karen wanted to go back there.
Well, tell us a little bit about that. How did that conversation come up, and share with the jury what was said?
And the car ride to Meadows, Karen said, I left him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's. So then Karen said, we need to go back to your sister's. And I said, no, we're going to go to Meadows and we're going to drop the car and we're going to look there. Then we'll go there if we don't find him.
When you were at the house, Meadows, John O'Keefe's house, and you didn't find him, was there any further conversation about what the next steps would be?
I said, let's go. He's not here. But I didn't know where Jen's sister lived. So we got into the car. Jen was in the passenger seat. I was driving my car. Karen was in the back seat. And Jen was giving directions.
Did you begin your way towards Meadows?
Yes.
And it was Ms. McCabe who was giving directions?
Yes.
As you began driving to head towards Meadows, in addition to trying to drive, were you doing anything like looking or searching?
Well, yeah. We were looking on both sides of I was looking on both sides of the road in case he was walking home.
Did you see Ms. McCabe searching?
Yes, she was looking out as well.
Describe a little detail about what you saw Ms. McCabe doing.
She was looking out the window as we were driving. So was I, as I was driving.
And where was the defendant during that time?
She was in the back seat.
Was there any conversation, comments, statements?
Well, she would be in the back seat, and then she would be in between Jen and I, in the back seat, and then in between Jen and I. She was just very frantic.
Okay. Was she saying anything?
There was conversation on the way there.
Okay. Was she looking as well? Did you see her looking out the windows like you and Jen?
I don't know if she was because she was in the back seat.
As you drove to Meadows, what was the visibility? The same or better or worse?
No, it was poor.
Did you make your way towards Meadows?
I did.
As you finally got to Meadows, was the house on your left side, your side, or on the other side?
Are you talking about Fairview or Meadows?
I'm sorry, Fairview.
Okay. The Fairview house came up on the left-hand side.
Before you got to the house, is there a tree line between that house and the house before it?
Yes. There's a cluster of trees and bushes.
All right, take us back. I want to talk about that morning. As you're driving and approaching Fairview, tell us what you hear, what you see, what's happening.
Jen's giving directions, and it was really bad driving. I was white knuckling because it was getting slippery. Karen wouldn't put on her seatbelt because she was in between us again the whole ride, and then sitting back. But she was worried because we weren't finding John.
Were you having words?
Yes.
Tell us.
I said to Jen, where are we heading? And she said, my sister lives on Fairview. And I said, where is that? She said, off of Chapman. I said, oh, okay, near Spring Lane. At some point, Bella's mom came up.
Tell me what that means.
I didn't know who it was, but it was one of Kaylee's friends, Bella's mom. Well, the directions, at some point, Karen was talking about Bella's mom to Jen, saying she never liked me. I didn't know who this woman was that they were talking about, but apparently Bella's mom lived near where Jen's sister lived on Fairview.
Did you learn any more about the relevance of Bella's mom?
No. Oh, well, I think John had dated her.
I'm going to allow it.
So as you approached Fairview, tell us what happened.
As we approached Fairview at the house, you mean the house or the street?
Yes, the house.
The house. Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And I said, okay. And as we approached the house, Karen from the back seat is now screaming, there he is, let me the F out of this car. And she's out kicking the back door to get out.
When you heard the defendant scream, there he is, and started kicking the car door, did you see anything?
I did not.
Did you see anybody?
I did not.
Did you look?
I looked.
Was there anything that impeded your ability to see far?
No, it was just snow.
How far could you see when she was yelling, "There he is"?
How far could I see?
Yes.
I mean, the visibility wasn't great.
Okay. Was she pointing or giving any direction?
No, she just said, "There he is."
Okay. What happens next?
And then I unlocked the car. I looked over, I didn't see anything. And I unlocked it so she could get out of the back seat. I looked at Jen and I said, "She's crazy." And then I turned around and watched, and she ran over to a mound of snow.
When she started running, before she got anywhere, did you see anything at that point?
I did not.
Were you looking?
I was looking. She said, "There he is." So I'm looking around to see where he is.
And you could see nothing?
I did not.
Did you see her run around or directly?
She ran right over to the mound of snow.
Could you tell what the mound of snow was from the car?
Once she got to it, yes, it was. Once she got to it, you could tell it was a mound of snow that was the length of a body.
All right, I'm going to stop you there, Mr. Brennan. I need to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please. Regarding
Sidebar. Right. Okay. Maybe she has bad eyesight. I mean, I don't know. A mound of snow. That's true. Oof. I just don't know if I would have, been driving around in this. Like if I thought elbow feet was missing, I don't know if I'd be out just yet.
All right, so Ms. Roberts, we're going to have you come back tomorrow. Okay. Jurors, we're going to break for today. So we're going to send you home.
That was quick.
The same 3 cautions that I'll tell you every single day. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation in this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. Please be extra careful with your social media. We'll see you tomorrow.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, hold your books, put them on your seats.
It's just this for elbow feet.
At least they clean the fan.
That's true.
That is true.
Better than my ceiling fan at the moment.
I love
Yeah,
this.
what'd you get
Captain
for
wants to know
Zoe?
if you would look for Zoe. For Zoe.
Hi, baby.
I mean, like she would go outside when it's
Hi.
snowing.
Hi.
Yeah, right.
You were the
All
most
right, I'll put
needy
that off to
animal.
the side and we'll see if they come back for a
Poor
more.
elbow feet.
I know, right? I'm
Say
savage.
hi, Calliope. She said no.
Hi, Calliope.
Save Calliope. I'm waiting for it from Gavin.
Just
It's
since
what,
I'm-
almost 4 there? Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe they have some like closing, things to debate or argue or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, they are back.
Sorry, Chrissy. I didn't.
Jeez. Get it together, Llama. Oh, nope. They went back to the ceiling fan. Sorry. False alarm. False
No,
alarm.
ma'am. We're not doing that.
She wants to say hello, Mama.
No, she does. So she does this thing where if I'm not giving her attention and she thinks she needs it, she'll just make that really low meow until I give her attention.
She's letting you know. She's letting you know what her needs are. She's
Oh, yes.
verbalizing her needs. So do not
It's me.
shame
Her
her
need-
for that.
me.
Sophia,
She'll
don't shame her
also
for that.
see, but she knows what she's doing. She'll also. It's my husband. She'll also go around and like eat plants or scratch on the wall. Or she will do anything to get to. She is
To get your attention.
going to. I don't know what she's going to do when this baby gets here.
Oh,
Maybe they're mad at you.
does Calliope have
She's-
claws?
Yes, she's the one who likes to be held like a baby. So,
Oh,
yeah, we're gonna have to
might
watch
want to
that.
put some tips on that. Or
They make those little they make
That's
like
the little cats.
nail covers for cats that are like rubber.
Yeah,
I have to do that.
you're gonna need
Hey,
those.
So what
And
did
the
you
other
guys think
one-
about that last witness? I mean, I find her kind of credible at this point, but now I'm like, don't even get your hopes up, Llama. Like, how are they gonna?
Ah,
Are
I
they
think
gonna
she
make her look
presents.
bad?
I think she
Yeah.
presents well, but I also think she's very biased.
Mm.
Agreed.
I mean,
Yeah.
she couldn't remember if she called her back or if she called her.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, have you not looked at your call log since then?
Neither witness has
To
been
see?
credible to me so far.
Mm.
Yeah, so like I said, I think she presents well, but I'm not 100% buying her story.
Calliope.
No, I mean, my thing is like you were already at home and then you were waiting in your car. It's blizzard out. And maybe I'm an asshole friend. I don't know. But Karen already said, you know what, I'm with Jen or whatever. Like she already had somebody to go with her. Why would you encourage them to like drive to your house, then drive to another house, then drive to another house at this point?
Because she was John's friend. I mean, I have to say, I would like if Mrs. Brewcrime called me and needed to go find Brewcrime, JT, but she was going to go over to another friend's, I would say, oh, well, still let me go because I would want somebody there for the person missing.
I mean, that's fair.
Does that make
Maybe
sense?
I'm just a dick. You call me at 5 a.m, I'm gonna be like, I'll see you in a couple
I mean,
hours.
you wouldn't even go look for elbow feet.
Block.
So I'm thinking you wouldn't go with a friend.
I mean, I don't know. See, now the thing is, right, is so like this witness says that Karen says she was really drunk and she doesn't remember what happened. And that is kind of problematic. I mean, granted, at this point, it's just her word against whatever Karen has to say. But that's going to be a problem. I think that's going to be a hump to get over with, especially with her comment from that documentary that they paired this testimony up with.
Yeah.
Like, that's not great. That's not great
It's
for
not
her.
great. But I mean, I've told people I'm drunk and I don't remember anything. And I mean, earlier in the night, I can remember right then, but I don't remember earlier in the night. Kind of like when we're doing our live shows and we drink so much. I get to a point I don't remember, but then an hour or two later, I remember.
Well, time makes your memory stronger, apparently. The science behind memory. Yeah,
I think
I
the
don't know.
first witness needs to take a lie detector test. I need to see his
Oh
lie
my
detector test
gosh.
results. I would love to see that.
Well, if it's getting hypothermia, of course.
Elbow feet, we would call somebody and we would send them to look for you.
But see, it's also wintertime and there's a blizzard. Everyone knows I hate going out in the cold. You'd be like, oh.
But it's elbow feet.
I know.
I'm like, it's elbow
know.
feet. Okay,
He'll
note
make
to
his way
Kerry.
back like a stray cat.
When I'm in Ohio in July, if anything happens, don't expect Llama to have your back.
Well, in July, it's nice out. It's not a blizzard. Not too
What if
cold.
it's
You get all
raining?
wet and stuff. Yeah, but it's not cold. It wouldn't be cold rain, so.
Well, I can't comprehend what a blizzard means because that did not look like a lot of snow. I'm thinking a blizzard that you are snowed in because I know I went skiing in Denver one time. There was a blizzard during the night, but we woke up and we couldn't open the front door.
Oh,
That didn't look like a lot of snow on those cars.
Well, blizzard is determined by the wind, not so much how much snow accumulates.
Oh.
Yeah, so blizzard is depending like your visibility from the wind and then the snow blowing around. So like you could not get, for example, the blizzard that was in Louisiana, they only got 6 inches of snow. That's how much we got here on a regular snow day. Yes.
Okay, but in Louisiana, that's a blizzard.
Oh yeah. But the fact that the wind was as intense as what it is what made that a blizzard over regular snowfall, if that makes
So
any
maybe
sense.
that is similar to like when we have the bad wind and it stirs up the wind. I mean, it stirs up the dust and the dirt. And we had it in Vegas too. We called them dirt devils, and you couldn't see because the dirt was blowing so much.
Right.
So maybe because it was the dirt. Okay.
And like
Look
if
at
you've
me
ever heard of a
learning.
snow squall, that's the same thing. That's basically like a quick mini blizzard. It doesn't last for very long, but it's basically like a whiteout. Okay. It's like traveling through
Never heard that.
space. At
You
light
guys
speed.
told me that when we got it when we were in Boston a couple months ago.
Right.
That's I was like I texted them because I'm like my northern friends will know. I was like,
Yeah.
what is a snow squall? I've never seen this before. But it came through as
I've never
a
heard the
notification.
terminology.
I was like, stay wherever you are.
And of course
it
we
won't be
didn't.
long. And of course you didn't. No, of course you didn't. Of course you didn't.
Well, to us, people are like, it's gonna snow, and then it doesn't. So we're like, "Pfft, whatever. No.
That
It
would be
did
me.
snow. It did.
Any update on Valo in her verdict? Have we heard anything?
That's a good question. I kind of forgot about that already.
It's that Moscato.
I know. It's that afternoon Moscato. Do it. No, it's just me being like needing a nap or something.
Holly says they're still at lunch. My
Still
God,
at
these people lunch a lot.
They
Can't
do.
they do a working lunch? Can't they eat while they talk about it? Come on now.
Right? Are they taking a whole hour lunch? Because at this point, I don't think they need a whole hour. I was surprised that their lunch for this was only like 30 minutes. I was like, okay, I like it. Yeah, no, just a lunch. So that's fun. Oh boy. Having kind of came before it kind of walk. Okay. Ooh, that's a rough mugshot of that girl.
Could we all
So
write
what are
a
you guys
letter to
thinking
the
of this lecture?
Commonwealth and ask that they get a seal or something and get rid of the fan? I think if we all write a letter, because that just makes them not look great, in my opinion.
I mean, it's kind of hypnotizing sleepiness. That fan going around.
Maybe.
Ugh. Cap'n kind of likes the fan. Well, why don't you get a room, Cap'n? Why don't you guys go get married? You and the fan.
I mean, if they hung little sparkly things off of it so they would fly around and look like little kites.
You can just put a fan in your can. I mean, that's true. I could do that. Gosh, I got to work on holding it. I'm not the best at that. I got to train. Oh, man.
Or you can be like that teacher who just got arrested for peeing in a trash can under his desk. You could just be under your desk.
Why?
Yeah.
There's no good reason. You cannot explain.
He didn't have anyone to relieve him. And so he couldn't leave the classroom with the kids. So he didn't think the kids could see him. So he just whipped it out and started going in a can like he had done when he was in the military.
Did they not have a teacher that can look across the
Apparently they
It's been
did
a while
not.
since you've been there. They are understaffed everywhere.
I guess
For those that watched the trial before in the chat, is this lady gonna be a liar, pants on fire? Like, do they go hardcore on this woman for something? That sounds not great. I just heard what I said. But because I mean, I didn't see it coming with the ambulance guy. So here she is with this. And I don't think, the fact that Karen saw him before the others, I don't think is that weird either. Because if you've ever been trying to find a street or something while somebody else is driving, I don't find that weird, to be honest. Because of all the people, she has more places she can look. I don't recall.
And she was there earlier, and that lump wasn't there when she was there earlier. So she noticed something different.
Oh, you mean Karen?
Yeah,
Is
Karen.
that what she
So
was saying? Okay.
I don't find that weird because she had been there waiting for him while he went in earlier. She probably was looking at the yard and there wasn't a big pile. And she's like, there's nothing there for it to pile up. Why is there just a pile there? I can see your brain going, that's a person.
Mm-hmm. Or she could have just remembered like it all, like being there. She remembered where her car was and looked there first, you know. So it could be that. But how much snow was covering him? I need to know.
Yeah, I mean,
have a lot of
this
snow
lady
questions.
noticed a broken tail light, but she said she couldn't see a big lump. So, I mean,
And when was that picture
can you see or
from?
not?
I didn't catch when they said that picture is from. Did they even say the picture of the cars in John's driveway?
I thought they were from the camera.
Well, no, I don't. Oh, maybe, but it kind of looked more like eye level with the cars. But like, was it that morning? Was it a different day?
Yeah.
I don't think they said when it was. So I also feel like they're coming back because that ceiling fan is still there. In case anyone was wondering.
Yeah, I think they have stuff to discuss. If not, Bev just wants to get home early.
Yeah, she
And find
did
out the
stop in the
trim her-
middle of that witness.
And trim her bangs.
Please, oh my goodness.
Sorry, that was
Right, no,
driving me
Jen.
nuts over the glasses. I was just
Over the glasses.
just trim your bangs, Bev.
I like that. Yeah, we're just going to stop. Just call her back tomorrow. Like, that's okay. I wasn't, building momentum or anything. It's fine. It's fine.
So on the first trial, how many witnesses, if anybody remembers, did they get through on the first day?
That's a good question. I don't know. Because when Buffy was on, she said 3 people testified before the ambulance guy did.
So they changed up the order, yeah.
Because it would be his brother and sister-in-law, and then a detective, what did she say? Sheriff, something like that. And then it was ambulance guy. So, I don't know.
I mean, it says that she's going to go until around 4 p.m. and it's 4 p.m. Oh, they're back.
Oh, look at that, guys.
All right, so
There's that sigh.
we'll have a quick hearing on paper now 682 and 680. First, Commonwealth's motion to enforce compliance with the court's April 16th, 2025 ARCCA discovery order. Mr. Brennan, you said you could be brief on both of these, so I'll hear you.
Your Honor, I'll get right to the point. On the motion for compliance, our position is the defense did not comply with your order.
This has been an ongoing issue which relates directly to the credibility of potential ARCCA witnesses. This is information based on the history and representations made in this case that we're entitled to. I did note before these were produced that we have watched video footage from unaired video from the documentary. We clearly knew that there were text messages and correspondence beyond what was represented to the court. It is not a surprise that I did receive these lists of text messages and calls after I made those comments. However, there was no text message content. There is 99 texts to Mr. Wolf, 6 texts to Mr. Rentschler. That does not reconcile with the past positions and representations of the defense to this court, to the Commonwealth. In addition, there are a number of phone calls. And those phone calls, again, I would suggest do not reconcile with the past representations. We have 52 minutes of phone calls on 5 calls with the ARCCA mainline, 133 minutes, 20 calls with Dr. Wolf, 57 minutes, 23 calls with Dr. Rentschler. I find it difficult to accept that these are all for scheduling purposes. We also had your honor's order, not just for the communications, which are not a complete or a fair production, but there was a order by the court to provide all correspondence, text messages, emails, not just with Attorney Jackson, but with the entire team, including the defendant, Karen Reed, and we have received nothing. This is important because if we look at the first half of ARCCA's potential testimony, which is limited to their prior report, we cannot fairly and effectively cross-examine the witnesses until we have the information we're entitled, and that's why I've also asked and suggested that ARCCA should be ordered and required to provide that evidence as well so that we can see what is there. It is concerning that there are this many texts, this many phone calls, and the fact that this is totally in contrast to what was represented in the past. So before there's even a thought of ARCCA testifying, I think we're entitled to the full discovery that we asked for, the full discovery that the court has ordered. I don't see anything to do with billing or anything else beyond these text message and phone call logs. I want whatever content is available. I think it's relevant material. It's pursuant to your order, and this is woefully incomplete. Should I dive into the second motion?
Yes.
So I can move quickly. The second motion, part of it is moot in some respects. I won't go through the tortured history of discovery. We've gone through it too many times. We don't have time for it. But inevitably, it is clear that we have played by the rules, met our discovery obligations, and as we stand here now, the defense is proposing new opinions, new testing, and they don't even have the parts of that testing yet. This is 2 weeks into trial after we picked a jury. This is at the time of the opening. It is ambush. It is unfair, and we have no ability at this point to reconcile or deal with new opinions and new information. Importantly, the defense's position is they may or may not have a report by May 1st. Our expert will be testifying somewhere at the beginning or middle of May. He is away. He is not available. And so anything we receive at the beginning of May or end of April, we'll have no opportunity to look at, vet, test, reconcile, or even engage in our own testing. This was my concern all the way back in November. I'm not Nostradamus, but this obviously was something that worried me that actually occurred. And so at this point, it would be fundamentally unfair for the defense to get a benefit for failing to comply with discovery orders by waiting until February to seek permission with ARCCA. They could have called any expert, asked for any expert they wanted. They didn't. They chose this method, and this is the consequence of it. And at some point, the defense has to bear the burden of their decisions. We will not have the ability to rush through, have Dr. Rentschler come in days before his testimony, try to reconcile, be inadequate. I've had a brief correspondence with him. It's simply impossible. That's why we suggested, although we certainly didn't want to move the trial date, that was the only remedy if the court was going to allow any new opinions, evidence. I say to the court that they should not be allowed to offer absolutely anything new, not only because they missed the discovery deadline. That's technical, but the reality is we're all trial lawyers. We've all tried a lot of cases. It would be a disadvantage, fundamentally unfair, and because of their own choosing. And so anything new, we will not be able to reconcile. We would not be able to proceed with our expert in a fair manner. Thank you.
Okay.
So let me get this right. He says it's
Bring it out to
unfair.
be as brief as you can be, please.
He says it's unfair, but I heard that they were still
Your Honor,
handing evidence
I
over to the
understand your
defense.
request to be as brief as possible, but this is the first opportunity the defense has had to respond to almost every allegation that's been made. We haven't had an opportunity. So I certainly respect the court and what the court's request is, but it is going to take a bit of time to put facts out. And I want to separate two categories that the Commonwealth has conflated. The Commonwealth has conflated the issue of what text messages exist, which text messages don't exist, what's been turned over pursuant to orders. And I would like that to be clear to the court factually, because the Commonwealth has misstated just now 3 times the facts.
So
Who's
I
this
asked
guy,
this
Chad?
morning, there were 100 or so texts referenced in the exhibit, whatever was presented by you folks. I asked if Mr. Jackson, if he provided them, because my order was clear they were to be provided, and he said no. And I asked you at sidebar whether they were deleted, and you said yes. in due course. I have no idea what that means, Mr. Alessi. Why don't you explain that?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to explain it. Here's what it means. Like anybody's phone, those text messages are 2 years old. They don't exist.
So can you also tell me, doesn't the aren't the ABA guidelines the council is supposed to keep everything in a case for 5 or 7 years?
I do not believe that is the ABA rule with regard to experts. I'm unaware of that.
In regard to your client, and this was in regard to your client's case, right?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear you.
Records kept regard to your client's case, which these are experts that were, I mean, there's 100 text messages leading up to trial when I was told that by you that there was a pause email and then all of a sudden out of the blue a bill appeared in July. This shows that's not true, Mr. Alessi.
Your Honor, that was a different question that Your Honor asked me back then. That was about emails. That was not about text messages.
Have emails been provided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All emails have been provided. And that is why we are in compliance with all orders. And I will say also with regard to text messages, we have provided pursuant to every order, every single text message that exists. Mr. Brennan just said, I believe there has to be more there. There's not more there, and I don't believe there can be an order of preclusion based upon the speculation of opposing counsel that there must be more. We affirmatively created a document, Your Honor, to be more transparent than the records, where we summarize all of the communications. Yes, we don't have the text of the text messages, but we were completely forthright and set forth every text that was made. Plus, we turned over from Ms. Little, the only other person on the defense team who communicated with ARCCA, we turned over her texts and the texts of her text messages. There is nothing else in existence to provide. And importantly, the defense was under no order to preserve the text of text messages. And we have never received, as part of discovery in this case from the Commonwealth, any communications between the Commonwealth and its several experts. That has not been what has occurred in this case. But of course, once Your Honor on Friday issued that order to provide everything, we provided everything we can that we had. The bottom line is, Your Honor, we've turned over absolutely everything we have. And in addition to that, we created a document so that it would be easier. We're the one who showed all of these text messages
very passionate
from Mr. Jackson historically. We created that document.
Coming in hot.
There's no basis for a discovery violation. There's no basis for an order violation. We are in full compliance. So that's the prong one, Your Honor. Prong one is what Mr. Brennan has alleged is incorrect because we turned over, and we did it recently and consistently. We've turned over all emails and Ms. Little's text we provided. There are no text messages in 2024, and there's no order that required those to be preserved. And there is no discovery violation because we can't be in violation of not turning over something that doesn't exist.
All right, go to the second.
Thank you, Your Honor. The second part of the motion, Your Honor, is the most maddening for the defense. And this is the timeline that I can go through very, very quickly. And essentially, what the Commonwealth just argued is we will be so prejudiced that if we get the work working on, that we will be prejudiced because we won't have enough time to address it. Your Honor, the facts show that the timeline for this has been caused by the Commonwealth, not the defense. And I can do it quickly. July 2024, the first trial concludes. November 2024, 4 months later, the Commonwealth decides to retain Aperture. Their decision to wait 4 months to retain an expert, we're the defense. We defend what the Commonwealth alleges. January 30th, 2025, 2 months after that, 6 months after the first trial, we get an aperture letter report that's barely discernible about what they've done. It's a 1 page and 1/4 of conclusions and opinions in outline form. Next, January 31, 2025, we get the initial aperture 140 slide presentation. January 31st, February 5th, we get the case file. In February of 2000 or February 19th, we finally get the raw images from aperture in the scans. That's the first time we get raw images and scans. You can't have an expert work on anything until you even get those raw images in scans. We move and we have a hearing on March 20, 2025 to preclude Dr. Welcher because the slides are so incoherent and the report is so insubstantial. We can't tell what it is their theory is. So then on March 24th, and at that hearing, the Commonwealth agrees to redact and revise that. So we're already into March 20th. The Commonwealth agrees to redact and revise. Your Honor put the defense on a short leash. We accepted it. And by March 24, we receive the PowerPoint that was of the aperture that was supposed to have 2 things happen. It was supposed to be redacted, and there were certain things that were supposed to be changed. What did we get on March 24th? It wasn't redacted, and there were 3 substantive changes to it. The Commonwealth has said twice, including today, there were no substantive changes. There's 3 of them, and to the extent Your Honor wants to hear, I can detail exactly what those changes were.
So why don't you highlight them very quickly, because I
will, Your Honor. I can do it quickly. Thank you for the opportunity. First one, slide 36, they changed the image of 34 Fairview. No small change. 102, they changed the conclusion regarding the time that the tail light was broken. No small change. 123, they changed the image of 34 Fairview. No small change. So we ended up getting those changes, and I want to be clear on the date. That's March 24th. We have a hearing on March 25th. We agreed to provide our response to these revised aperture documents. Here is the key data point. On March 26th, the defense engages ARCCA. Just 2 days after we get the revised PowerPoint with 3 substantive changes. And then we started to respond and provide more information. On March 27th, we responded to the Commonwealth's revised PowerPoint and the Welch report. And then the last 2 items, we renewed our request to preclude Dr. Welcher on Delbert Lanigan grounds. April 1st, and this is another key date, the court decision allowed Dr. Welcher to testify, but also allowed the defense to re-raise objections at trial when Dr. Welcher testified. What does that timeline show? That timeline shows that the Commonwealth took 6 months from the last trial, 6 months, and the defense took merely 2 days after they got the final report of aperture to retain ARCCA. Last point I want to make, Your Honor, is the argument of the Commonwealth that we strategically waited to retain ARCCA. Nothing could be further from the truth. As the court knows, and has been the case with this unorthodox situation, ARCCA was retained by the U.S. government. They worked pursuant to the U.S. government, and we had to get the permission of the U.S. government to retain ARCCA. We moved expeditiously to do that. We got the permission from the government. And as soon as we got the permission from the government, and as soon as we got the final version of Aperture documents, including scans, we put ARCCA on it. It has only been since March 24th, not even a month, have we had finally the information from Aperture, which is still inadequate. Our experts still say, with regard to what Aperture did, in some instances, they can't even figure it out because the information is so inadequate. Nonetheless, because of all the considerations we're aware of, we had ARCCA proceed forthwith with post haste. And they are working post haste. But, Your Honor, we are the defense. That's where I started. We had to understand as best we could what Aperture did. In conclusion, 2 points. No violation whatsoever on text messages, emails, court orders. All complete, robust compliance. And with regard to the allegation that there was something said, that there's some surprise that there were so many text messages, on June 10th, 2024, and I've got the transcript on an, albeit on an electronic device, right in front of me. I just got to get the passcode. Mr. Jackson read a text message right live that he had with ARCCA. He read it, and here's what it said. The court, okay, Mr. Lally. So her issue is that she is available this week, but not next week. So I really need to get her in on Friday. Mr. Jackson.
Hold on. Court reporter can't hear you. She asked you to stop.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Can't hear him.
Am I going too fast?
He's like the one
Alrighty.
you hear the best.
Thank you. My apologies. So, Mr. Lally, so her issue is that she is available this week, but not next week. So I really need to get her in on Friday. Mr. Jackson. Dr. Wolf just texted me and said, I presumed you were in court. Give me a call when you're available. The court reporter, I'm getting an interference. Mr. Jackson, I'm so sorry. The court reporter, that's okay. We have been completely transparent that there were text messages as opposed to emails, text messages about scheduling, about other administrative matters. Mr. Brennan is completely free on cross-examination of ARCCA to address every one of his speculations, every one of his suspicions, every one of the ghosts that have been created on this topic. He can address them. If he thinks that we're wrong, we're misstating, he's got the opportunity to speak to ARCCA and ask those questions. Your Honor, it is spooky to, based upon speculation, preclude the defense from putting in a defense.
I'm not making a conclusion today regarding precluding the defense.
Okay, all right. What's
so,
next?
So I need you to wrap it up because there's something I want to say.
Certainly, Your Honor. I'm going to wrap it up in 10 seconds. There are no violations of any discovery order, no violations of this court's order. And with regard to the retaining of ARCCA, because we're the defense, we acted expeditiously in response to the information we're getting. And this can be tested with ARCCA, the statement I'm going to make. To this date, ARCCA still has trouble understanding what it is that Aperture did and didn't do, which was the reason for my Dalbert Lanigan motion, but we proceeded nonetheless. Happy to entertain responses to any questions.
All right. No, thank you. All right. So as you all know, I previously wanted you to have a seat, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't like her.
I previously found and believe Mr. Alessi, when he was talking about the rules of professional conduct, did say I agree, a violation of Rule 14, but not regarding the rules of conduct. At a prior hearing, I found a violation of the defense's reciprocal discovery obligations. It was clear to me, and I found that it was deliberate. This appears to me, contrary to what you've argued, Mr. Alessi, that this is another violation of my order and of the reciprocal discovery violations. We need to figure all of this out before you're allowed to call these witnesses. So I'm going to have a voir dire hearing this Friday. I know we planned on having you. I need the ARCCA witnesses here Friday morning. So we need a voir dire, if you intend to call them, a voir dire on all of this. And I will be sending an order for production of records. I just need to amend it for ARCCA to bring all these items with them. So Friday will be for ARCCA for a voir dire hearing in the morning. So we'll see you tomorrow for trial, Friday morning for this.
May I inquire briefly for scheduling purposes?
Yes.
In light of the hearing on Friday, will it still be half a day, or are we expected to call witnesses on Friday?
No, it will be, if we could do, Mr. Alessi, how long do you think this voir dire might take?
I don't have an answer for you, Your Honor, right now, because I've got to talk to ARCCA and I've got to understand what they have and what they don't have. So I think, in fairness, I think it could take some time.
All right. So no witnesses for Friday, and I think we'll give the jury the day.
And will it be a full day on Thursday?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes. All right. So we'll see you then. I will issue an order, hopefully before the close of business today. Jimmy, can you stay and get this out today?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Well, okay.
Wow. Okay.
Talk about livening up the end of the day. Jeez.
I know.
That was intense. He's very passionate. That was the first I've heard him. But I mean, gosh, that team, got to give it to the defense. Like, they are not holding back.
Passion.
So we have a motions hearing Friday. Regular court tomorrow and Thursday. Oh boy. So they're mad that, like, possibly some messages are missing from communication. Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, looks like the prosecution thinks there's more text messages that went back and forth than what they received.
But, like, I heard that the prosecution was still handing over evidence, even though there was already a trial. I don't understand how there's more to turn over. And now they want to be like, it's unfair. It's unfair, Your Honor. We don't have the time. Is that what got Alessi all riled up? Like, yeah, talk about not having any time.
Mm-hmm.
Get out of here. Oh, he is very passionate. I see why everybody else is like, yeah, go. But I was not prepared for that.
But I would think if the conversations are with ARCCA, that they would have copies, because this is what they do. I would think they would have copies.
So ARCCA, if I understand right, is a federal government reconstruction accident group or something like that. And they're a third party, though. Someone tried to explain it to me. They're a third party, though. Like, the defense did not hire them. Prosecution didn't hire them. But prosecution does not want them there. It's not good for their case, apparently.
Yeah, so it's a forensic engineering firm that provides expert services for litigation, including accident reconstruction, forensic analysis, and expert testimony.
Okay, so they're a private business, but the Department of Justice hired them. The federal government hired them. Okay. That's not confusing at all.
Yeah, to me, it sounds like the prosecution didn't like what they had to say. And now they want it to stay out.
Flor Vallow, after a 90-minute lunch, oh, for Pete's sake, jury is back to deliberating. 90
Okay.
minutes.
What's there to deliberate on?
Who needs an hour and a half to eat?
Right. I don't know about you guys, but I finished eating in like 15 minutes. It's crazy. Well, if they do and defense deleted important text, they are fucked because Auntie Bev won't let them testify.
Mm.
But like, what do they mean by important text? What are they expecting to uncover something? Or is like prosecution upset because, well, I don't know. Oh, there was a federal investigation. Yeah. ARCCA says no way was it a vehicle. Ooh. Like, meaning John. There's no way his injuries came from being hit by a car. But then I think the alternative theory is what? That there was like a fight or something?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't
It
know
seems
about
like
you.
they think the fight happened in the Albert's house and then he was carried out.
Right, but
And
like,
he
I
was
don't know
carried
about
out.
you. I don't know if you've ever been in a fight, either doing it or being on the receiving
No.
end, but it doesn't just happen to one side of your body either. Like,
Hmm. But
Unless
he
you're
didn't
up against a wall because you've been
Well,
drinking.
well, yeah, but like, where's all the other bruises and shit? You know, we're talking about dudes fighting dudes too. You know what I mean? Like, so that
maybe it wasn't a good fight. Mm.
it's just a one punch to the face. Like, that's I mean, it does happen. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just
Yeah.
saying it's kind of weird that those would be the only injuries if it was a fight. But
Elbow Feet says there was damage on both sides of his body.
well, and that maybe that's true, but that is not what was testified today by the ambulance guy, which he is not an Emmy. So
Yeah.
I will give you guys
right.
Like,
And he's already not credible. So
right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying what they've stated so far in this trial.
Sure.
The prosecutor
I mean-
wants you to believe that it's only on one side of the body.
But they did say he had raccoon eyes. You only get raccoon eyes when both eyes are bruised. So that would mean both sides get injured.
They were all shit-faced drunk that night. You have to remember that. Also true. Check cross. What? I know. I was just saying that that's what the prosecutor is putting out there. Okay, I'm not talking about Jackson's cross. The prosecutor just wants you to believe that everything was on this side, right? Yeah.
All I know is it would be so hard to be on that juror and not want to go home and Google all this crap. I mean, it would be hard. It
It'd be
takes a
hard.
lot of restraint.
Or to not talk about it. Like, you come home and you can't tell anybody you just watched an EMT get obliterated on the stand. You know? So, yeah. EMT admitted the left eye and the black eyes are injuries, and the witness recanted his statement. Yes, I understand that.
Oh.
You found them? It's Brenton's phone ringing. Elbow Feet's phone. My grandson hit my head with his head. Oof. That's the worst.
Oh, that's the worst. But if I remember correctly, the texts were an issue in the first trial too.
These ARCCA, were they part of the first trial?
I'm not sure if that was about ARCCA. I just remember there was text issues. I don't remember who the text, but they said somebody deleted text.
Oh. Well, I think they said that one girl. I don't remember her name, though. I don't think they said in this trial yet. Or no. Whoever searched that, whoever searched that Google thing, I think they said in opening statements it was deleted.
Yeah. She did because she Googled Haas.
Yes.
Long to die.
Haas long to die in the snow, in the cold. Yeah. I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
Everything I search, I delete it. If I'm researching for a case, I research several things, I delete it. Because if not, I would be in prison for all of the stuff I search.
Yeah.
So
It's
I
all
don't
there. Good
find that
luck.
suspicious at all that people delete their search history.
Ugh.
Terry suspicious.
How's long to tie in the cold at 2:27?
Cost long.
Most of the cop deleted texts and got rid of their phones the day before they were ordered to turn them over. Oh, that's right. They did bring that up too.
That's right.
Right, they brought
in the
that up.
beginning.
And sold the
But-
house and got rid of the dog.
Which is very. I wonder what
So-
time frame we're talking about, though. Like a week,
I
a
think it's
month.
a couple months. I think the dog was a couple weeks or months, and the house I thought was pretty soon, like months. I could be wrong.
Because I think he said it was like a childhood house, which is.
I mean, that's saying
Suspicious.
a lot to sell your childhood home.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
In separate garbage bags and different dumpsters on a military base.
Oh.
The cops? Oh, my.
So, do you think since they're showing some of the video from the documentary, do you think Karen will take the stand this time? That she's already talked behind on the documentary people?
That's a good point. It depends how much they use.
Yeah, if they use a lot,
I think.
maybe.
If they lose a lot, she's going to have to. Probably. I don't know. It's a very good question.
I might have to watch it tonight.
I'll say the things that she did say so far that we've heard aren't great, because she is admitting to being drunk and driving, and that's a problem. Now, that could be enough. It depends on the other evidence, right? I hear all the evidence is crap.
Right.
So all the other evidence is crap and can't go through. I don't know. But hearing those words out of her mouth,
Might be.
That's not great. That's really,
She's
really
not
not.
like Valo. She knows when to not talk. She just needs to know never to talk until it's over.
Like, I guess maybe I kind of get what she's saying, like sometimes you don't remember like you can't tell the difference if it's become, what you do when you become so entrenched in it. I get what she was saying. It just, again, everything you say can and will be used against you.
But what I think about when I think about that is like the investigation into the Lackey case. We've got court papers, we've got hearsay, we've got tips. And I talked to the investigators about it and the different people. At times, I have to stop and think, okay, did we speculate and talk about maybe that's what we were told? Or were we actually told that? I have to stop and go back and look to see, did it really happen?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes that happens. I think that happens to all of us. I don't expect anyone to have like a perfect memory, but all right, what do you got over here? Oh wait, I was gonna go up here. No, Karen won't testify. They say I doubt it. No way will she. I mean, be smart if she didn't.
It would
but
be
I guess
shocking if she did.
I don't know what's in the documentary to know if like there's even more damning. If this is all they got, I don't really need her to testify.
I may watch it tonight, so I know.
But if there's some crazy shit, then she might have to explain herself better, right? Because you can say, oh, the documentary, like they cut it up and they edit it. That's not fully what I said or what I meant. Like she's gonna have to explain her intention, but I don't know if what we've heard so far, I need that from her.
But remember, prosecution said we got stuff that didn't air. So they even have copies of stuff that we haven't seen. So there may be stuff in there that her attorney said, oh, no, cut that out. That's damaging to her. But then they subpoenaed it and got it all.
That's true. This is why you don't talk to anyone anywhere at all until after everything is done, kids.
Interview.
Do not do this. I can't
Did she
even
get
believe their
paid?
lawyers.
Did she need the money?
Maybe to raise the defense. The defense apparently reached out to prosecute or to the producers. So
That's what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
know.
Did they need money to pay?
Probably. God, I can't imagine how. I think we're talking like this has to be millions of dollars at this point. At least $2 million for these two trials in defense fees. I bet, with experts and all that. You know, they're putting a lot of that together, so it's not cheap.
Yeah.
Higgins downloaded his phone at the FBI through a friend prior to destroying it. That's convenient.
That's suspicious.
That is. They took her blood alcohol. She couldn't deny that. True, but you can also not talk about how inebriated you felt. Right? Like I can sit here and say, oh, I had a glass of wine. I remember everything. Everything is fine. But you don't want to say, oh, I was drinking and, you know, I kind of don't remember a certain time.
Everything's fuzzy.
Yeah, you can't do that, babe. You can't.
Yeah.
Yikes.
You can, but it doesn't look great.
Exactly.
You shouldn't.
Yeah, you shouldn't. In this case, you probably shouldn't admit to how it's affecting your mindset. So, Lady and Gray says, I don't think Bev will keep ARCCA out, but maybe restrict them to only what they testified to last trial. Oh, so they were here for the last trial then. Okay. I think the real problem is Brennan doesn't want them to counter his expert. Okay.
I mean, well, it sounds like ARCCA's better than their expert if they couldn't even figure out what this crap was. I mean,
yeah. Should have kept your mouth shut. Yeah, probably. Yeah, the unedited stuff. Good call with picking that out because I did not. So the documentary, yeah, I heard it followed her through the trial and like they're talking about.
did they let them in during their private defense strategy like the owl guy did?
Yeah, that's what I heard. Mm-hmm. It's very much like the staircase where, you know, they're talking at the end of each day. And I've heard.
Had already been found guilty. She wasn't found guilty.
No, that followed him through his trial.
I thought it was through his second trial. Maybe it was his first. Because he had so many retrials, didn't he? Or appeals?
Oh, gosh, I don't know. It's been a long time since I've watched that. So the hospital said that the blood draw results can't be used in court. Okay. And yet they are, Kelly. I'm going to need the blood draw thing explained. Is it because they didn't get the search warrant for her blood when they collected it? Because that can be a problem. Because they do have to, like, let's say you're in a car accident, okay, and you're hospitalized. They still, at least here, they have to file a search warrant to get access to your blood. From the hospital, so because of type of blood drawn. Okay.
That's interesting. I'm not sure I'm a fan of this judge.
Not a big fan.
I mean, I'm not saying she needs to be all fluffy and nice, but
oh, they didn't take a back. Okay. They didn't actually do specifically a blood alcohol content test. They just know that there was alcohol because of the other kind of train time. Sorry, that train had a lot of things to say. So okay, but so they're okay. Interesting. Okay, my biggest question: our jury duty days were from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day until the verdict. Nevada has like 4 to 5 hour days. I guess. Are you talking about Arizona? Are you talking about Lori? Because, yeah, those people are always on a break. They calculated what her level would have been the night before. Oh, so they're just doing math.
That's sketchy.
They're just doing math?
I want. Okay.
That's not good. That's not enough.
I want to do the math.
I'm like, I don't want your math. I want to see. Oh, come on.
I don't know the science of it, Larry. Okay. Oh yeah, Arizona, Nevada, tomato, tomato. Oh, I can't do that. That was
Tomato.
funnier in my head. Nevada. They drew because she was on suicide hold because she made comments to her dad after John died. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So she was not there. Gotcha. I'm following now.
I thought it was later. Yeah.
It's calculated based on what when she had her last drink, when no one really knows when that is. She could have tossed shots when she got home. That's true too. That, and I mean, does it affect people in different ways, like their blood alcohol level? Yeah, if they didn't actually do a blood test for this reason, I cannot believe it's 11.
Yeah.
They gave a range, speculated. That's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, it may give you the result that you want, but to me, like, that's just not credible evidence. You know? That's why a lot of people, that's why they tell you don't blow or give your blood when you get pulled over for a DUI. Because if you don't do that and then you got a lawyer, you're walking with something less than a DUI. Like, pretty much every time.
Up in Texas, they go ahead and arrest you, take you to the hospital, and they get a court order to do your blood.
Oh,
or they can.
They can do that. But I mean, make them work for it. Just don't give things to the cops ever.
Buy
you
time
make them,
too.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, don't get me wrong, you guys. Drinking and driving is a big no.
It is.
And you need to be responsible about it because bad things happen. And if something bad happens, then you need to take
We have
responsibility.
Uber now.
But
we have Lyft.
Right. But no, you're right. So
that's interesting,
yeah, that's
Lady
here
in Gray.
too.
That's interesting. You lose your license immediately if you refuse to test?
Yep. For here, it's a whole year. Yep. If you choose not to blow, your license immediately gets suspended for an entire year. Now, if you can get a lawyer, once you have your first court date, you can ask for work privileges. So you can drive to work and whatever. They reinstate it, but you're only allowed to do it then. But that's how it is.
Has it always been that way, or is that new?
It's been that way for a long, like quite a few, like at least a decade, if not more. I know for a fact 10 years, but probably longer than that here in Ohio. So I don't know about everywhere else, but yeah.
I'm looking
because
into
I'm
it
reading
here.
in Texas. They are now saying there's an implied consent.
For what?
But it's unconstitutional to take a breath test without a warrant. So it's implied, but they take you to get your blood. And if you refuse, wow. Yeah, I mean, don't drink and drive. There's no reason nowadays. I mean, back in the day, we didn't have Uber. We didn't have Lyft. We had payphones and pagers, people. We didn't have phones.
Agreed. I mean, it's not smart at all. But that's how they try to get people, right? It's like, oh, you'll lose your license if you don't do this. And so people freak out. But literally, of all the people I've known, the first court hearing back, they got work privileges. So, because
they don't want to deny your ability to pay, right?
Exactly. What do they want more? All right, they want your money more. So they're going to make sure you have a job. It'd be counterproductive to do that. And that I'm just saying that's for like first time offenders. All right. You know, probably for other ones, but I don't know. Louisiana's an automatic suspension too. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
just drink at home. It's cheaper, safer. Just drink at home. Don't have to get dressed
but
up.
if she's drunk, everybody else is drunk. What are we even doing here? Like, it's very confusing, right? Because if everybody else is drunk too, then most of what they say is probably unreliable, But then if you find their statements unreliable because they were drunk, then you'd have to find everything Karen said unreliable too because she was drunk. It's a bit of a conundrum there, right?
Yeah. And I guess they didn't breathalyze every witness.
No, I mean, I don't think they couldn't have done that.
I mean, let's be
anyway,
honest,
really,
the EMT wasn't drinking, and I don't believe him. So,
yeah. How much did she have to drink? Or, I'm sorry, no. How much did they calculate? Because nobody knows her blood. Did they say what her blood alcohol would have been? Oh, but I don't know how many hours. I don't know. Excuse me. Blood alcohol math. We're not good at it.
let's see. she
had 9 drinks. Like what kind of drinks? Like liquor, beer, wine. It does make a difference.
0.093 is what,
0.093.
yeah, which is above the 0.08.
Barely.
But that's math.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what 0.08 is like, you know, the average. And that's usually what, like 1 drink? You're not going to forget shit with 1 drink.
But I did a thing way back in the day where they were trying to film in Dallas at the police department. They supplied different drinks and they put us in a conference room and we all drank different drinks. We all weighed different things. We were given different things to eat because they wanted to see how it affected us.
Mm-hmm.
And what was surprising, there was a guy there that was like a big burly guy. He didn't normally drink. He was drunker than Cooter Brown after 2 drinks.
Wow.
But when he blew his blood level thing, what was interesting, it took longer to show up on his breathalyzer than before he physically started showing. Where like me, so in other words, he was drunk, acting, he could barely stand up. But his breathalyzer, because they were doing them every 30 minutes, it took a good hour and a half before his breathalyzer kind of matched the way he was acting.
Wow.
Because of the way his body metabolized stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I'm wondering, how can they do math when everybody metabolizes different?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
That is interesting. I would be lit
I like
on
Kelly.
1 drink.
She said she'd be lit on 1 drink.
That counts. CCTV. And she didn't drink all the shots. Oh, wait, hold on. I should click on these and Dodoy. I don't think John and his friends had some too. So they had quite a few drinks.
But you can't go off CCTV because how many of us girls do the Coyote Ugly thing? Guys get you to take a shot. You take a shot and you spit it in the beer bottle. I mean,
I've
do it
never
all the
done
time. I go out and I tell them every other round, give me tonic water only instead of a vodka tonic. And nobody knows it's just tonic.
Mm. She did say in her doc she drank a lot.
But that's subjective again to me.
That is subjective. That's very true, right? What is a lot for some people? Do you drink every day? How much do you drink a day? Do you go out a lot? You know, some people don't drink at home. They only drink in, you know, social settings.
Right.
Some people only drink at home. What does that mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think that's subjective. And did you drink a lot of wine that's at 14%, or did you drink beer that's at 4.5% or 5%?
Right, exactly. Exactly. That's
apparently Calliope's being naughty.
Yeah.
She wants all your attention.
Yeah. All the time. Constantly.
Okay.
Well, great first day, Llama.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I think we're probably going to go ahead and wrap it up for the day, kiddos. I need to go maybe take like a 30-minute nap or something.
Are you going to?
I did it. Yeah.
What about the Vallow verdict? Are you gonna post something or let us know if it comes in?
Oh, that's a
Yeah.
good question. Yeah, I don't know what do we want to do about that.
I mean, I guess it's up to you.
I guess we'll figure it out and we'll let you guys know. I kind of didn't think that through. I was just expecting it to come in sooner than
now.
Yeah, watch us get off, and then they're like, "Oh, by the way, there's a verdict." I don't. You know what? Maybe we could come back live just for the verdict. Maybe I could probably do that if we get it in. We'll come back
Sounds
here
good.
on True Crime and Wine Time with the Lori Vallow verdict if it comes
What
in.
if there's a mistrial?
Oh, jeez.
No.
I don't think so. But maybe, we don't know. Okay? A lot of people didn't think this was going to be a mistrial. So we'll see. But yeah, so we're going to go ahead and head out, guys. We will let you all know when we come back for the Lori Vallow verdict. I don't know why my computer is frozen.
It's tired. It's worked all day.
It did this earlier. No. Oh, there we go. Okay.
So, Lady in Gray, we will not be doing Midday Missing tomorrow. I have a county meeting, and we decided with streaming this trial, just we wanted to do this first couple of days without having to toggle between the two. So I will be back on Monday with Midday Missing. I'm taking tomorrow off.
But we will toggle in between our lunch break with Midday Missing. But don't worry, we'll redirect you guys. You don't even have to do nothing. You're just going for a ride. All right. Well, hey, thank you guys for our first day of Couch Court with Llama and friends. And so we will see you all later for maybe the Lori Vallow verdict or at 8:30 a.m. Eastern right here on this YouTube channel. So, all right. Well, thank you guys very much. You have a wonderful night. Go forth and be amazing, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye.